technology may be advanced, the Mordian spirit will never be chanced. With faith in the Emperor, they fight as one, their bravery shining brighter than the sun.
Fury, they'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. So let their story be told through the ages to come of the Mordian 50th rifles and of the wars that they have won.
Hello again and welcome to another Mordian Glory live stream. Fucking hell, the background track's on a bit loud. Sorry, there we go. It's an ugly stream, a punk stream, a stream hostile to human life as we know it. Ah! Oh my God. It's Friday. It's Friday and we're able to do a just chatting stream. We can chat about anything that you want. Konflikt 47, Warhammer 40k, Old World, Bolt Action, whatever else might be swirling around your hobby brain. We can talk about competitive play, casual play. We can contemplate the follies of mankind, of which there are many. Truly, today, anything goes. Because it's actually not been much to talk about from Games Workshop. I suspect that we've seen most of the big bits for 11th, probably a bit around maybe combat disembarkation, stuff like that coming now. And now I've said that, of course, there'll be loads of new stuff that come for 11th, you know, Sod's Law and everything. But this week has definitely been Armageddon week. Less stuff about 11th edition, just a model or two shown off, so there you go. And so that gives us an opportunity to be able to talk about anything and everything. There you are. We can talk. Patrick H. says, dude, Wall has put an Armies of Commonwealth article out. We can talk about that. Plastic Gurkhas announced. Oh, I actually didn't know they were doing Plastic Gurkhas. That's kind of. I mean, it's almost an addition too late, but not from a game health point of view. They would have been absolutely broken in second edition. Now they'll just be merely very, very good. All right. So, what have we got here? So basically, we could talk about anything. I actually do have maybe a little bit of beef. Okay, so I have a little bit of beef that I've been meaning to do for a little while. I have possibly a teeny tiny 11th edition leak, but like it's like a single grain of salt put onto the meal. Do you know what I mean? It's not a lot. And then maybe we've got the Warlord article, and other than that, anything goes, baby. So there you go. So with that said, let's get into the stream tonight, and of course that means we must begin with the thing that separates us from the renegades, the heretics, the traitors. our traditions, the thing which makes us the Emperor's true finest, his Imperial Guard. It's time for roll call, baby! Stand up and be counted. Who is in the stream tonight? Who is ready to rock out with their cock out? Let's fucking go. We have got Magister Goose, Chip Bandit, King Hazard, Eric 2, Mutt Dog, Zello, Ibram Gorf, It's Just David, Finger Farm, Michael Gibson, Mark Cole, Patrick H90, KSV, Matthew Edwards, Chip Bandit, Cyrillic Dude. We've also got Prep Cook Survive, Michael Gibson, Steve A, Gaming Stuka, Chip Bandit, Nuno. We've got Chicken Detonator, and we've got Mash Fox and King Hazard and Still Unsure and Butt Mounted and Cavasius. And we've got a Gaming Stuka and Florida Eccentric and It's Just David and Sergeant Sharp and George Aramos. And we have got Logan and Judge Cohen and Aaron and Tom Timoney and Ibram Gordon and Silent Warrior and Jim. And we've got Jacob Palmer and Simple Logic and Denzel Wenzel and Mark and Tyler McLand and Tank Charmer and Christian Team Camp and Phoebe. And we're almost there. Lazy Polar Bear, Ricky Thompson, Philip Rigo, The Whispering Moon, Keto. There we are. And Ellsworth, my boy. There we are. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you so much to all of you beautiful bastards for joining. And the Canorians here as well. We've got a few more coming at the end. The Canorian, Riverside Miniatures, Pastor Blaster, Saban Wilson, Clanscat, Johnny Johnson, Kevin Horner. There we go. Got you all. There you are. Michael Bohr. Amazing. There you go. Master Chef. Russell W. There you are. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you so much to all of you beautiful bastards for joining today's stream. Thank you for being here. If you've not done so already, don't forget to go ahead and smash that like button and subscribe. You guys know it makes a big difference. It does. I know it's cringe, but it does make a big difference. So please go ahead and do it. If people don't start liking the stream and subscribing, I'm going to have to start busting out the degeneracy again. You know, like how I used to say, if you don't like the stream, I'm going to come and find you and suck your toes and all that kind of stuff. So if you want to avoid the true MG degeneracy, you know what you got to do. There you are. There you are. I also want to say a big thank you to everyone that's got the stream popping off, baby! Coming in with the super chats, the memberflex, the gifted memberships, and all that kind of good stuff. And let's take a moment now to go through and say our thank yous and show our appreciation. 1 minute, I got a slightly trippy nose. Show appreciation for those people that have supported the stream in a big way. Start off, we have got Russell W. Russell W, thank you for the gifted membership. Thank you for your support. Thank you for doing your part. We've also got the Whispering Monk. Yes, Whispering Monk, thank you for the gifted membership. Thank you for keeping our souls pure and our ears clean. Blah, blah, blah. I also want to say a big thank you to Mold. Thank you for the gifted membership. And I raise my glass to you, sir. You're an officer, a gentleman, a scholar, a good sir, and dare I say it, a kind sir. We've also got Atomic Tyranny. Thank you, Super Chat Man. Comments in stream discussion. All right, give me a second. Let's have a look here. Went into my local GW today and told the store manager I was thinking about selling my Tyranids. He has Tyranids as well, and he mentioned that he doesn't expect to get any play out of them in 11th, since they're a shooting army now. Terrain is too dense, and Mars on Ballistic skill to a 3+ hit army is crushing. Still on the selling Tyranid trajectory, especially considering the rumour going around is that Tyranids will have their codex in year 3 of 11th. If that is true, so many players will be furious. First time. Let me just get something. This bad boy lasted us almost 6 years. Oh, man. On a serious note, that does fucking suck. Right. I'm busting your balls. But I know exactly what that's like because we had that with the 8th edition Guard Codex, and it does fucking suck. And do you know why it double, triple, mega sucks? Because you know that 12th is going to be a hard reset edition. And therefore, you know that you'll get your codex at the end of 11th, get to enjoy it for a few months, and then gone. There you are. So yeah, it absolutely does fucking suck. What? Yeah, but were you playing one detachment for 6 years? Yes. Well, and no, to be fair. The Katachan Regimental Doctrine and the Cadian Regimental Doctrine were, by many, considered to be the best throughout that entire period. But we did get custom regimental doctrines at some point in 9th, which did allow for a lot more flexibility and creativity that kept the codex feeling fresh for a lot longer. And we did get, to be fair, I think that Tyranids will have it worse because we got a Psychic Awakening book, and then we got a Warzone Octarius book, both of which added significant changes to the codex, which kept it fresh and interesting. Although by the end of almost 6 years, no amount of patches were keeping it together. Do you know what I mean? So you guys would have been, I think, if you guys basically go 6 years with Invasion Fleet being the only viable detachment, you will have had it worse than Gad did. Yeah. You would have had it worse than Gad did. But I wouldn't sell anything. I wouldn't. Now, do I think Tyranids are screwed in 11th? I think shooting Tyranids are going to be in a bad place because you're statted around hitting on 3s, and you're not going to be able to do that now. But maybe melee Tyranids will be back on the table. I mean, you can take a lot of Gene Stealers and Hormagaunts and stuff. And fights first is going to be way less crippling for you. Way less. I don't know. I wouldn't put Tyranids on the shelf just yet, man. I mean, from a competitive point of view, obviously, if you're thinking of selling them, then sell them. But I wouldn't put Tyranids on the shelf just yet. I think that they're like the Guard. They're a deep faction with a lot of ways of pivoting. Yeah. But but after 6 years, I think you'll be all out of pivots. Yeah. Out of 6 years. After 6 years. I mean, Jason is a strength 4, but Hormagaunt's a strength 3. You are correct. I mean, on Atomic Tyranny, may I speak frankly for a moment? It sounds like you're looking. I don't know if you're consciously or subconsciously doing it, but it looks like you are looking for a way out of 40k. Like it looks like, you almost don't want to say the quiet part out loud. Maybe you do. Maybe you have done and I've forgotten. You know what my brain's like, bro. But if you want to go and play something other than 40k, like, that's all right. You can do that. That's always been allowed. And I'm not saying that like in a condescending way in any way, shape, or form. I mean, like, It's okay, man. Life exists outside of Warhammer 40k. I don't just mean life in general. I mean your wargaming life exists. Just play some fucking old world. If you want to stay in the GW bubble, play some fucking old world. Play some fucking Age of Sigmar. I don't give a fuck. Although I don't think Sigmar will scratch the itch because it's got the same problems that 40k has. Play some. I mean, look, I'm not trying to be Warlord's biggest ball washing, unpaid salesman, but try out Bolt Action or K47. Just try something else, man. Yeah. Bolt Action, Sigmar, my main games. I'm just thinking about whether I'm sitting on depreciating assets. If you're, dude, man, don't sell your Tyranids yet. You know what I'd say? I would say do the Squid Fist protocol. Squid Fist knows exactly what I'm talking about here. He's in the chat right now. Squid Fist, a couple of years ago, said he was going to dip his toes into Old World. And after a year, he just played Old World for like a year. And then he dipped his toes back into 40k for a bit. I went, nah, I think I'll go back to Old World again. And then just went back to Old World. And that was fine. Like, he took a year out, came back with a fresh perspective, and was like, is 40k for me? No, I'm happy in Old World. I'll go back to playing fucking Old World then. There you are. Like, he's not completely out of 40k, but like it's not a game he's playing regularly as far as I'm aware. Squidfist, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's been a couple of years it's been 2 years basically since Squidfist played 40k on the regular, but I hear all about his Old World campaigns all the time. So honestly, like, don't be Talzun, be Squidfist. Just go and dude. Just go and play Bolt Action, or if you want to scratch a sci-fi itch, just come and play Konflikt, man. It's unbalanced, but it's stress-free. The community is super vibes-led, even more vibes-led than Bolt Action. Like, it's in its honeymoon period. It's in that perfect sweet spot where, before it's like super popular, but where everyone who's in the community is in it for the right reason, the same reasons. There you go. Like, again, do what you want to do. I'm not giving the hard sell or anything, but it sounds to me like you're looking for a way out of 40k. Just park it for a year. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. And you're not sitting on any depreciating assets, man. You're not sitting on any depreciating assets. Like, Warhammer generally goes up in value. I mean, obviously, there's going to be some sort of there's going to be like maybe we'll get, we had like the 2008 housing crisis. Maybe we'll get the 2026 Warhammer crisis. I don't know. But yeah, just take a year out and enjoy something. Take a year out for 40k, come back to it in a year. And if it's, after a year, 12th edition will have found its feet. Not 12th. 11th edition will have found its feet. You'll know if it's for you. And then you will have missed out on a lot of the madness that might be off-putting. And if you come back to it, and after a year of, like, potential work, it's still not for you, then fuck it, cash out. Job done. Cash out, and cash out with no doubt. Here's the thing. You don't want to cash out now because you might have doubts at the back of your mind. Right? You want to cash out with no doubt. Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. Like, your NIDs will not fall in value enough for it to worry about. Yeah. There you go. Matt Gibson, I won't lie, I sold out of 40k and I've been much happier at MG. You said, if he keeps asking about selling out of 40k, then I think he should just do it and not look back. That's the easiest way. Sometimes you got to rip the band-aid off, Sometimes you got to cash out. I don't call it selling out, because selling out obviously sounds like something else. But cashing out, yeah. But I try to tell you, man, my best advice that I would give you right now, the most sensible advice I would give you is stop thinking about 40k, put it in a box, put it in the attic or somewhere safe. Don't think about it. Go on a wargaming holiday for a year. You know, it's not like you know this community's still going to be here for you. Like, not just like in a year's time, fingers crossed, obviously, unless the Redditors have their way, but also like you'll still be able to join every day because you know we talk about more than just 40k here. It's not, you know, you're not going to lose any of that shit, right? And then you've already got communities that you play in real life with as well. And then if after a year, get the box out, try, you know, put together your first army, play your first game of 11th. And if you're like, you know what, actually, this is really good. You know, I really like what they've done with the game. And if you come back and it's like, this is the same old shit, I'm just not interested, then cash out, man. And then you know that you're cashing out and you gave it every chance. Yeah. Yeah, you just don't dump. Exactly. Just don't jump the gun. That's it. Do it. When you do it, there's a way of cashing out. There's a right way and there's a wrong way. You want to do it the right way. Yeah. Now, obviously, if you cash out for like financial reasons, but I'm not detecting that from you. But if that is the reason, then fuck it, just cash out. Because like on a serious note, like holding on to Warhammer when you need money is not the right thing. When you're back on your feet, you can always get back into Warhammer, even if it's that you end up doing it in kind of like at a loss. Don't worry about that. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Like, it was a bit of a shock at the start because a lot of 40k players said to look at you weird, but like I didn't enjoy the rules and how leave the 40k's become, so I got Old World and Warlord game stuff. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Dude, no, it's funny. Okay, so the reason why 40k players, not all of them, obviously, but the reason why, you know, because everyone's on, I've talked about this concept before, right? We're going deep early on, right? We're going deep. The reason everyone is on the same hobby journey, right? Just people are at different steps on the path. I actually want to do a whole video about this, which is called like the Wargamer's Journey, which explains like you join the Wargaming community via Warhammer, typically Warhammer 40k. That is almost 95%, 99% of people will join Wargaming through Warhammer 40k. And at first, it seems like it's everything you can want. Why would you ever want anything else? Yeah, the prices are a bit much, but you know, it's worth it. The fun you're having, it's amazing. But at some point on your Wargaming journey, something happens which brings a crack into the matrix, puts a splinter into your mind. Maybe your favorite unit gets nerfed into the ground. Maybe they legend something that, you know, you had your eye on, like, hey, when I get to like 2,000 points, I'm going to buy myself like a Macarius tank, you know, something like that. Maybe you're really looking forward to a model and you're never able to get your hands on it. It's a limited run. You can just never do it. But whatever it is, something breaks the illusion. And instead of being like, I'm only going to play one faction because why would I ever want anything else? This is all I want. And so something breaks that illusion. And then you go and you think that what you're doing is just, I'll just, you know, maybe it's about time I'd like a second army. It just makes sense, right? The moment that you decide to get the second army, at the time, it will feel like just you're expanding. And maybe that is the feeling you'll have for many years. But the moment that you decide to get the second army, after you said to yourself, this is the only one I would ever have, like I am a guard player, I am a Tyranid player, blah, blah, blah. The moment you decide to get the second army is the moment, you don't even realize it, you've stepped onto another path. You've stepped further down the path of the hobby journey, and you've begun your step outside of the GW bubble. You just don't realize it. And then you end up, because what you've realized is that you're not getting everything from, you thought you were getting everything you needed, you're not getting everything you needed. So your subconscious brain starts telling you to look, to try and scratch the itch, to try and find something satisfying, to satisfy the wargamer. And then, you know, you might expand into a couple of different armies and everything. And then eventually pretty much everyone eventually decides to try a second game. I'm just going to try it out. Just going to try it out. Maybe it's an older edition. Maybe it's Necromunda. Maybe it's Blood Bowl. Maybe it's AOS. Maybe it's Old World. And that's the next step. That's the next step. And then, at some point, you decide to try out a non-Games Workshop game. And for many people, and this is all done in good faith. Don't think like anyone's fooling themselves or anything. But for many people, the moment they take that step outside of the GW bubble, it's almost a step that they won't come back from. Like, it's not that they'll never play 40k again. It's just that 40k will almost never be like the only game they ever play ever again. Yeah. Yeah, and then no, some people, once they step out the G bubble, they never come back. They're like Captain Oates. I'm going outside. And maybe some time. For some people, they have one foot in each camp, and they recognize that Warhammer is just one game amongst many. And it's okay to play Warhammer, and it's okay to play non-Warhammer. And some people, they never leave the GW bubble. You know? They never do. Like, I think eventually, but I think it's funny. I think the people who never leave the GW bubble are actually a rarity. I think eventually everybody leaves it. Well, or the vast majority. 75, 80%, 90%. Yeah. And so, but the thing is that when you're inside the GW bubble, you think like this is the best. Because you've not got any frame of reference. And so when people look at you weird, because you say, I'm going to play something other than Warhammer 40k, it's because you've kind of like, it's almost like you've committed a heresy. A little bit like you've committed, not to everyone, but there are certain Warhammer 40k players who will look down on you for not only playing Warhammer 40k. But that's because, but those are the players that have, and those people, you can't get mad at them and you can't demonize them because it's just a position of ignorance. They just don't know. They just don't know. Yeah. There you are. I wonder if GW rules writers would benefit from taking a gap year to try other systems and bring good things into GW. Dude, they copy people's homework all the time, man. They're just not very good at it. Anyway, what's the next part of this? So jointivity, man. There's a second part of this. On another note, did you see the Honest Wargames video about 11th edition rules being Sigmar 4th edition rules? Just saying, I called it. I have not seen that. I will add it to the queue. There's a couple of videos I wanted to watch today, so. Is it how the 40k rules might be Age of Sigmar 5? Is that the one? That looks like it's the right one. I only came out an hour ago, though. Okay, cool. There you go. I've got it queued up for later. All right. All right. What do we got next? I can believe it, Tony. I've got it queued up. Tiki, thank you for the gift of membership. Banzai! Thank you for the support, man. Amazing. Chip Bandit, thank you for the super chat, bro. Happy Friday, MG. I'm looking forward to the new guard box. Any thoughts on how to make the Hippogriff workable? The Hippogriff is totally and utterly workable. In fact, I would dare say that it's very good, but only in a specific use case. The Hippogriff is designed to be used inside of the armored infantry detachment. And the best way to use it is with double melter, the melter cannon and the melter gun. What you do is you use a combination of two stratagems. You use one stratagem which gives the squadron of hippogriffs reroll to hit against vehicles and monsters. And you use another stratagem which allows them to... There is a bit of setting up here, so I am simplifying things, but it's basically like this. One stratagem which allows them to get ignore cover and +2 strength. Now, if you do that, you're able to, because of the speed at which hippogriffs can move, because they can move 12 inches and advance, because they've all got assault weapons, you can move an average of basically 15 to 16 inches forward, get within melter range, and then you are hitting the enemy with 6 strength 11, AP -4 shots, D6 +2 damage each. Hitting on 3s, full rerolls to hit, ignoring cover. And then after you've shot, you get a D6 inch move. But that's obviously, I think they just drive forward and absolute melter the shit out of a vehicle and then die. That's how they trade well. Right? Because that will cost you 140 points. And if we look at a typical Space Marine Primaris vehicle, the Gladiator chassis, that we could all accept. Gladiators are relatively commonplace in the battlefield. More than a good example for what we're talking about. That will allow you to one-shot a Gladiator. Because you'll have 6 shots hitting on 3s, full rerolls. Let's say 5 hits. Wounding on 3s. Maybe you even get 6 hits on that one, but let's say 5. Wounding on 3s, that's going to be, conservatively, that's going to be 3 wounds. All 3 of those go through. That's a minimum of 6 damage. 3d6 damage, that's an average of 10.5 damage. So that's 17.5 damage on average. Very roughly, dead Gladiator. So that's how you can use them. Outside of that, they are very, very mid. I might even say bad. Yeah. So they are that's how and in that role, that's how you get them to, that's how they can differentiate themselves from Scout Sentinels and Armored Sentinels in that particular role. And that's a better trade than, that's how they can compete with like Lehman Russes, because Lehman Russes can't do that. Yeah. So there you are. That's even useful against a lot of Dreadnought chassis as well. So yeah, that's how you can use, that's how you get the use out of them. All right. What do we got next? Dynamite Curran, thank you for super chat, man. MG does a test game of 11th with all the available information, and the entire guard community is beating down his door, demanding to know if indirect is secret and safe. Lol. I don't know the rules for indirect. I have no idea. Will we have the same rules as now, but with additional -1 ballistic skill problems on top of that? Maybe. We just don't know. We just don't know. So yeah, it's so funny when I will say the video that I did for that has been overwhelmingly well received. But I do, call me a conspiracy theorist, I do sometimes, like, to give you an idea, it's got 97.4% like to dislike ratio. So it's got 416 likes to 11 dislikes. So it's you know, it's very, very, very well liked. But I have had a handful. And when I say handful, I mean like 5 or 6, maybe, out of like 80 comments, maybe 4 or 5 or 6 comments, 6, 7. I hate that. I've had a few comments where people have been like, so this is meaningless then. All this information is pointless. Like, you're a dickhead. Like, all that kind of stuff, right? And I do wonder if those people, like, I can't decide if that is like is that Games Workshop trying to like muddy the waters? Don't believe this guy. He's a liar. He's a lying liar. None of this is true. It's like, bro, watch the video. At no point do I try and bamboozle anyone. I say in the first like 10 seconds, this is the approach. And I say there are going to be gaps in what's been and what we experience here. But one thing you won't miss is one thing that isn't going to change is -1 ballistic skill from terrain. That's locked in. That's happening. So we can get a feel for what that's like. What isn't changing? The table layout. We know what one of the layouts is. That's locked in. We're going to be able to play on that. That's not changing. So we get to feel that. Right? I've talked about 11th to other 40k players, and they're saying wait and see like robots. It's so weird. It's like they can't think for themselves. It's cope. It's wait and so wait and see is a legitimate saying, right? Like like we genuinely don't have enough information here to be able to make a call, right? But often the term wait and see is used when there is enough information to be able to make a call, but people want to shut down the conversation because they want to shut down the argument because they don't have an argument. They know what you're saying. Is the thing. They know what you are saying is correct. They can see it for themselves, but for whatever reason, they don't want to admit the situation. I'm not even saying that they're right or wrong. Maybe they're not even like, no, you're wrong. They're just shutting down. Some of these people are just shutting down the conversation. Some people are just not wanting to admit they're wrong in a discussion. But some people are just shutting the conversation down. And the reason they're shutting the conversation down is because they're essentially not wanting to admit what the evidence of their own eyes is telling them. And I don't really know why, but I think a lot of it is because, like I said, it's cope. People just, they want to like bury their heads in the sand and not acknowledge the reality of the situation. And isn't it funny? You only ever hear people say, like, wait and see, when it's like, they only bring that defense out when it's to like try and not talk about the potentially negative thing. No one ever says wait and see with a positive situation. They only ever say it with a negative situation. That's how you can tell it's bollocks. No one ever goes, oh man, like this looks really cool. But I better wait and see. No one ever does that. They go, oh my God, this is so cool. I can't wait to try it. I can't wait to see more. Like, I can't wait to see. I can't wait and see. Do you see the difference? Wait and see is just, don't ever let someone tell you wait and see. That's just them wanting to try and suppress the argument until the drama or the discussion has moved on. And then even if later you end up being right, they go, oh, well, it's old news now. Right? Right? 100% that's true. They will never say wait and see about a new overpowered codex / attachment. Yeah. I don't think I've ever... I cannot remember the last time that someone, when a negative situation was presented, someone told me wait and see, and then the situation got better. All that happened is more information came out and the situation became worse, or stayed the same. So that's why I just don't believe it now. You know. That's why I just don't believe it. Yeah. Victory, like, you know, Catan, let's wait and see. Oh, look, they're fucked. Victrix Guard, let's wait and see. Oh, look, they're fucked. Shall we, you know that new Space Marine attachment with the Land Raiders that can go around and bum everybody? Do you think we need to wait and see to work out that one's broken? Here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. People, Canorian, to be honest, I've been saying wait and see a lot about 11th, and I feel like most of improving around against Doomsayers about it. I happily admit I've been saying wait and see because only the info that's been going around info-wise is people talking about it negatively. So here's the thing, Canorian. I'm going to push back on that slightly because, yeah, because you're right and wrong. All right, so that's why it's a slight pushback. So the information that we have been presented led to some conclusions. But when we've had a chance to like start interacting with the game, the information hasn't changed, but there's extra perspective which has been gathered, which has maybe allowed us to actually interpret the information or understand the information better. But we've not waited and seen. Waiting and seeing hasn't provided any additional information to change the situation. It's just like, do you see the difference? Like when some people say wait and see, it's because they're saying it because, like, oh, we haven't got enough information yet. We need to wait for more information to come out before we can make an analysis. Whereas actually, what the difference is that no more new information has been presented, but we've just been able to get a bit of experience to understand the information we're being presented with. But in a weird sort of way, some of the information that has come out, some of that experience, whilst it has like de-escalated concern in one area, it's like escalated concern in another area, right? So to point to like the -1 ballistic skill and terrain thing, there was a general understanding that all shooting was going to be dead, but then as I sort of, I said this yesterday, like I was 90% on the, I think assault is going to be, close combat's going to be amazing. But then I was like 10%, I said, I've got this 10% feeling in the back of my head that like shooting could be absolutely gigafucked broken under the right circumstances. And so in a weird sort of like, I played the game and it turned out that if you have the right tools, your shooting is actually going to be way more lethal. But if you don't have the right tools, you're forced down a different path. So it's like, yes and no. Waiting and seeing didn't give us any more information. Experience allowed us to interpret the information we had better. But also, for everything that it confirmed, for everything it placated, it brought up another problem. Yeah. Oh yeah, I completely agree there. The information changed, but the interpretation has. Maybe wait and see isn't the right way to say it if you're in position. Try before you deny instead. Yeah, try before deny. Yeah. I like that. Yeah, don't wait and see. Try it before you deny it. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, that's the better way of doing it. Yeah. There you go. Okay, what super chat do we have next? Chicken Detonator, thank you for the gifted membership, baby! Thank you for the support. Thank you for doing your part. Florida Eccentric, thank you for the super chat. Hobby update in stream discussion. Back at work today, so back to building. I get paid I get paid to build bolt action and conflict. I love it, man. Dude, that's so cool. Got some, looks like Desert Africa Corps down here, Style Trooper here, Bedford. Got the Hanomag with the light AT gun, and got a Matilda. Nice. And we got a Naxera right there, man. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Looking good, bro. Looking damn good, sir. All right. Johnny Johnson, thank you for 7 months, man. It is a great time for being guard. Hooray! I think guard's going to be in a good position for 11th. Obviously, points changes pending. But I think between us having Bulgrin for Brick Wall, Rough Riders for Punching, and Battle Tanks and Hellhounds, I think, you know, and then being able to go to like Combined Arms and stuff, I think that guard probably has the tools we need to have in the toolbox to make this edition work. Yeah. I don't think it'll be the same for everyone, though. I think 11th edition will be 10th dialed up to 11. Where, you know, there's certain factions that feel locked out right now. There's going to be stuff. Certain factions that are, like, really shallow. Those are the factions which are going to struggle. Yeah. Yeah. Sergeant Sharp, thank you for 30 months, man. X-Force, baby! My Kit Bash 14th Army stream discussion. Also, 2.5 years. 2.5 years, man. Crazy. It's been a long time. But it's been a good time. In honor of the new Gurkhas, my Kit Bash 14th Army, most of them are Sikhs, like the unpainted models. Let's have a look. Nice. Looking good, man. Are those the 8th Army guys? Yeah, the 8th Army infantry, I mean. Nice, man. Cool. Hey, that's cool, man. Yeah. You could do some... I can't wait for the Armies of Commonwealth book. There's all sorts of crazy shit you can do. I mean, I have an 8th Army, but I think I'm going to expand a little bit. And maybe get a bit of Anzacs going in there as well. Because most of it's just the normal 8th Army infantry, but I might get a few, I might get some of the slouch hats and stuff. I think that'd be really cool. Yeah. 8th Army heads. 8th Army arms and heads with British and Canadian bodies. Nah. Oh, yeah, makes sense. No shorts, right? Yeah, yeah. Cool. I mean, the best bit about the 8th Army arms is they've got the properly Enfields, you know, with the big sword bayonets, the proper ones. That's the reason I ended up collecting 8th Army was because of the bayonets. I was like, I'm not having these pussy ass little like spike bayonets. I was like, I'm getting the guys who have got the old style Lee Enfields, the ones not with the barrel that's a little extended, but the sort of the short pattern one, and the ones that have the Makov sword bayonets. That's what made me pick them. Yeah. All right. T-Bucks, thank you for super chat, man. Any advice on the list in stream discussion? Let's have a look, man. Thinking of making a full Krieg list work okay enough with using 11th, using Grizzled Company. Just trying to make sure I don't lose 9 out of 10 games. Lord Marshal Dreer, Lemurus Commander, 3 times Krieg Command Squads, 3 times 20 Death Corps Krieg Squads, 1 times 10 Death Corps Krieg Squads, 1 times 10 Man Death Riders, 3 Krieg Artillery, 3 Hellhounds, 1 Krieg Combat Engineers, 1 Krieg Heavy Weapons Squad, Enhancements of Quillen's Eye, total 1965 points. Lemurs of Plasma Cannon sponsors, Krieg Arty with Siege Cannons, Inferno Multi-Mount on the Hellhounds. Oh, you got 3 Hellhounds, okay. And Flamers on the Heavy Weapon team. Only non-Krieg I'll be willing to shoe in is Yarrick or Generic Commissar. Let me have a look here. So Dreer goes with the Death Riders. And then 3 Krieg Command Squads can order 3 Death Corps Krieg units and the 3 artillery teams. So my assessment is you could really do with some more battle tanks, bro. I worry you don't have enough. I mean, I think you should. If I would be more comfortable if you had 3 battle tanks in there, or a tank commander and 2 battle tanks, right? And also, I think So what I would say is we don't know what indirect fire is going to be like. Indirect fire might be great. It might be trash. If it is, you might need to take those 3 Krieg artillery teams out. That would get you like 300 points. And then if you dropped one of the Hellhounds down, that would get you enough for 2 battle tanks. And then that's probably where I'd end. And then you'd have a tank commander and 2 battle tanks and 2 Hellhounds. And that's a nice amount of armor. And they'd have a bunch of infantry and cavalry. And that would be all right. So yeah, that's probably where I would go. I would be prepared to get those battle tanks in there. Yeah. Okay, I see. I'll keep the artillery as the pivot point. Exactly, man. Exactly. Have the artillery as the pivot point, and have your eye on a couple of Krieg Lehman Russes. I'll tell you this. The Krieg used to use they used to have their own special Lehman Russ that was called the Mars Alpha pattern Russ. You can still find like 3D prints and recasts of it. But the Mars Alpha pattern Lehman Russ is basically just the Horus Heresy Lehman Russ. It's basically the same one. So, yeah, that one doesn't come with sponsors, but no one really gives a shit about that. So if you are looking for a heresy, if you're looking for a Krieg-style Russ, look at the Horus Heresy Lehman Russ Strike. Strike tank is the one you're interested in, because that's the one that comes with the battle cannon. There you are. All right. Let's have a look here. Starbucks Meg, thank you for super chat, man. How would you compare your feelings and hype for 11th versus how you felt at the time about 10th and 9th before they launched respectively? Oh. So I did not like... I often describe 9th edition as the edition nobody asked for. I think 8th edition was... I was not excited for 9th edition. Not particularly. I would have preferred to have stayed in 8th. As for 10th, I was very excited for the launch of 10th edition because I felt that it was going to rectify all of the problems of 9th. And at first, it looked like it was. For the first few months, it had some big problems, but it felt like the game had got back on track in many ways. It wasn't until 10th basically got optimized to death, which it was done by, well, basically everyone, GW and the community, that I actually went off 10th edition. I feel very much. I feel similar to 11th edition, how I did to 9th, but not entirely. So it's same but different. So the difference between my feelings towards 9th and 11th is that 9th I felt like was the edition nobody asked for. And 11th feels like the edition that everybody is asking for, but no one, but it's not going to fix any of the reasons why people are asking for it. That's the difference. I think there are a lot of people that are pinning a lot of hopes on 11th edition. And I think they're just going to find that it's basically the same game with some window dressing changes. Like, I don't... But obviously, we don't have the full rules. So this is where it's legitimate to say we need to wait and see, right? Because there is not all of the information, so that perspective could change. But I feel like there's been a lot of people in the Warhammer community who have been living off hope for a while. I think a lot of people were, probably about 6 months ago, were saying it's okay. The next balance patch, the Christmas sort of end of year balance patch will fix everything, and then it didn't. And then people were like, it's okay. The March balance patch will fix everything, and then it didn't. And now you've got a lot of people saying it's all right because 11th edition will fix everything. And I just don't think that it's going to. Without radical points changes, Catan are going to be just as difficult. Without radical points changes, Catan spam is actually going to be worse in 11th than it was in 10th. Because Catan didn't care about the benefit of cover in 10th, but they massively benefit from it in 11th. Because now they have exactly the same defensive stat line as they had before, but they're -1 to hit. So that's why I would say my personal feelings towards 11th edition after I played my very rough test game is this feels a bit different to 10th, but still very familiar. But it's still, for once, I don't think GW lied. It is the same game that you know and loathe, know and love. But it's had a few changes. Yeah, but I think, you know, unless anything else comes out, although I do have a little leak that might change things, but unless anything else comes out, I don't think it'll be overly difficult to solve the equation of 11th early on. If I was to be extremely cynical, and I know we're sort of being a bit beefy now, but I don't mean this to come across as beef. I mean this to come across as an objective opinion based on the information that we have available at this time. All right. If I was to be cynical and to give you my cynical opinion, I suspect what will happen is 11th will be relatively quickly solved. I think there will be an initial period of throw shit at the wall to see what works, but that will not last 3 months. Depending on 3 months, with the caveat that if it's utterly balked, we could see some big changes that do mix things up, like how Eldar were utterly balked at the beginning of 10th, and you know, and so were Knights, and so we saw some big changes to Towering, right? So that caveat in place. But you know, I think it's fairly obvious, like, okay, well, there's going to be certain kinds of shooting which are going to be locked out of the game, so you need to focus on other kinds of shooting. If you don't have those kind of shooting, you need to go down a melee route, for example. I think that there will be one force disposition that is better than the rest, and people will just build their armies in. Not only will people build their armies into that, but if you don't have access to that force disposition, you just won't do as well. So one way or another, the meta will coalesce around what is going to. There's going to be one force position that's better than the rest, and the meta will coalesce around that. And so people will work out quickly what kinds of shooting are effective. They'll work out quickly what the best force disposition is and how to leverage it if they can leverage it, and they will work. And then there'll be some baggage from 10th edition, like Catan spam, that could possibly come over and massively influence the whole thing. So there you go. So that's my cynical opinion. I gave this as an example yesterday, but in our first game, and this is almost the best example I can give for what I'm going on about, right? In our first game, Simon and I talked out turn 5, which was an eminently familiar feeling. Now, I know I've been, like I said, quite cynical now, so some people might think that I'm beefing on it, but I'm not. I am still looking forward to 11th edition. I've just sort of measured my expectations. I've just not pinned all of my hopes on 11th edition, and I think people who do will be potentially very disappointed, and that come down could be quite big. I think everyone should have fairly measured expectations for what 11th edition is going to do. It's not going to fix everything that has been going wrong in 10th. Not initially. It may do over time, but not initially. Initially, it's going to be like, initially it's going to be same, but different. Yeah. Agreed. Mathhammer will be fast. Exactly, Finger Fan. Exactly. I mean, I don't even do Mathhammer, guys, and I just looked down at the situation and went, well, if I can get 4 rerolls on a battle tank, clearly that's the best tank. And it was. In the game, it was. But there were some pleasant surprises. Like, I thought the Rogal Dawn was going to be shit, and it turned out to be great. I thought Cadians were going to be shit, and they turned out to be great. But you see what I mean? Like, I've already, after like one game, I've kind of already begun to, after a single game, I've already begun to work out the pieces of the puzzle. So yeah, basically, long story short, I do think 11th edition will be totally fine. It sounds like I'm dooming on it, but I'm not. I'm just saying, I think 11th edition will be totally fine, totally enjoyable. There'll be a great, crazy honeymoon period where everyone's throwing shit at the wall, but I don't think that honeymoon period is going to last particularly long, based purely on the information that we have now. Yeah, you start seeing what's going to work pretty quickly. 40k isn't that complicated. You know, it just isn't. What do we got next? Ishmael Thompson, thank you for super chat. If you don't make companies compete for your dollar, then it's on you for getting your wallet raked. Also, commissioning a talent Spectre squad kill team. Nice. So I love that. That's like the new veteran kill team. Yeah, the Tyranid Hunters. Cool. Very, 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 very cool. I love that. I think they'd make perfect Tanith. As for the whole, yeah, I mean, the best thing the number one thing GW needs right now is competition. Like, and they don't think that, but for us as customers, the number one thing. Yeah. The best I've ever seen GW behave is when they thought they were going to lose it all in 8th edition. It's fine. Cool German dude. It's fine if you're skeptical about the game, but still look forward to it. I mean, that's it. That's basically it. I've just got measured. My approach is I have measured expectations for 11th edition. If those expectations are exceeded, I will be pleasantly surprised. If they are met, I will be satisfied. Yeah. Shouts to Alex. Before you say 40k isn't complicated, what hour of play did you talk out turn 5? So obviously. So Simon and I were taking it pretty chill because we'd not played 40k in a little bit. So, and it always takes a long time to film a 40k game. It always takes twice as long to film something because you've got like different takes and checking stuff off camera and all this kind of stuff. So, I would say it took us about 6, 7 hours, maybe 7 or 8 hours. What time did we start? 2. Finished. It took 6 hours to film the game. If that had been a normal game, it would have been 3 hours. The 3-hour point, right? So the game takes exactly the same amount. This is what I mean. The game took exactly the same amount of time as 10th edition. It's not going to be quicker at all. It's going to be about the same time. Tim Doe, why do you think they were going to lose it all at 8th edition? No, sorry, they were going to lose it all with 7th edition when they were on their best behavior with 8th edition because they had to get that to work or they were going to lose it all. Sorry. I was mostly being facetious, but cheers to the well-considered informative answer. Yeah, the pace of play. I could tell you being a little cheeky with the winky smiley face, but yeah, the pace of play was basically the same. I'm curious how much narrative is actually in 11th. I'm skeptical. I actually thought, okay, and this is a really, I am telling you not to put much stock in what I'm about to tell you. All right. I actually felt like the narrative was weakened by the asymmetrical missions, not strengthened by it. Because the missions were so imbalanced, it created a it was somewhat immersion breaking. Like from when you're at turn 2 and both players are in 100% agreement that the mission is balked. That's not good for a narrative and immersion. But that's only one pairing of missions. It could be very different. Yeah, I this kind of ties into something we'll be looking at later on, but I think one of the problems Games Workshop might have from a game design point of view is I don't think they playtest things full stop. People tell me they have a playtesting team, but I've also heard from my little birds that the playtesting team is quite frustrated with the rules design team because they're passing feedback up the chain and then their feedback is not acted on. It's like the decision has already been made on what direction they're going to go in, but it's like it's like, there's those like famous like videos like where people get tours of like North Korea and there's people sat in front of computer desks that aren't actually doing anything. The computers aren't even plugged in. The screens aren't even turned on. They're just paid to sit in front of the screen and look like there's a real job happening. It feels like from one of the comments I heard from one of the playtesting team. Well, to be clear, I didn't hear it directly from a contact who knows someone in the playtesting team, and this contact has been very reliable in the past. Very, very reliable in the past. The playtesting can feel quite frustrating because it feels like you're testing stuff, passing up the line, and it doesn't do anything. The decision just, they go, oh, what do you think of this? And then you play it and go, oh, well, this didn't work about it. And they go, okay, thank you. And then they just implement it without any of the changes taken into account. Yeah. Yeah, having a team and listening to the team are two very different things. Well, that's it, Finger Farm. Yeah. So, my concern is that GW doesn't effectively play test. I'm not gonna say they don't play test, they don't effectively play test, and so they make a bunch of stuff that looks like it'll work on paper, and then when you actually release it into the wild, very quickly it doesn't work. And we've seen this quite a few times from GW now. Like, look at the biggest example I could point to is the Horus Heresy 3.0, how like the cover mechanics just don't work. The community have had to basically community patch them. One of the missions just very clearly doesn't work. And these problems became very apparent after like one game. There's no way you could have kept those things in the game because they would have become very apparent after one game. Even if the people that played against each other were like, well, we know how the rules are meant to be interpreted. If you then handed them over to the playtesters, they are like, no, you would encounter this instantly in the first game that you played. Yeah. And then we've seen this with, and this is what I want to get to later, Warhammer Darkwater, where it's like, this clearly doesn't work. And if you had played this game, you would have seen instantly this doesn't work. So I wonder if the asymmetrical mission thing is in that same ball camp where it's like, you say this is going to make things more narrative, but actually when you play a game with it, it makes it less narrative because one is just so much better than the other. So it just breaks the immersion. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Cavassius, thank you so much for becoming a channel member. Welcome to his Imperial Guard, the Emperor's true finest. Thank you for doing your part, sir. But Mountain, thank you, Super Chat. Peak 40k in stream discussion. Let's have a look. 1 minute. When Space Marines were just dudes in power armor. Is this the one here? This is old school, man. Let's have a look. 40k Fan Liberation, all cinematics. This is peak 40k. I don't know if this is peak 40k, but it was definitely leading up to the peak. It was going upwards. Not. John Chase reminds me of when the guy that wrote the rule got Deep Strike Auto into combat. I was like, that's not intended. I got told that's rules are written. Mr. Banish is going to be adjusting a few times to get it right. Yes.
Let's see where you was going.
I love this. This is amazing. This is amazing, man. Like, you can't even see what they're shooting at, bro. Look at that orc. It is so good. This is like what I mean. This isn't peak, but this led to the peak, which was the Dawn of War 1 intro, which has still never been beaten. We're not going to watch all of it, but we'll watch one more of these cinematics. I mean, it's pretty good for 1980s, right? I love it. I gotta stop. I'm gonna watch all of these old ass cutscenes if I'm not careful. That reminds me very much of June 2000. Last one. Last one.
Very impressive, Agrippa. Your victory was decisive.
It was in the Emperor's glory, Commissar Holt. We must now return to aid our brothers in their quest.
Yes, of course. The newly arrived warriors of the
Look how
Mordian
big
Iron
his
Guard will
collar
provide
is.
the backbone to
The
our
Iron
initial
Guard.
assault. Remove
Look how
the
big the
fixed
coat collar is. It's amazing.
reinforcement of these Ravager approaches. The port is tactically crucial for their inclusion in our forces.
The Lord Commander Militant is fortunate to have you as his right hand in this campaign, Holt. No living Commissar holds more respect.
Goodbye, Agrippa. May the Emperor guide you in your quest.
I love it. Right, so this reminds me of if you've not seen it, the June 2000 intro. It's only a minute long. This was this is the game that I grew up playing as a kid. I played June 2, but only for a bit. That was on floppy disk. I played June 2000. That was on CD. All right. This, to me, this intro is like peak 90s video games. I watched this over and over again.
The planet Arrakis, known as Dune. Land of sand, home of the spice melange. The spice controls the universe. Whoever controls Dune controls the spice.
This to me, I thought was
The Emperor has proposed
so realistic. I was like, they will never beat
The
this
house which
CGI.
produces the most spice controls Dune. There are no set territories, no rules of engagement.
Vast armies have arrived. Now 3 houses fight for control of Dune. The noble Atreides. The insidious Ordos. The evil Harkonnen. Only one house will prevail.
Absolute cinema. Absolute cinema. There you are. Yeah. Yeah, that's the June 2000 video game, which I believe you can download for free now as part of the OpenRA project, Open Red Alert project. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. What have we got next? What have we got next? Cuter, my boy. Thank you so much for the Baneblade. Thank you for the Baneblade super chat, man. Good evening, Disser. Tournament, after action report, and stream discussion. Let's fucking go, bro. All right. Good evening, sir. After spending a week not looking at minis to slightly mental reset, may I regale you with the glorious outing of my Leagues of Votan to their first ever tournament, the Leipzig Major. First game was Purge the Foe against the worst of the worst, the fucking Tau, with a fucking Storm Surge. For those of you who don't know, that thing has 2 attacks hitting on 2s, rolling 1s because fucking Tau. Strength 20, fucking 4, AP minus fucking 6, and flat 12 damage. Oh, and of course, he also had 3 Riptides, of course. And 2 Ghost Kills, of course. And a footload of infantry. At least no goddamn Twin Lance. So he goes killing everything he sees because, of course, it's fucking Tau. And I get handed a fat 20-0 loss to start the tournament off. Hey, that's all right. That's just part of the submarine, baby. We're just submarining. You know, we'll win the next 4 games. And we'll end up in the top 10. It's all good. Second game, Linchpin against an interesting Renegade Raiders list. 3 Land Raiders, each loaded with 10 melee legionaries, a Master of Executions and a Sorcerer, 2 bike squads, and a Rhino with Havocs on board. Finally, my Land Fort showed up after doing fuck all in game 1, putting a Land Raider down to 3 Worms turn 1, killing the Wind Land Raider and a whole second one turn 2, as well as crippling the third while my Hearthguard stirs shit in one of the corners to distract my opponent. Opponent's dice were the opposite of hot, and so I stole away a 12-8 victory. Also, for an occurrence, and everyone's targeted as Havocs, but they lost more than half their models simply because of the Dark Pack failures. Hooray! See, we're submarining, baby. We take that big fat L, we turn it into a big fat W. This is the way, man. This is the way. Third game, and it's Tau again. I'm taking hold. No storms such a time, but honest to God, 3 Riptides and lethals on everything, and if I dare kill one of the units, they just spend 1 command point to get 4 rolls to hit against whatever just dared to play the game for the rest of the game. Seriously, Tau players pretend they play honest 40k, but they don't. Fuck that bullshit army. If I never have to play those disgusting fish faces ever again, it's still too soon. Loss 17-3. Right. Isn't it funny? And I don't. It's not all Tau players, by the way. We're not tying them all the same bush. We're just making a bit of a joke, right? Because I play Tau, right? Isn't it funny that those Tau players which complain about Tau hate, because not every Tau player does. A lot of Tau players just own it. Like, I own it. You know, I work to try and actually, I'm just very open and honest about it. Isn't it funny how those Tau players complain about Tau hate, go, oh, there's no reason for anyone to hate our faction. It's like, after 30 years of people hating your faction, maybe, just maybe, it's not everybody else. I play Tau. I'm honest about what it's like to play Tau. It's a fucking trip. And whenever I played, I can't remember the last time I've ever lost a game playing Tau. I think it was 9th edition 5 years ago. And I've said this before on this channel. People would hate, or hate's a strong word. People would dislike Tau a lot less if the community was a lot more honest about their faction. But what is the classic line that I always use? I just like playing Tau for the battle suits. That's interesting, mate, that you just happen to like the exact battle suits with the exact loadout in the exact force composition that is the exact meta list. So fucking weird that. Do you know what I mean? And the thing is, because people are actually relatively good at detecting bullshit, people know when you're bullshitting them. They just often are just too polite to say anything about it. Yeah. But the best thing, this is why I don't actually like dunk on Tau or hate on Tau anymore. People think I do, but all I do is speak honestly about the faction about one of the factions that I play. And it's like, people think I'm hating on them. It's like, no, I'm just speaking honestly. Like, I fucking played these games. This is what happened in these games. I once tabled someone in 1.5 turns, man. Like, at 2,000 points at a competitive super major. I had 2 shooting phases and tabled the guy. It was insane. Yeah. Just, the Tau community just needs to get honest and just needs to start owning it. Because until they do that, will be another 30 years people shitting on them. Exactly. Tau players pretend they play honest 40k, but they don't. Exactly. That's the thing. Don't pretend, just own it. People will like you and respect you more. It's that simple. Game 4, day 2, starts off with Terraform in a Leagues of Votan mirror match. Hey! However, the game was pretty much decided turn 1 when he failed to kill my land fortresses. That's always sucks when that happens. I then retaliated by disembarking my Thunderkin, who thanks to enhancement gets sustained and lethal on a 4+, removing the offending land fortress from this realm of existence. My Hearthguard cleaned up the other side of the board, and due to my opponent started having an abysmal dice luck, it was a 20-0 sweep for me. Submarine's back on, baby! Submarine is back on. Game 5 against the Stinky Boys, Death Guard. I am not exaggerating when I say the only things that died until the bottom of turn 3 were 4 of my Jaegers and 10 Poxwalkers. And then the Death Shroud came in with their 6 in Deep Strike and Charge and started fucking shit up. However, it was back and forth as somehow managed insane saves, and it was a narrow 12-8 loss. Death Guard are really good. They are very, very good. And it's that, but so I sometimes, a lot of people were complaining about Death Guard when they were very powerful. I actually found them to be an enjoyable army to play into, even with all of their bullshit, because it was back and forth. And when it was unnerfed Death Guard, I did manage to get 2 draws against them. And I was very proud of that before they got nerfed. And it was because it was just a very, very back and forth game. Yeah, Death Guard are hard, very hard, and very good. And they still are after the nerfs. But somehow you always feel like you get a chance to like do something back to them. Yeah. So overall, I was 2-3, and my hatred for Tau was driven to new heights. Seriously, anyone who claims they don't see the reason why I target so much hate is either lying or straight up has the smoothest brain known to mankind. Guys, I swear to God, Cuter isn't one of my alts. I swear to God, right? You met is how this is such a vindication moment for me. Such a vindication moment. How I'll say this again and again and again. Many of you may not like what I say. Some of you will like what I say on various different topics, but I've never lied to you. I've always given you my honest opinion. I've always given you my takes as I see it. And I've never tried to muddy the waters or obfuscate the situation. Is that the right word? Muddy the waters, smoke and mirrors, any of that shit. And you can see here. I'm not... I didn't lie to you. Yeah. I will find pictures of the games and the best painted entries down below. Thank you for reading. Have a great weekend, sir. You too, man. Let's have a look. Hey, on the plus side, it is a beautifully painted tower army. There's a bit of basing that could be improved upon, but generally speaking, it's a nice painted one. Well, both are, to be fair. God. The armies are beautiful. All of the armies here are absolutely beautiful, but I am so over 10th edition terrain. How utterly gash does that terrain look? And they've actually put some effort into it with like the bases have got like pictures on them and the walls are actually like painted and it still looks terrible. Yeah. This is on the nice side. Yeah. It's a crime what we have allowed to become a 40k. But all the armies are beautiful. Look, you might hate Tau, but the armies are gorgeous. And I'll say this, I very rarely face off against a bad-looking Tau army. All the armies are gorgeous, to be fair. Nice. Borderlands style army. That's so cool, man. Like the cell shaded shit. Nice. That's so cool. That's amazing. I love that. The land fortress is like Claptrap. I love that. Best painted entries. Wow. That is a very nice Votan army. Very nice. Oh, look at that. Is that Black Templars? Incredible. Black Templars is another army where I typically see some of the most beautifully painted Marines. Is that Tau? Kroot Tau? Nice. That's very nice. Knights. You know what? This is a beautifully painted army, but I almost don't even... Knights are one of those armies that, like... It sounds weird, but I almost think they... You see too many nice painted knight armies, which sounds awful, I know. It's just that, like, there was a brief period where every single best painted award was basically getting won by knights. And now I feel like people are kind of over it a little bit. Oh, that's so cool. That's a really cool army. Yeah. See what I mean? Oh, yeah, that's right. Another amazing painted knight army. Yeah, great. Like, it's so unfair because they are beautifully painted. I just think, like, it's the big flat panels just make it almost too easy to paint them well. Yeah. Yeah. Is that a an orc board? Yeah, I mean, that orc one should have won. Yeah. If that orc one didn't win, it's a travesty. I'm saying it now. Yeah. There you are. God, like per Element Glory, you know my first ever big game was against Tau, and I got bummed that I've never forgiven them. And you never will. And you never should. The one had fucking smoke and sound effects. Amazing. That one better one. I'm just saying. What do we got next, man? Lincoln MV! Thank you for 33 months, man. Pass 11th and how I learned to love one-page rules. Yeah, like, I don't know. So, I don't know, man. I'm using your member flex as a jumping off point here. But the fact that you said passing on 11th and you're learning to play one-page rules, maybe it's because we haven't got the full picture yet. But based on everything I've seen so far, I've not got a great sense that 11th edition is doing a good job of recapturing players. I'm not saying it's going to fail to recapture players. I'm sure it will recapture a great many. But it seems like there is plenty of people who are like not, like it's not uncommon. Like more like I see like play people that are like, I'll stick with Old World. I'll stick with whatever else I'm playing. Do you know what I mean? I don't know. Just a feeling in the air. I think, yeah, it's a feeling in the air. I don't know. It's intangible. But I will say this. They're one very good reveal away from correcting that or doing better with it. If that makes sense.
I only have one rule. Everyone fights.
Yeah.
And quits. If you don't do your job, I'll shoot you.
Is that my relationship with Foxhole? I haven't deleted it yet, but I kind of want to play other stuff. Yeah. Pull Duck Games, it might recapture a few people for a month, but it needs to hold attention. Yeah, like, yeah. Like, I'm not saying it's going to fail. I just feel like it's going to pootle along. Like, there'll be a bit of, I don't know, like, I don't know. I'm just not getting a great sense that a great many people are really feeling it, you know? But I think it's too early to say that a great many people won't start feeling it. Yeah, like, it might just be a bit of a poodling. Yeah, annoying. Yeah, some people will be all right with it, some people won't. But I think whether you're pro-poodling or anti-poodling, I think we can all agree that so far it doesn't feel like it's going to completely recapture a large amount of people for a long, sustained period of time. I think 11th isn't going to be a blow-up edition unless something changes that comes out. Yeah, like, I'd agree with that. Like, I don't think it's going to fail. Not initially. I don't think it's going to fail. I just don't think it's... I think I need to see more to be convinced it's going to be a massively explosive edition. I think that's fair. So, like, I'm not shitting on it. I'm being really balanced. Like, the launch box is fine. It's not a state. It's fine. Yeah, if I was to give my assessment of 11th edition at this point, my rating would be, it's fine. Yeah, it's fine. Which, to be fair, is a really big step up from where I was a little while ago when I said it's fucked. So my opinion of it has got more favorable. You know? CBQ, if you listen to YouTube, Warhammer sucks and no one plays it. Every video title is insert current topic regarding Warhammer. Situation keeps getting worse. Yes. But that doesn't mean those titles are necessarily wrong. like, they may not be quite as dramatic in the real world as they are on the internet, but it doesn't mean those topics are wrong and they have zero impact on what's happening in the real world. Yeah. What do we got next? Cosmic Drew, thank you for super chat. I bought a tank for Axis stream discussion with my bonus. Let's have a look, man. Hey! Nice. That looks cool, man. The old Panzer IV. It's a great kit. Absolute workhorse tank of the German / Axis army. Yeah. Very, very cool, man. Yeah, I think it's good choice, solid shout. Yeah, nice. There we are. And also the pizza looks nice, bro. Ishmael Thompson, thanks for super chat. Cadia and Armageddon lost. Blackpilled if it wasn't for my human defiance. Pete the Guardsman by Box in the Void. And what is your excuse, monster? Wait, is Armageddon lost? I haven't seen the new law. Is the new law that we lose Armageddon? If the new law is we lose Armageddon, then that explains why they weren't going to bring Steel Legion back. And I mean, I don't know, man. It definitely wouldn't make me more excited to play Warhammer. Yeah. Alright. No, the news that Armageddon was about to be lost until the Blood Angels and co landed. It was on the brink and then Space Marines arrived. Oh. So it's just the second edition. It's just the second. So it's just the lore from second. The second War for Armageddon. Oh. Armageddon is lost, but the last moment Space Reinforcements arrive and lead into the launch trailer for what, like lead into the launch trailer for the that we saw, or a new launch trailer? Is it a Varrock video? Oh, okay. Yeah, but Hive Acheron is lost now. Oh, okay. Well, that's quite a big deal, I suppose. I don't know. I'll be honest. And a lot of you are going to let out a collective groan right now, but I'm really not that bothered about what happens in Warhammer 40k lore. I'm fully emotionally disconnected from it. I'm much more excited to find out what happens in Asian fucking hell, Invasion America in K47. Because I've heard some rumors that are coming for that, and oh my god, it looks amazing. Like Asian America, is that a hint? Well, it is the Japanese invading America, so kind of. Yeah. Yeah. Mordian admits he's a whacker. No. I'm just disconnected emotionally from Warhammer lore at this point. People keep saying to me, "Oh, Mordian, what do you think about this lore? Mordian, what do you think about that lore?" And I'm just like, have you ever seen that? Have you ever seen there's a scene in the IT crowd, which is an old-ish, middling age, early sort of 2000 TV program in the UK. It's got some great memes in it and everything. And there's a scene in that where one of the managers, well, the manager of the IT department. So it's basically the IT department. 2 guys who know computers, and their manager who's a girl boss who doesn't know anything about computers. And it's, she tries to normalize them. They try and get her into computers. It's a very good program. Very, very well done. And then there's this one bit in it where, like, she's basically been, like, skipping the manager's meeting she's meant to be going to because she found them boring. And then she turns up to one she's not allowed in. And they're like, there's this whole weird thing, like, they're wearing, like, all the people are wearing dressing gowns before going into the meeting. And it's all like, what's going on? Anyway, she's obviously now, she didn't want to go to the meetings, but now she's not allowed to go to the meetings. She really wants to go to the meetings. And she's trying all sorts of ways to get into the meetings, the manager, Jen. And she's like, she tries to go to, like, the 2 guys that work for her, like, drum up, like, support. And she goes, Ross, don't you find an outrage that your manager, as your manager who represents you and your interests at this company, is not being represented at the management meeting? And Ross just looks at her for a second and goes, couldn't give a shit. And then just goes back to work. It's like the whole Top Gear, oh no, anyway, kind of thing, right? And it's like people are like, Mordian, have you seen, like, Hive Acheron's fallen? Armageddon nearly fell. But the Space Marines turned up at the last minute. Oh man, what do you think about that? I'm just like, couldn't give a shit. Go back. Yeah. Yeah. The thing about houses, they always try and walk in. The thing about DW is they always try and FOMO the box. Yeah. Frito, the orgy. Great episode. Yeah. Jen the Frito. Yeah. There you are. So yeah, like, I'm just emotionally disconnected from the Warhammer lore now. I kind of, I enjoy the game, but if I want to read good Warhammer lore, I'll go and read the Siege of Rax, Yeah. I'll go and read the some of the old some of my favorite, like, Warhammer 40k books and stuff, like some of the old Blood Gorgon shit as well. That was a good series. So when it did, honestly though, Invasion of America will be so much more hyped than 11th. I don't. Oh well, depending on the player, yeah. I'm looking forward to it. Yeah. Zyphon for the win, exactly. To be fair, the new campaign books have had good shit in them. I mean, that's fair. I mean, I don't know. To be fair, the Armageddon one sounds good. Like, it does sound good. Maybe it will start coaxing me back in. Like, right now, I don't give a shit, but perhaps I could be convinced to give a shit. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, let's have a look. What's next? Got some more super chats coming in here. We've got Ivor hard on. Hot take, but I think we will see a new Land Raiders edition in order to replace the Astreus. Nostalgia alone, I think it would be a good move too. Oh, the Atreus, the big floaty Forge World resin cunt. Yeah, I mean, I could see a new Land Raider design, maybe. I wouldn't be against it. Yeah, more new models, more models, the better. Yeah. Like, I could see. I can definitely believe Space Marines would get new models. This is something I can absolutely be convinced to believe would be something that happens. Oh, yeah. Star Captain. Hello. I have been really enjoying my action, by the way. So it's a really fun. Yes, they are. And they're even more fun in Konflikt 47. Soviets get really crazy in Konflikt. I'm going to There you go. Got two T-34s? Yes! Amazing. Star Captain, you are... I was talking about the hobbyists... I was talking about the Wargamer journey earlier, about how people start off only with 40k and then, you know, they start exploring, like, other armies and stuff. And eventually they leave the GW bubble and everything. And you are a perfect example of that. In fact, many people in this community are, to be fair. Yeah. That's awesome, man. I'm glad that you've been having fun with it. I absolutely love bot action. I absolutely love playing my service in that game. Yeah. All right. We've got Ibram Gorn. Thank you for super chat, message, and stream discussion. Let's have a look. So after having my card hacked, thankfully I got my money back, I can find super chat again. Well, firstly, boo, because your card got hacked. But secondly, it seems like it's been resolved well. So, hey, that's a good thing. I can find super chat again. Last Sunday's battle, 1500 points to K-47. The Germans had to hold the road. The Americans had to get the intel from the bank back to their deployment zone. Early Rift War, I had 2 Totem Core and a Toad Orb as my Rift units. Dad had some Fireflies to test the Sherman. The Americans won as they could contest the road and get the intel back. So we caught at the top of turn 5. As we were both tired. He'll start my pike and shock painting. Just needing to get better brushes to do the detail work. Also, new mini-stoves back rep. Yeah, I saw that. I'm going to add it to the queue. I really wanted to watch that. Yeah.
Vendors.
So I'm just going to put that back to the beginning. Let's have a look, man. Look at that. It's a big fucking building. Nice. The pictures are coming through all of it sideways. Oh, there you go. That's a bit better. I can see. Yeah, that's better. I can see it better now. All right. That's cool. I like the tiger, man. Looks good. And look at the guy with the super bazooka, like, ready to take it out. That's a really cool image. Like, the power armor guys with the super bazooka in ambush against the tiger. I love that. Yeah, I do really like the look of the power armored American guys. Pretty chaffy. Nice. I love the orb gun. Yes. Cool. Yeah, the super bazooka actually took the tiger out. Nice. Holy shit, man. The 50 cal machine gun, or is it 30 cal machine gun teams being like, just like literally holding the building, firing in every direction. I love that. Cool. Hey, yeah. Painting tiny dudes, you do need to, you do need some smaller brushes, to be fair. Yeah. But honestly, I think you can get some fairly basic colors on them. I mean, I found painting them with speed paints was the best way because I don't need to shade any of them. Might be worth considering. Yeah. Or some dry brushing, perhaps. But try out some different techniques and see whatever works for you, man. There you are. Nice one, Ibram. Love that shit, man. Next, I want to say a big thank you to the Wazian. Latest Kit Bash monstrosities in stream discussion. I wanted something that felt less chaos, a more janky pirate walk with my Forge Fiend. So I slapped together this monstrosity, going to battle damage and add some patches to give it more cobbled together look. Like this AI render, Kit Bash Chaos Vindicator is coming along as well. Hey, that's cool, man. That's really cool. I love it. It definitely looks like some sort of mad Dark Mechanicus creation. Yes. The kit bashing is real, bro. I love it. That's awesome, man. That's really cool. I'm loving the kit bashing. I am loving it, I have to say. Excellent stuff. Dark Knight Kerr and thank you, Super Chat. I do not condone that towel players list or actions. It's all right. It's all right, Dark Knight Kerr. You know, you are a reformed and redeemed towel player. It's all okay. It's all right. Snowbeast T, thank you for Super Chat. Force all confirmed. Hint and stream discussion. Yeah, I saw this. I saw this. As I saw this on the article as well. So, in the new Chaplain Through the Ages, I was reading there was a very interesting asterisk. Remember the Force Organ chart? It was planning its 30th birthday soon. So, yeah, in this Chaplain Through the Ages document, if you scroll all the way down, you'll there's a little asterisk at the bottom here that says, "Remember the Force organization chart? It will be planning its 30th birthday soon." I don't believe there's going to be a Force org chart coming back. I think this is like when GW teased that Battlefleet Gothic was going to come back and then it didn't. I don't know. I think it's just a little. I definitely don't think they'd do it. I just don't think they would. There's no reason for Games Workshop to bring the Force org chart back from their perspective. Force org charts just limit what people can buy. If there's no Force org chart, people can buy as much as they want and make all sorts of crazy skew armies and that kind of shit. Yeah, they might add a special game mode for Force org chart back, but not add it back into the full game. Yeah, like, it's interesting, though. You know, they mention Force org here. And then they mention, like, vehicle damage tables here, but it's in a very, like, specific, fun, like, game mode and stuff. So, you know, maybe there's going to be, I mean, this seems kind of crazy, like, some sort of campaign tree and stuff. So maybe they're going to add it back. And then they're mentioning, like, the apocalypse stuff again, and there's some interesting bits in there. So you know, maybe there's going to be maybe there's going to be all sorts of good stuff coming back. Hey, look, I don't think it will, but I'll be pleasantly surprised if it does. So yeah, AOS is Force org in former regiments. Yeah, there is a bit of Force org in AOS. To be fair, there is, but it's very different to the old Force org chart from what I can remember. They might be testing the war ready for 12th. Get hype for 12th! I am more excited for 12th edition than 11th edition. Because I personally believe it needs a hard reset, not a tinkering around the edge. But we'll see. Dark Knight Current, thank you for super chat. Tau is guard on easy mode. Guard over price, to be honest. I agree. I agree greatly. As someone who has played a lot of guard, when I first went over to Tau in 10th edition, I could not believe why Tau players were complaining. I could not believe it. Even before they got better marker lights, better guiding, I could not believe it. And then when they got the marker lights boosted and they were still complaining, I could not understand it. This is kind of what goes back to what was being said earlier. Like, Tau players are not honest about the state of their faction. Not all. The majority of the Tau community is not honest about their faction. In multiple ways, they're not honest. And as someone who's played Tau and who's played Guard, I find Tau to be much easier than Guard. Yeah. If I was 1 point more than a Guardsman for a way better gun and armor save, make that make sense. Oh, and dude, inbuilt -1 to wound, right? The save doesn't matter. The gun almost doesn't matter. The -1 to wound, huge. Think about that in 11th. My basic infantry are -1 to hit, -1 to wound in cover. Yeah. Yeah. Storm Surge could easily be 450 points of revival. I mean, how many points is the Storm Surge? I presumed it was 450. If it's under 400, it's a joke. It's 360? $360 points. What? I don't need to say anything. We're all thinking the same thing. Tau Storm Surge, 360 points. Yeah. Yeah. All right. James Homer, thank you for the super chat, man. I played Tau today, Mordian. Got my ass handed to me by orcs. Killed Gazgul, though. James Homer, thank you for super chat, bro. Also, Tau player, dirty. No, I'm a Tau player as well. Well, no, I play Tau. I should say it's a difference. I didn't. Tau are not unbeatable, but they are. No one is claiming Tau are unbeatable. What people like, the complaints are not about whether you can or can't beat Tau. The complaints are about other things, like people saying Tau are bad when they're not. Yeah. Yeah. It's entirely possible. You know, Tau do have some bad matchups, and orcs are really good at the moment. Very one-trick pony, but really good. Yeah. So, but James Homer, win or lose, Tau or orcs, I hope it was a fun game. Like, the most important thing is it was a fun game and everyone had a great time. That's the important thing. Squiggle to Sean, thank you for the super chat, man. Thank you for the 10 gifted messages, baby. Thank you for the support, bro. Thank you for doing your part. Thank you for keeping us fresh stocked with new channel members and new conscripts. Yes. Thank you for 10 more squigs that you herded into the community. Amazing. Let me have a look here. I got a tip from Finger Farm. Give me a second. Give me a second. What have we got here? Oh. Make sure I haven't missed any other ones. We're okay. So, Finger Farm. So, you think Big E will get from the throne before or after 20th? Oh, well before. Well before. Yeah, yeah. That Terminus Decree shit wasn't written out of idle speculation. They're going to bring every single Primarch back, including the dead ones, including the ones that never existed, the missing Primarchs. And then at some point, the Emperor will come back. And they will sell an Emperor model. Guaranteed. Why? Think about how much money GW would make if they sold an Emperor model. The one thing I will say, they might do it for 30k. They might do it for 30k. They may not do the Emperor in 40k, although I think at some point they will bring him back. But I think they'll do it in 30k. Yeah. Ah. 30k system where they fucked up and have let with her. Hey man, I'm not. If it's the illogical choice, it's the one GW will make. Yeah. Good old Chekhov's decree. Why show it and not use it? Exactly. Think about how many people would buy an Emperor model. Think about the chat it would create online. Think of the analytics. There you are. I want to say a big thank you to Dark Knight Curran. Thank you for Super Chat, man. A lot of tower firepower in the old days was regulated by Marklight tokens instead of guiding and elites with heavy support slots being so competitive. Correct. A very good analysis and a very good point. I don't really have anything to add except for, yeah. Like, in the past, you couldn't get 3 Storm Surge. You couldn't get 3 Riptides in a Storm Surge because they'd all be in the same heavy support slots. So you'd probably only get you'd only get 3 of the 4. And then the game was played at 1,500 points. So then if that's what you took, you wouldn't have enough points for anything else. And then that would mean you wouldn't be able to do like certain objectives and stuff like that. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, so I agree. There's a number of factors that have led. There are a number of things that were changed, I believe, arbitrarily because it wasn't fully appreciated by the new rules designers that were coming in after a lot of the old rule designers left or were forced to leave. And they made a bunch of changes, not appreciating the long-term impact it would have on the game. There is a reason why there's a reason why certain problems in 40k 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th edition will continuously repeat themselves and never get solved. There's and you'll see people, and people are cottoning on to this. Like there's a few people that have been saying like, well, this was a problem in 9th. Why were we doing this again in 11th? Force organization charts existed for a reason. Like, let me give you an example. How many editions has it been where people have complained about indirect fire now? I believe it's been 9th and 10th, the last 6 years. There may have been some complaints about 8th, but I can't remember. I'm pretty certain there were. But over the course of 9th, indirect fire got nerfed. Over the course of 10th, indirect fire got nerfed. And in 11th edition, if it ever rears its ugly head again, indirect fire will get nerfed. So why has indirect fire, why have they never been able to fix it? They've just been able to destroy it. Destroy its viability in New Hammer. But how come in the 30 years preceding it, in 2nd edition, well, we'll say 3rd edition through to 7th, was indirect fire never overpowered? Because one of the reasons was that indirect fire was highly inaccurate because of the template system. You see, when New Hammer was invented in 8th edition, without really fully understanding why templates existed and the importance that templates brought to the game, they were done away with because of the vague notion that people argued over templates. This vague notion. But if you take templates away, all that happens is you basically make indirect fire super accurate. So there's nothing you can do. There's no lever you can pull. It's either oppressive because it's super accurate, or it's not, or you add on so many to hit modifiers and the enemy getting cover and all this kind of stuff to the point where it's like, and lone op and all this kind of stuff. And you add on all of these mechanics, which basically make it useless. Indirect fire has only ever existed in 2 states. It's either been overpowered or it's been useless, basically for the last 6 years. Probably will be for the next 3 years as well. And the reason, yeah, it's either broken or trash. And the way you fit, it might sound crazy, but the way you fix indirect fire is by, in 40k, is by templates. Where you fire the template indirectly with a scattered dice, and you've got a 1 in 6 chance of getting a direct hit. After that, is it a 1 in 6 or a 1 in 3? Let me have a look here. It's a 1 in 3. Maybe you make it a 1 in 6 if you want to use different scatter dice, but you have a 33% chance of getting a hit and a 60% chance of just fucking off, scattering off into the ether. Yeah. Just use bolt action rules for them. I like that system. You probably couldn't use the bolt action. So you can't really use the bolt action rules. I've thought about this because A, you couldn't have spotters like you do in 40k because the spotters would instantly die because there's too many dice being thrown around. And you couldn't have the dialing in mechanic because the game has too much maneuverability taking place. There's no reason for someone to stay still. Yeah. Yeah. Reaver 102, wasn't a vague notion. People try to cheese them all the time and still do in fantasy. Best thing I ever found was the site that calculates it for you. I don't have any issue. So, yes and no. I will not deny the fact that some people would get really argumentative over templates. But I will not accept that it was a big enough problem that it was worth getting rid of them. And I will say this. I think templates could come back now because one of the good things about the Warhammer gameplay community is people are much more sporting now. The problem, Reaver 102, is, and this is one of the things that often doesn't get talked about when people talk about Old Hammer through the old lens, is that people, I would say there was a more stereotypical angry nerd aspect to the community. There was a reason why the term like that guy, the term that guy existed for a reason back in the day, and you don't often encounter a that guy anymore, right? So templates were not the problem. It was there was a subsection of the community that were to that guy. I think that nowadays we would not have that problem. Reaver 102, I wish I could say that, but New England is still whack as ever. I do think you guys have got it worse in America than we do in the UK. I have seen, so the last few times that I've been to America to play Warhammer, I have seen it's happened to, it sort of happened in one of the games that I played. And I saw it happening across the gaming hall a couple of times. And it happened very badly to one of the, in a game that happened with the group. So in the Adepticon doubles, one of the, there's multiples that went over from the UK, and we were in different doubles pairs and stuff. And one of the doubles pairs had it really badly, where some Americans went absolutely ballistic at them. Really, really bad. So I do think that America does have a slight. Whenever I've seen, when I've seen people like lose their shit on live streams, I tend to see it more in the US. I don't want any Americans getting defensive about it. I'm not criticizing. I'm saying I think you do have a greater aspect of it within your community. And obviously America's a big place, so we're grouping a lot of people together. But I do think there's more of an aspect of it over in the States than there is over in the UK. Yeah. Yeah. I do think there is more of it. I'm not saying why. I'm sure there's all sorts of reasons. Maybe it's just, you know, I don't even think it's even, I don't necessarily believe it's cultural reasons or anything like that. You know, differences of UK culture and American culture. There may be an element of that. Obviously, you know, America does have, you know, multiple distinctive cultures. You know, each state is like the size of a country over here in Europe, right? And one state's going to have different traditions and cultures to another state, right? So I am aware of that, but I don't think it's that. If I was to be candid, I think it's that America has been playing. I would say America is about 5 years behind community attitudes to the UK. But I think you guys, every year that goes by, you know, that gap is less. Yeah. I think that I think the simple reason for it is simply because America's such a big place, it's so disparate. Whereas the UK, like the Warhammer community is basically like everyone is singing from the same hymn sheet, right? Whereas in America, I think there's very much the aspect of local meta. Local meta is barely a thing in the UK. It's barely a thing. But I think local meta is extremely important in the US. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. So yeah, I think if you brought templates back, from a UK perspective, I think if we brought templates back, it wouldn't be a problem. And my evidence for this would be Old World, because after being around for like nearly 2 or 3 years, I've never had an argument with someone over the template in Old World. The established etiquette, which is not abused by either side, is here is a template. Please tell me how many people I hit. And it goes both ways, because you hand your template to them and they will tell you how many you hit. And then if they've got a blast weapon, they hand it to you and you're honest about it. And you just don't lie. It sounds obvious, right? But you just don't lie. Are you under? Are you not? Job done. Yeah. So I think templates are not bad. Templates are a reflection. Templates were not the problem. It's like guns don't kill people. People kill people with guns. Templates don't cause arguments. People cause arguments with templates. I agree, John Shepard. Local meta is much more important for non-40k games. Yeah. Yeah. Templates reveal the true player underneath. Exactly. I mean, it was close or hard to see, but I called my opponent over to check it as well. I mean, my approach is, if it's uncertain, just give them the extra model. Is it on the edge? Just give it to them. It doesn't matter. Even if you lose the game because of it, which almost, I cannot actually point to a single example when that's happened, but even if you lose a game, it just, oh, I'm not sure if he's under or not. Yeah, go for it. It's fine. I love templates, and yes, it was shitty attitude that caused problems. Exactly. It's attitude. Yeah. That's it. Someone makes a good point at Jaeger. It's money. Used to run a hobby shop, and some kids were spending weeks' paychecks to live power fantasy that never translates on the table. I do think that it's interesting. In the UK, we have very little prize support for tournaments. In the US, you guys have massive prize support for tournaments. But do you know what's crazy? As I said, 5-6 years ago, prize support was everywhere in Warhammer, and now it's died off. And maybe that, like I said, you guys are about roughly, very roughly speaking, in a very broad brush sense, I think you guys are 5 years behind. 5 or so years behind in terms of attitudes. Where we are not five behind seems like it's a bad thing, but I don't mean it in that way. Yeah. Like if you take prize support out, it makes it easier for the TO, and it also means like there's less like people desperate for the win, for the money. Yeah. I think cash prize for tournaments are bad. Change my mind. I agree. No, I agree 100%. It's not a real sport. If it's on the edge, it's going to be a partial, so Karl will make it miss if it shouldn't hit them. Exactly, rat bastard. Exactly. Yeah. Nothing wrong with a fun prize or two. Oh, yeah, yeah. A little fun prize here and there. Yeah, like the wooden spoon guy. Like, prize should... The guy who wins the event gets a certificate. Right? The guy who wins, first, second, and third, both get... All three of them get certificates. Well done. Printed out and laminated at home. Then you have absolute mega prize support for most sporting, wooden spoon, and best painted. Yeah, yeah. I just want a little trophy for a win. I spend money to go. If I wanted cash, I just not go. Yeah, yeah. Exactly. Yeah, like, give me a little 3D printed trophy. It means nothing. But it's something I can put on my mantelpiece, you know? Don't like a negative. I have yet to play against a British player. That was awful. I can't go to a single American game store without finding at least one that guy. And Dark Knight Current, that's exactly how it was over here. I'd say, to be fair, that's exactly how it was over here until 8th edition. Maybe you guys are about 10 years behind. But that's exactly how it was over here until 8th edition. And then about halfway through, or basically by the end of 8th edition, they'd all been pushed out. People... One of the greatest... People do shit on Newhammer for, like, normies joining the game. But one of the things that... one of the best things that kind of happened to Warhammer from a community, like, gameplay, like, people being sportsman-like, was that normal people... Not necessarily... Yeah, just normal people. They're still wargamers, so they're not completely normal, but... Relatively normal people just completely overwhelmed the existing population of wargamers. You know, where someone like, you know, people who are just fair-minded, just normal, fair-minded people. And they just came in and they were like, and someone's like, I'm going to try this shit. And they're just like, no. And what rules was written? No. I'm not going to, no, that's not, that's, come on, man, we're having a friendly game here. What the fuck are you doing? Like, people not afraid of standing up for themselves joined the community, and it just completely changed the sportsmanship overnight. Yeah. Yeah. Well socialized. That's it, Autonomous. Well socialized people joined. Yeah. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Canorian. Yeah. Yeah. I was there for that. I was there 3,000 years ago. I was there for it, but I don't think it was in the UK. I think a UK player was involved, but it wasn't in the UK. Yeah. It might have been, but I don't think it was. All right, what do we got next? Dark Knight Curran. Thank you for Super Chat, man. I think I'd be okay with the percentage system from Old World, but you really have to play style firepower correctly into special and rare. You have to make those categories very competitive. I agree. I do think percentage-based list building is better than pure slots. Well, I don't know. I really... Actually... Raw Force Org slots, which you stick to. You give no one any exceptions. The only exception you may allow is guard with platoons. That's it. And that's not me being biased, all right? But you don't bring tank squadrons back. So it's different, right? You just bring harsh Force Org back. And that's That's probably the best way of doing it. Percentages get us, like, it's like, it starts getting people used to the idea, and then we get them onto hard slots. Yeah. Like, I mean, I just think, to be fair, if you made everyone have to bring, imagine if everyone had to bring 500 points of battle line. No exceptions. And you don't, I'll tell you the one mistake the old world has made. The one mistake old world has made is they have certain characters that allow them to take special choices as core. So like, if you take a Black Orc War Boss, you can take a unit of Black Orcs as core. But then that basically means you can run like two really, you can run like two big Black Orc blobs, which is very powerful. And that I wouldn't allow. I would have none of that in any of Old World. That's my one criticism of it. That's the first step on the slippery slope to allowing people to take crazy whacker bullshit stuff. Yeah, just everyone has to take 25%, and it's just battle line, and it's not Wazdaka makes Bikers battle line. It's not like, oh, Creed makes Kazakin battle line, or, some box of that. It's just, you have to take 25% of your army's battle line. That's 500 points. No ifs, ands, or buts. No exceptions. I make it 50% battle line, but I think I'm too harsh. I think 25. I think 25% is enough. I think you say 25% battle line, and then you have 25% battle line. So it's a minimum of 25% battle line, and then you have maximum 25% for characters, maximum 25% for elite, maximum 25% for fast attack, maximum 25% for heavy support. So that would add, those four maximum categories would add up to 100%. But you couldn't take 100% of your list on those categories because you have to take 25% of your list as core. No, it's not Eternal Rhombus. It's not. It's difficult with the factions that only have one battle line unit, though. No, it's not. Those factions typically have better elite choices and better heavy support and better fast attack. So they would be worse at battle line, but better in other areas, so it's fine. Yeah. Poor Custodes. I mean, Custodes would be fine, right? Dedicated transport should count in the battle line percentage. I would have dedicated transports count to the percentage of the unit that's riding in there. So you buy dedicated transports become squad upgrades that you buy, because that's how it used to be. So it's like, if you take a Chimera for a unit of Stormtroopers, and Scions, and they're in your elite section, that cuts into your elite budget. If you take it in troops, it cuts into your troop budget. That's how you do it. Yeah. I'm telling you. Yeah, rule of 3 gets thrown out for percentage points. Exactly, Mad Larkin. Exactly. I know how to fix 40k. I'm just too lazy to do it. That's how you fix Force Org. And the way you fix shooting versus melee is you have weapon skill versus weapon skill, and you have ballistic skill versus evasion. We've spoken about this before on the channel. Land Raiders would go under heavy support. Yeah. If you bring back, so what you do is you bring back instant death, You bring back weapon skill versus weapon skill. You add in something that's never happened before, which is ballistic skill versus evasion. You bring back initiative, but you add in initiative bonuses to charging. That way you don't have orcs like charging and then not striking first, unless it's against someone who is like extremely fast, like Eldar. At which point, that's fine because that's part of the Eldar's defensive stats, where they get to kill a few orcs before they all get butchered, right? And you'd fix though. You basically do those sort of 2 or 3 things, and you're most of the way to solving a lot of the current problems in 40k. And then you have to sort the missions out, where the you have to sort the missions out where you separate you separate secondaries and primaries. And so some people basically you bring back the separation of primary and Maelstrom of War, essentially. And then the Maelstrom of War ones are cumulatively scoring that happen at the end of each turn. And the primary ones are end of game scoring, where you are trying to achieve something on the battlefield. Like, the point is it's not you're taking and holding points and scoring arbitrary stuff. The battlefield is the objective, and there are things on the battlefield that you're trying to capture, or you're simply just having a pitched battle trying to beat the shit out of each other. You do victory point on the killing each other one. You do victory points based on like, if I kill your unit and it's worth 100 points, I get 100 victory points. Yeah. That's how I'd do it. But that's just like my opinion, man. Snowpiece T, thank you for super chat. Command Squad and Chapter Master in stream discussion. Let's have a look, bro. Not good light, so I had to improvise. Had to use a blue LED flashlight to get some decent light. Anyway, I finally finished both my Steel Legion Command Squad and Custom Marine I was working on. I'm going to work on some Space Marines, already printing the urine sets from 11th. I love it. Edit one more better picture below. My back pain is making me lazy. Well, sit down, have a rest, or lie down. Yeah. Hey, they look all right, man. Although I am going to lambaste you for being a fucking degenerate for having cat ears on your Caden Castellan. I'm sorry, like, you're a degenerate. I'm gonna call it out. You take it however you want, but you are degenerate. I love Calgart. There we go. Hey, that's come out all right. Nice. Absolute fucking degenerate. Cat ears on his guardsman, tits on his Space Marines. Fucking hell. I'm, ironically, I'm just busting your balls. Hey! Moving aside, the paint job looks sick, mate. There you go. The paint job looks sick. All right. There you go. What have we got next? We've got Lower Decks. Thank you for the super chat. Sidelined. Let's have a look, man. Sir, the job is on. You could cut the tension with a knife. Striking the money always brings out a ferocious response. I am prepared for a thrilling heist full of action, suspense, and high stakes. So why are Jenkins and I in a Mr. Whippy ice cream van outside the bank? We are sitting out here selling ice cream to all and sundry. Sir, what have I done to deserve this? I'm really curious to see the purpose of the ice cream van. It'll be equally hilarious if it is just keeping you out the way and actually part of some diabolical, like, scheme. There you go. I love it. Trying to act normal, knowing I'm about to hand in my resignation at work. so true. I can relate. I can relate. There is nothing like the euphoria of handing a resignation into a job that you hate. It is better than sex. At least the sex I have, anyway. F in the chat for Mrs. Mordian. Handing in a resignation is one of the most powerful moments you can have. Yeah. And that's what it is. It's power. It's power. It's the moment when you take control of your own destiny and you realize and you remember, and everyone forgets it until it happens again, but you remember you are not an NPC. Yeah. The 2 weeks after a tweet note to the biggest game of your employer, making it harder because what are you going to do? Quit? And what are they going to do? Sack me? Exactly. It's even better when it puts the company into immediate oh shit mode. Yep. I've got so many stories from this. I got so, not so many. I have handed my resignation in style basically 2 times. Yeah. And both, not to wank myself off, all right, but both times I handed my resignation in, my manager of the time had like an actual breakdown. Like, one of my managers was in tears on the second to last day of my notice period, saying, I don't know what I'm going to do. It's all gone to shit. The other one, once I handed his notice in, literally, I kid you not, went, sat down at his desk, sat there for a moment, and then bashed his head on the desk. And everyone like looked over like, what the fuck are you doing, Steve? Because he knew he was fucked at that point. Because I was the last one of 2. I was the second person to quit, and between me and Owen quitting, it was like he was fucked. Yeah. 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 Resignations were a good one for everyone. One of my bosses lost one of our best co-workers suddenly, was much nicer to me and less demanding. You see, that's a very fortunate situation, Canorian. I've been in the situation where someone quits and then apparently I had to do 2 people's jobs. Yeah. Both times that I quit, within 3 months, the guy that had been my boss had left as well, but not quit. They've been fired. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I've actually thought about making these, like, because, I do the Tale of a Tournament Gamer series. Both stories I have around this are worthy of it. It's just nothing to do with gaming. Like, Tale of a Corporate Drone is what I could probably call the series. I was thinking of calling it, like, Tales of a Corporate Gamer, then people might think it's part of being, like, part of the AAA gaming industry, and I was never part of that. Yeah, Tale of a Corpo Drone. Yeah. Yeah. Do it on the gaming channel? I mean, that almost feels less appropriate. It's nothing to do with gaming. Yeah. There are 3 times in my life where I've quit something. Exactly 3 times. Every single time that... because it was dragging me down. Every single time that... I very, very, very rarely quit anything. The 3 times in my life where I have quit things, 2 of them were jobs. One of them was when I dropped a subject at college. And in all 3 of them, it worked out better for me because the thing that was dragging me down, I no longer had dragging me down. I very rarely quit, but I don't quit things because they're too hard. There's a big difference. It's not quitting something because it's too hard. It's essentially making an important, like, tactical decision to cut off a chain that's dragging you down. It's very, very different. Yeah. I go 100% type out stream discussion how I quit my job and what was said. I remember it like yesterday, and this was the first job I've ever quit. There you go. You never forget, man. I remember them all clearly. I remember exactly where I was as clearly now. Like one of the like when I dropped the unit at college, I mean that was like 15 years ago, man. I remember it as if it was yesterday. I remember exactly where I was stood and exactly how I felt. In every single instance. Dai Akumi, I've quit 2 jobs. One, I was being bullied by people I worked with because I was English, this being in England. And the second was bakery because I was doing the jobs of 2 people. Ironically, I actually have a similar story, but not to do with bakery. But it's probably a little much for this channel. Yeah. Anyway, let's go. What have we got? We've got some super chats coming in here. Cosmic Drew, thank you for the super chat, man. What do Krieg eat for breakfast? Trench toast. Cosmic, you should ban yourself. Give yourself a timeout. Last Jagan, thank you for the super chat, man. Battle report from a 750-point event and my first goat win. Let's have a look. I cooked something spicy this one. Bastion Task Force Space Wolves. Librarian with Hero of the Chapter, giving him battle line while leading. Plus 10 Stormguard veterans, giving them the detachment rule. 2 times 5 intercessors, 1 times heavy intercessors, 1 times Wolfen. Bastion Task Force gives this battle line advance / fallback / shoot and advance and fallback action. And since incursion battle line can advance, shoot, and action. So I thought I'd just do all the actions with mass battle line. So I thought it's spicy. High volume shots, albeit all strength 4 for strength 5. And damage 1 or 2, depending on the guns. Game 1 versus Marines, Anvil Siege Force. Lost 25-28. It's a nice game against Peter. I main thing is my MSU squads did so well, which forced me to expose myself to my squads. Fumbles on my advanced rolls for Sternguard veterans. Fair enough. Game 2 versus Drukari. Witch drug detachment. Lost 40-45. Another game of cat and mouse with my squads. Got so many good Overwatch off with Sternguard veterans. Lost due to I didn't know if I could shoot with intercessors, then shoot with Sternguard veterans, then go back to the intercessors for an action. If I could, I would have won by 3 points, but still a great game. My opponent nearly got tabled, and Stacey was puckered up nearly the entire game, which is the sheer volume of fire that I had. I mean, yeah, definitely he doesn't. Yeah, Dark Elves don't like volume. Game 3 versus Knights Crusaders. Yeah, the Crusade 4-73. Oof, rough. Yeah, the Crusaders ripped my squad to pieces. I flopped my advance rolls. Then my Wolf needed a 9 to kneecap a Knight and rolled a 7. We rolled into an 8, failed. We only hope shot off the board on his next turn with only a Gravity and Intercessor squad left. I threw in that towel. I feel I was on something as the first 2 games it's super close to combine the incursion rules and the Bastion Task Force. Junior's the 1K event where I run it back. I'd love to have eyes of the Primarch battleline models, get precision, which I feel would be nasty. Lastly, my Crusaders, Thousand Suns at spam. Goat spam with narrative. A low goat shaman is trying to liberate his fellow goats of the chains of slavery against the source of Terminator Lord. They finally won. My first win. 1-6, baby. It was against Tower Crew Cavalry spam, and I tabled them. Bottom of 5. It just took a never give up, never say die attitude and upgrading Doug, my Vortex Ruthless Beast, into a Defiler. That and the detachable where I can force mouse one to room for the entire phase at the cost of D3 mortals and having a 4++. I mean, that all sounds pretty powerful. I later had an opponent witness the Sorcerer and Shaman duke it out where the lower got turned into a Chaos Spawn. The Blue Shaman came out on top, barely. The Goat Revolution is at hand. Viva la Revolution! And the next game I think I have him ascend to a Demon Prince. Nice! Well, this sounds really fun and great. Loving the narrative, loving the vibe. This is why Knights shouldn't exist in the game. How the fuck are you going to deal with Knights at 750 points? I mean, almost no faction could do that. I mean, have we got some pictures, maybe? No, sadly not. But the boards look cool. Yeah. But yeah, like Knights at 750 points, I mean, that's like 2 big Knights, right? Realistically, they're about 375. You can get 2 Knights at 750. I have 2 medium-sized Knights. I absolutely am sure you could get that at 750. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, I really wouldn't put too much. I just wouldn't. This is just. Oh look, you faced 2 super heavies at 750 points with no anti-tank. Surprise, surprise. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, it's not going to be an interactive game. You know, some people saying you can outscore them. Yeah, true, but it's just not going to be interactive. Yeah. Pick up Knight, throw against wall, proceed to call my opponent a wanker. I win. True. True enough. But the first 2 games sound excellent. Sound absolutely excellent. Yeah. Sounds like exactly what you want from a 750-point game. Back and forth, close scoring, and good vibes. Yeah. And you can see that you can see that in the armies as well. Yeah. It's cool. It's very cool. All right. What have we got here? My wolf would have 2 attacks hitting on 3, anti-armor 3+, AP 2, damage 2. With Oath of Moment 4 is it? I can kill it with 10. I mean, yeah, but you have to get there.
You heard me. I said Cree.
And that's hard. Yeah. What do we got? That right bastard, thanks for super chat. Picks true discussion. Dare you send your plate back? Presenting the 3 times winner of the Altdorf Guild of Gorman's Silver Ladle, Gaston Legume. Legume just needs flowers doing tomorrow. Amazing. I love that. Oh, man. I absolutely love that. That's brilliant. Get me a pizza with nothing. Nothing. Amazing paint job. And I'm loving the name and the background. I like to think that he only won because no one dared complain about his food. It's not that he actually was the best chef. Oh, man. All right. All right. I do have... I need a drink. I need a drink. And then there's actually some bits that I want to... there's a couple of videos that I want to actually sort of watch and react to. We've not actually... It's been a while since we've done this. but I think all of them will make for good topics of discussion, and we can have some good back and forth. And one of them is quite beefy, and one of them is potentially beefy. So I know some of you feel like you've been starved of beef recently, but I've got some beef for you. Don't worry, all right? Don't worry. I'm just gonna grab a quick drink, and then we'll get to it. All right? I'll be 1 second.
Another glorious day in the Corps. Day in the Marine Corps is like a day on the farm. Every meal's a banquet. Every paycheck a fortune. Every formation a parade. I love the Corps.
I'm back. What do we got here? Relent, thank you for the super chat, man. Do you think cannot benefit from cover abilities like the Tyranid, Pyrovore, Flamers, Burning Spray triggered ability will also prevent hidden? Ooh. It's not a particularly helpful answer, but I could see it going either way. It may be that if benefit of cover is updated, it's that it there's like a list of... So the way they could update it is if you... It's how I could imagine them sort of like writing the rule. It's like a unit within a terrain area has the benefit of cover. Well, no, technically this would be GW writing, so it would say a unit within a terrain area is within an area terrain. A unit within a terrain area is in a terrain area. A terrain area is a terrain area. Okay, right. I'll be serious. I could see them writing a unit in a terrain area has the benefit of cover. The benefit of cover means that enemy units are -1 ballistic skill. If your unit has not fired this turn and has the benefit of cover, then they get hidden. And then it goes to explain what hidden is, right? So how that would work is if you strip cover away from them, they lose hidden. That's how I could see them writing it. So it's like benefit of cover equals this. If you have the benefit of cover and you haven't shot, you get to be hidden. Therefore, if you don't have the benefit of cover, you don't get to be hidden. So I have no idea. I have zero. I could see it going either way.
You heard me.
I can see it going either way. But if it was to work, that's how they could do it. Yeah. All right. It's a bit like with the recon detachment for guard, where it's like you have the benefit of cover. If you already have the benefit of cover, you get +1 to your save. And it's kind of like that, right? All right. What do we got next? Solarius, thank you for super chat. Hobby update in stream discussion. All right. Finished the Men at Arms squad during stream. Dude. They look great. I think you've done a truly fantastic job on that unit. I do think the official GW Men at Arms models look excellent. Yeah, there are some models which I just don't believe need updating. And I just don't believe the Men at Arms need updating. They look good. Like, especially if you start running them in absolute mega bricks, you know? They look great. Excellent work, sir. Excellent work indeed. You're making me want to crack on with my Bretonians. Good shit, man. Damn good shit. All right. Solarius, also thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, sir. Thank you for your support. Have I left my drink? I've left my drink outside, but I raised my glass to you, sir. Thank you for doing your part, man. For doing your part. Doing my part. Fuck it out. I just said thank you for doing my part. Sorry. Thank you for doing your part, sir. All right. We've got James Homer. Thank you for super chat, man. Hi, Mordian. Message and stream discussion. Hi, Mordian. If 11th doesn't plan out, we could always play Chitty Chitty Bang Bang rules. What the fuck is Chitty Chitty Bang Bang rules? 1 minute.
Attacking here from the rear. Attacking from the rear. That's dashed unethical. Artillery, prepare to open fire. Fire!
Why is there like music going on in the background?
Here, from the rear. Attacking from the rear, that's dashed unethical. Artillery, prepare to open fire. Fire!
I need to see the original video for that. That looks amazing. Yeah. Have you never seen Chitty Chitty Bang Bang? Of course I have seen Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, but it was about 25 years ago, if not longer. It's been a very, very long time. I don't really remember it that well. I remember the car flew. I remember the song a bit, like, nah, nah, chitty chitty jam bang bang, we love you, hey ho, nah, nah, nah. And I mostly remember that because of Ace Ventura, When Nature Calls. Yeah. Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm just not that bothered, Russell W. I'm really not that bothered about watching Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, alright? Maybe I will. The best bit is the Ace Ventura. It's like, let's take a shortcut. Hey ho, chitty chitty bang bang, we love you. Hey ho, chitty. So good. Puddle Up Gaming, that shirt distracting. Puddle Up Gaming, are you so down bad? Bro. Are you so down bad that a small picture of a slightly sensual Marge Simpson, a cartoon character, on my chest, so my face is in the frame, right? So you're like it's all right. Like, if I'll just like cover Mordian's face up.
Forward, you dogs, to victory!
Puddle Game is like, it's been a while, man. It's been a bit of a dry spell, all right? Leave me alone. All right. Let's have a look. What have we got here? Do you want to cover it up or... There you go. What do you want, chat? Marge on or Marge off? Marge on. Marge off. Just a little Marge poking out the top there. Just the eyes. Maybe the eyes is all you need. There you go. There you go. All right. Marge on. All right, you can have Marge on. There you are. So a bit of tasteful Marge. Yeah. What have we got next? So Newbie, thank you for super chat, man. The Tales of an Auditor Whom Got Fed Up. The setting for the story. I was an auditor for 4.5 years. The job was okay. Minimum wage, £12.21 before the pay rise. Flexible days and hours. And an utterly great supervisor, but a dogshit manager. Sadly, my supervisor left on maternity leave back in September. But the cover supervisor I had worked in from the last maternity leave, and she was great also. However, I suffered an ankle injury in October and kept working on it till November. Didn't get back to December, but then Christmas rush didn't help the foot. Worked through it while training 3 new people. No support from my manager, and the supervisor was doing his work. Had a massive chest infection in February and came back in March. Had to do return to work. Manager kept pushing it back. Got to the point I called him up on it. He tried to push it aside, and that's when I just blurted the words without thinking, I quit. His reaction, what the fuck you mean you quit? Bit shocked at myself for saying it, but given his reaction, it sealed the deal. Yeah, I quit. What came next was a wave of abuse more than I dealt with him before during the last 4 years. You fucking cunt. You can't just fucking quit. You have to give me 2 weeks notice. No, you don't. Notice is a polite thing that you give if you want a reference. If you have no intention of ever getting a reference from the place, you never need to give them notice. Me, yeah, sure. I'll send an email right now, and if you don't pay me for the hours I've worked so far, I'll take you to court. Personally, but thank you for the chance to have worked here for the past 4.5 years, but I'm going to move on to better things. I hung up, typed out the email, went around the warehouse to say goodbyes and shake hands, then left my ID card and office key at security and drove home. It felt like giant concrete slabs having been lifted off my shoulders, but my heart felt like it was in overdrive. Still looking for a job as of now, but my mental health has massively improved. The manager was a dickhead, and the job was changing so much that for the worst that I didn't feel like the place I signed up for those many years ago. Bro, I get it, man. I know dude. I know exactly how you fucking feel, bro. Like, and you'll never forget that moment. You'll never forget that moment. And his reaction to you quitting was the best reaction you could have hoped for. Because that was the reaction of someone who finally realized that they didn't have power over you anymore and they were panicking. Right? It wasn't that he was thinking he was screwed or that the company was screwed or anything like that. It was the fact that he had got used to basically having power over you, and then when you just went, I quit, it was like his spells didn't work on you anymore. His Jedi mind games didn't work on you anymore. And that loss of power is what fucked him up and got that response. Yeah. Literally, dude, I love that story. I absolutely love it because you stood up for yourself. We actually talked about this a little bit yesterday. We had like Mordian's life lessons, right? And I said that everyone, sooner or later, everyone learns this. And the sooner you learn this in life, the better your life will be. Learn how to stand up for yourself. People think that if I don't, I don't like confrontation. Get comfortable with confrontation. Don't start confrontation. Don't be a dickhead. Don't be a bully. But get comfortable with standing up for yourself and the confrontation that leads to. You will never be happy. You will never have a happy feeling backing down and letting someone walk all over you. And it will never resolve the situation. Ever. You never start the fight. You never, you never want it to be a fight, but never be afraid of just being able to have the confrontation. It's that simple. And we're talking this through the lens of like work and everything. Obviously, there's different situations and everything and different circumstances. But by and large, like the sooner you get comfortable, not comfortable is not even the right term. The sooner that you accept that confrontation is what will solve your issue and capitulation will not, the sooner that you'll be able to start improving your life. I mean, you want the best example? Fucking appeasement in World War II. Appeasement never works. Capitulation never works. The only thing that works is when you finally decide to be willing to stand up for yourself. Yeah. It's that simple. I once to give you the short version, Sir Newbie, I had a similar situation. So basically what happened is the first place that I worked for, I was taking over from someone else who they had already quit, but they were doing their month's notice, and I joined basically and got about 2 weeks of training off them before they left. And then the manager that I had was, or he was all right, not great, not terrible, perfectly fine manager. He was just overworked. He just didn't really have time to manage. But what happened is I then got, and he wasn't a problem. He was fine. And then I had a supervisor who was a chap who was called Owen. And Owen, so you'll always come across someone in your life who you'll have an infinite amount of time for, an infinite amount of respect for, and you just pick it up instantly. Like, you just get it instantly. And Owen was, he wasn't a perfect human being. Don't get me wrong. Who amongst us is, to err is human. But Owen was like legit. As a supervisor, he was legit, and he was incredibly hardworking. And he always, had my back. He taught me a lot about, how to stand up for myself in the workplace and all this kind of stuff. Especially as someone who's fresh out of university, I was a little bit less confident and everything. And one of the things that happened was Owen worked 13 days or 14 days in a row because it was an end of year. It was a project that needed to be done, and he did 12-hour days 14 days in a row, and he didn't even. And normally he was just doing like 9 to 5, right, 5 days a week, right. But it had to be done. And Owen was the kind of guy, like, if it had to be done, it got done, right? And after working 14 days in a row, like Monday through to Sunday, Monday through to Sunday again, he spoke to the manager and was just like, sorry, we had a new manager come in. Like I said, the old manager, he was just so busy, he couldn't really manage, and his job was very important. So he basically just got, okay, you're not a manager anymore. That's just your job, and you're doing great. So keep going. So we're going to get someone else in who's going to be basically the team manager, right? This new manager is called Steve. And so Owen, Steve was off, man. Steve, he smelled like, not figuratively, like actually he smelled bad. Like I think. I don't know what it is, man. It wasn't like maybe he only showered like every other day. But I noticed it like every other day. He just fucking ponged. Right? Like, there's no way of like putting this nicely. He just like ponged. Like the point, you had to hold your breath around him. Because, like, if you didn't, it was unpleasant. And it reminded me of, like, Jurgen's miasma from, like, Caiaphas Cain. Like, every other day, he had this miasma around him. Anyway, so Owen did these 14 days in a row, and he, sent an email on, like, the Sunday evening saying, like, okay, this was a big construction project, by the way. So these 14 days, it was like, if this concrete wasn't poured, the whole thing fell apart. It was wind turbines, so you had to get the concrete poured to get the foundations in, so the whole project could go ahead. And if it didn't go ahead, it was all mega fucked, millions of pounds down the drain. So it wasn't like, oh, we just worked 14 days. No, like 14 days on site, 12 to 14 hours a day, supervising, project managing, organizing it, 1,000 people. The timings had to be perfect because you had to get the pours and the pouring and the setting, all this kind of stuff, right? So it was a proper 14 days, 12 hours a day kind of job. And it was like physical as well. He wasn't doing the pouring himself, but there was a lot of like, being on site, doing a lot of like coordination, all that kind of stuff. Like it was proper, right? It's like project crunch time. It was like that. And he said to Steve, I just need a day off. Can I just have Monday, Tuesday off? I've worked the last 2 weekends when I shouldn't have done. There's nothing urgent that needs to be done now. Nothing. Like, I haven't actually got that much to do now. Can I just have the Monday, Tuesday off as essentially like the last weekend that I missed. I'm not even asking for the other one that I missed, just the last weekend that I missed. And Steve was like, no. Because Steve was like, he was still like only a few months in the job at this point, and he was like trying to act like the big hard man. You know, giving it the big one. Oh, he was the big boss. He was acting like he was a big boss. Yeah. And Owen just went, seriously. And he was like, yeah, if you're not in work tomorrow, like you're gonna get hauled in for a disciplinary, and we're gonna dock your pay. And Owen went, okay. I quit. There and then. Quit on the spot, didn't turn up to work the next day. Because Owen was very good at his job and was well known in the industry. And so he quit his job, took a week off, phoned up one of his mates in the industry, and had another job. Like that quickly. Like the company was originally quite proud when they got him. And then when he left, and he was very clear about why he left, he sent an email because he knew the CEO of the company. He sent an email to the CEO saying, "This is why I've quit." He said, "I've been putting up with Steve for 3 months. This guy's." He said, "We all got the email, right? Like he sent it to the CEO, but the CEO sent the CEO's email. The secretary manages the email. Obviously, you know." Spicy drama like this, it gets around the office very quickly. You know, some people start, seeing the email and all this kind of stuff. And he basically said, Rod, I'm quitting. I can't work another day under that man. We both know which one I'm talking about. The guy's a moron. He has no idea what he's doing. He has no duty being in that job. And I just can't stand him. I quit, effective immediately. Done. So this made Steve look like an absolute dickhead. Who Steve was an absolute dickhead, by the way. Like I have zero positive things to say about this guy. Like he's like the smelling part. Do you know what I mean? Like the fundamentals I had problems with. Anyway, so Steve then gets it into his head that I was going to do both people's jobs. And Steve was like, I've got good news for you, Tim. You're getting a company mobile at last. And I was like, oh, that's cool. And he handed me, I thought, I'm getting a new company mobile. He handed me this like battered old like BlackBerry, which I realized must have been like Owen's and the guys before Owen's. It wasn't a new, it's like this battered old BlackBerry. Like 2 of the keys were missing on it. And he was like, here you go. Your new responsibility is you need to be on call. And I was like, all right. And he went, so yeah, you need to be able to take calls any time of the, you need to be signing people on and off site, like remotely. So you need to be on call. And I was like, okay. And he went, that will include weekends. And I was like, so I have to take work calls at weekends. And he was like, yeah. I was like, and I was like, oh, okay. Like I was a bit naive at the time. So I was like, oh, well, okay. Like I sort of took it, but you could see I was kind of skeptical. And then, after doing this for like a couple of weeks, I was like, am I getting like a pay rise or like a promotion with this? And then Steve gave me the usual bullshit, like, oh, well, no, this is going to look great. It's going to give you fantastic, recognition within the company. We're going to, it's going to be really appreciated in like the management team and all this kind of stuff. And I was like, okay, but like, am I going to get a pay rise and a promotion because I'm technically like working 7 days a week now? Like I'm on call. You can't just put someone on call and have them work weekends and not pay them for that. Like you can't just do that. And he kept dodging the question. This went on for basically about 6 weeks. This went on. And do you know what? After that first couple of weeks, I just didn't take the calls for the weekend. And he actually tried to like pull me up on it and was like, some of the guys on site are saying that they can't get you at the weekends. And I was like, oh yeah, like I had some missed calls, but I was busy. I was busy. He's like, well, no, you have to take them. I was like, well, it's kind of hard to take it when you're on when you're on a roller coaster, Steve. Like, what am I going to do? He's like, no, you have to take the calls. You're on call. And I was like, so I can't have any time off. I can't do anything. I've just got to sit here and look at this phone. And he was like, I said, well, you need to give me a pay rise. I said, this is a lot of work. You need to give me a pay rise. And he kept dodging. Long story short, after he continued to not address the question. I continued to ignore the phone calls until he pulled me into a disciplinary. And he said, you're still not taking the phone calls at the weekends on call. And I was like, yeah, I know. It's my weekend. I'm off. He was like, no, you're on call. I went, well, no. I'm off. It's my weekend. Because he put the date for my HR meeting in my calendar on a Saturday, thinking I wouldn't look at it. And I had it linked. I got the notification. And I was like, oh, yeah, what's that? So I had my contract with me. And I went, tell me here, point here where it says I have to be on call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And he was like, well, no, it's part of, that's an old contract. It's part of your new additional responsibilities. And I was like, well, it's not part of my contract that I signed. So if you want me to do it, you'll have to give me a new contract with a pay rise. Because, by the way, I'd spoken to Owen about this because Owen took my calls the weekend and he'd basically like prepped me on what to say because I was a naive kid. I didn't really know what to say, right? So he'd prepped me on what to say. As you need to give me a new, I was like shipped. I had like a little quaver in my voice, but I was like, I'm standing firm. You need to give me a pay rise. I wasn't like hard, but but I knew Owen had been like, don't buckle, like don't do it. Like if they're gonna make you do this, this is how you get it. Right, so don't think I was being Billy Big Bollocks. I was being trembly Big Bollocks, all right? But I said, you need to give me a new contract with a pay rise, with a promotion. Otherwise, I don't have to do this. And he actually said, and I'll never forget these words. He actually said this to me. He said, if you keep, he said, right, Tim, you can do this for the recognition and actually get a bit of respect around here, or you can keep pushing this pay rise thing, and that's only going to lead to one place, and that's the door. He actually said that to me. So I was like, I literally went, okay. Because when I'm really pissed off, I just go completely silent. I'm like, oh, very, very, very nearly silent. I go, okay. Closed my contract, walked out of the door, phoned up Owen and said, this is what he said. Owen said, give me 1 hour. I'll speak to one of my mates. Owen spoke to a guy called Kev. Kev said, Owen says you're looking for another job. I was like, I am. And I had a chat with Kev for an hour. He said, well, I think you sound all right to me. And if Owen says you're good for it, when can you need to come in, you need to go through a few token like interviews and stuff. But other than that, you should be fine as long as you don't fuck it up. So when could you start? Presume you've got it. When can you start? And I was like, I can start. I said, well, I haven't technically quit yet. And I've got like a 2-week notice. But like, basically like, should we say like 2 weeks, 3 weeks? He said, how about you do your 2 weeks notice, then have a week off, then come and work for us. And I was like, okay. So I come into work the next day. And I remember exactly what I said to Steve. See, you always remember these moments. Sir Nuvi, you always remember these moments, right? So I get into work early. Well, I always got to work like 15 minutes early. I was pretty good with that. I got into work half an hour early just to make sure that I was ahead of Steve. Steve gets there sort of 10 minutes early. You know, everyone sort of got there a little bit early. You know, Steve wasn't lazy or anything like that. And Steve comes in. He's like, oh, you know, hey, Tim, how are you? I'm like, yeah, I'm all right. You know, and I say, our meeting yesterday. And he goes, yeah. I said, I remember you said to me, I had a choice between working for the recognition and getting respect and or the door. And he was like, yeah. And I went, without saying a word, because I had a suit jacket on, pulled my letter of resignation out of my inner suit jacket, in a suit pocket, and handed it to him. I went, look back to my PC. And he opened it, was silent for a moment, and then just banged his head on the desk. I kid you not. Like psycho shit. Just went. I don't want to hurt. It was really loud. Like, it was so loud. It must have really hurt him. And the whole office like turned around to look like what the fuck he was doing. And he just went. And just had his head there for about 10 seconds. And then after, like, you know, there's like an awkward. Maybe it was only 2 seconds, but it felt like an eternity. And I was looking at him like, oh my god, is he like? Well, you know, because I'm like 21. You know, I'm not. Maybe like 22. I must have been 22 actually. You know, I've been there a couple of years out of uni. And he then just gets up, like ramrod straight, marches over to like the HR department's like office, like opens the door, goes into it, closes the door behind him, and basically like you can see like he's just like panicking in there with the HR lady. Yeah, banged his head on the desk, freaky. No word of a lie. Those of you who have heard me tell the story before, you've heard me say, you know, I've said exactly the same story before. That was it. I did my 2 weeks. For the next 2 weeks, Steve tried everything to try and convince me to stay. And every single time he tried, I went, are you going to give me a pay rise? And he was like, that's the one thing I can't do. And I went, okay, no, thank you. What about this? Oh, but in a couple of years' time, you'll be a manager. Oh, well, you don't. He even tried. He even came up to me. So 2 days before I left, he came up to me and said, I've been looking into the company that you're going. Because I told him where I was going to. I was like, I've been looking into the company that you're going to. They don't look like they're in good financial positions. I think they were a French company. And Brexit had just happened. And he said, they're a French company. Brexit just happened. I think if you go over there, like, it won't be a secure job because of Brexit. And I said, well, it's the UK branch. So I'm not going to work in France. And I went, yeah, no, it's fine. I'm okay. Like, he literally said that to me. And then on the last day, the day that was 2 days before my last day, 1 day before my last day, he offered me a pay rise. And he was like, I can put you up from, I think I was on, I was only on like, it was like a student, like a post-uni, first out of uni job. So it was like, I think I was on like 20 grand at the time. Maybe 19 and a half, right? And he said, I can put you up to 25 grand. And the job I was going to was offering me 30. Kev had given me, said it was going to be 30. And I just said, that's not enough. He said it was a 25% pay increase. I went, yeah, I'm getting more at the other place. And then he just gave up. Obviously, he didn't speak to me until, you know, that was it. There you go. Yeah. So, Sir Newbie. Dude. We're like We're like corpo bros. We're like ex-corpo bros. We're corpo survivors, man. We're like corpo survivors. Yeah. CB Cooper, yeah, regardless, it just proves he could have gotten you that raise at any time and just didn't value enough. Yeah. Exactly. Exactly, man. It's not that he couldn't give me a pay rise, it's that he didn't want to give me a pay rise. There you are. And do you know what was ironic, right, about the whole thing? He was just like my manager. There was like other people involved in all this, but not involved, that were like part of this company. And the department head was this lovely lady, and she was nothing but nice to me throughout the entire thing. She said, "Oh well, she actually said to me, we know that we're basically a stepping stone." She was very realistic. She was the one that actually interviewed me and gave me the job, and she was like, "We know that." She said, "We hire a lot of students. We know that we are a stepping stone for a lot of them, and." We recognize that. Obviously, they obviously hire students because it's a bit cheaper and everything, but they don't begrudge it when the students go on to bigger and better things, not even slightly. So she was like, yeah, like, you've been here like a couple of years. It's probably, it makes sense. You're probably just moving on to your next journey. We really wish you the best at the new place and all that kind of stuff. Like, she was lovely. Like, she was very realistic, very down to earth, totally okay with me, like, quitting. Like, didn't want me to quit. Obviously, but recognized it was just a reality of the way they structured and designed the company, essentially. Yeah, she was lovely. Got me a nice card on the day that I left. Yeah. Yeah, I'm done with any corpo speech. I know the lies of honey words that are poison. I'm not looking to be part of the team. We're like a family here. Nope. I work fair. I work for fair pay and respect from now on. Yeah. There you go. You did a Brexit of your own? No, sadly not CB Cooper. I wasn't in the French company at the time. I went to the French company. Did Durham self-employment is the way forward? 100%. 100%. I couldn't survive in the corpo world now. I couldn't survive in the corpo world now for the simple reason is that I wouldn't be able to talk like a corpo. Like, they'd be like, because I used to know the lingo. I used to be able to talk the language. And I used to go along with all of the bullshit, all the lies. Like, oh, this project will definitely improve things. But everyone knows it's fucked. Right? And someone would just present me with something. And I'd just be like, this is fucked. It's never going to work. And they're like, no, we need to have a meeting about it. Like, I'm not having a fucking meeting. Like, I'm not having a fucking meeting. I'd just be like, why are we having a meeting about this? This is pointless. We don't need to have a workshop for this. Just give me the work and I'll just do it. Yeah. No wonder you fell for GW shit for so long. I had the corpo mindset, man. I was in the Matrix. People talk, right? This is going to sound like very, maybe I should get my tinfoil hat out for this, shall we say? Right, we're having live lessons with Mordian today. I had some other things I wanted to do, but it's fine. We're having live lessons with Mordian tonight, right? The Matrix is real. In fact, you are under the control of multiple matrices in your life. But the thing is, and one of them is work. One of them is work. One of them is your job. One of them is like the corporate matrix, right? It's the corporate matrix. I know this better than anyone else because I was there, right? And many of you will know what I'm talking about isn't bullshit. You'll have your own stories which are parallels of this, right? And you can never be, as long as you work from one company to the next, to the next, to the next, you will never be free of the matrix. You will never be free of the work matrix. And the greatest, I'm going to get right. This is the big one. The greatest lie ever told to the work, the greatest lie that you will ever tell yourself is, I can't work for myself. It's not secure enough. I need to work for someone else so I have a secure job. It's bullshit. Why would your job be secure when your fate is in someone else's hand? They could fire you at any time. Even in the UK, where we have supposedly good protections, they'll find a way. Why would your job ever be good when you have to basically do someone else's bidding, someone else's whims? Right? It's a lie. It's a lie. This is it. Working for someone else is less secure than working for yourself. You just need to have a good business to be able to work for yourself. There you go. Yeah, that's it. That's the Matrix, man. That's the Matrix. Again, sorry, I can't work for others anyway. I have a bad habit of talking my mind. Yeah. Well, I didn't. Now I have a bad habit of talking my mind. You know? Like, yeah. Toilets and boilers, boiling toilets. Fire me if you dare. Everyone, in this new corpo world we live in, everyone is replaceable. The only way you can't be replaced is if you work for yourself. There you go. Mordian is the Caiaphas Kane, Alex Jones of YouTube Wargaming and the corpo world. See, I know these things because I live these things. That's it. There you go. We really need Tim's corpo tales. I mean, dude, we don't have time now, but I'll tell you next. I'll make a video about. I'll either tell it on stream again, or I'll make a video about the time when in my second job, the CEO of the company managed to crypto scam himself with his own cryptocurrency. Funniest shit I've ever seen. Funniest. This was like well before like Bitcoin was even like, this was like when Bitcoin was only just becoming a thing and Ethereum was only just becoming a thing. And this guy was like this guy was like the original crypto rug pull, but he fucked it up and rug pulled himself. Well, actually, that's not even true. He fucked it up, essentially rug pulled himself, but no one else bought the crypto coin because this was at a time when people were sensible. Like, to me, I do. Like, we're going off on a complete tangent now. I think people who fall for crypto rug pulls, it's their fault. I'm just saying, like, how many times does this need, like, it's like getting a phone call and saying, oh, yeah, your long-lost relative over in wherever has died and has left you £1 bazillion. Just give us all your bank details so we could transfer you the money. It's the same thing. It's exactly the same thing. Right? It's not a hot take at all. No. Like, when people go, oh my God, like, what was that? When like that, oh my God, like the Hook Tour girl did like a crypto scam. It's like, who the fuck was buying a coin from a girl who became famous for a funny Instagram reel? Like obviously it's a scam. It's like Wolf on Wall Street shit, man. Who's buying this? You know, it's like the pink slips versus the blue slips, or whatever it is. Yeah. Yeah, it's just, yeah, I just see it the same way. If someone tells me that, oh, so and so fell for, you know, one of these like scam emails where they're like, give us all your bank details, we'll transfer you the money. I see that. I react the same way to that as I react to people funneling all their money into a crypto scam. Like, how can you not? At this point, there are so many stories of it. You can't fall for it unless you're a moron. And even when there were no stories about it, how did you fall for it? Like, did your instinct not tell you, like, this wasn't going to be a thing? It's crazy. Like, I had a guy. It's the same with the whole, like, NFT thing. I had, like, NFTs were just a scam. Like, they were obviously a scam. Like, obviously. Oh, there were very few people that made a ridiculous amount of money off it. Do you know who they were? Yeah, scam artists. Like, the people that made money off it were the people that are the usual people that are able to make money off this kind of stuff. The people that are running the shit. You buying into an NFT is never going to make you money. You buying into a crypto coin is never going to make you the money. You are not going to get rich off this. Other people are going to get rich off you. What's the old saying? A fool and his money are easily parted. Dewasian, I don't think anyone who said, but they're non-fungible, even knew what that meant. It was just the thing they said. It reminds me of that scene from the movie, like, This Is the End, where it's like, oh yeah, no, I can't eat that. It's got gluten in it. It's like, do you even know what gluten is? Gluten is just like a catch-all term for bad shit. You know, if you smoke a cigarette, that's a gluten. Patrick, NFTs actually have one singular use case that I think is extremely useful. Not as an investment product, but as a copyright ownership and verification product. They have a very, yes, you are absolutely right. They have a very niche use case. But that's not what people were making money off them for. Like, I have a mate, and, like, I love him to death. But this whole NFT thing, he got so into it. He was on, like, multiple Discords, buying into multiple NFTs. And he was like, he spent so much money. And he kept saying to me, like, you should get on this. I was like, no. So it's worth so much money. I was like, he, like, showed me this picture of, like, I think it was like a rocket ship or something. And it was like, this is worth like $200. Or this is worth like, this is going to be, he went, this is going to be worth $2,000. And I was like, but how much is it worth now? And he was like, well, I paid like, I think he was like, I paid like 120 quid for it. But when the other ones come down, you can put the different parts of the rocket ship together. It's going to be worth like $2,000. And I was like, but right now, like, if you sold it now, what would you get for it? And he was like, I don't know. But when it's all completed, it'll be worth. I was like, yeah, but how much would you get for it right now? And he was like, yeah, but, you know, there's rumors going around. There's rumors going around the Discord that, like, Snoop Dogg's going to invest in this. And I was like, Snoop Dogg. I'm not making this up, by the way. I promise you, hand on heart. I tease him about this now. We're still mates. Like, don't get me wrong. We're still mates. I tease him. I was like, when Snoop Dogg coming to pick up his NFT? He's like, fuck off. Literally, I made that exact joke over Nando's with him. Yeah. You know, like, yeah. Yeah. Crazy, man. Yeah. This reminds me of the old saying, hold out two hands, one for hopes and dreams, the other for shit, which fills faster. I love that. That is amazing. Yeah. That rocket, in fact, did not blaze its 420. Exactly, man. And this is the thing. So going back, like, this whole like crypto scam thing that the CEO that I know tried to do. The reason it didn't work is because at the time, there wasn't this like apparent like infinite pool of fools that would just part with their money over anything, right? It was because it was on the internet. It was he was too early. Like he was way too early on the whole thing, right? Like if he'd done it like 5, maybe 10 years later, this was because it was pre-COVID, right? If he'd done it post-COVID, he probably would have been able to make millions off it. Millions. But he did it pre-COVID. And pre-COVID, like, there were way less people on the internet, like, falling for this kind of shit. Not saying there was no one falling for it, but there were way less people. So, like, and, you know, it's just, they were just like, there's just like normal people. So it's just like, he announced this whole thing and just no one bought it. It's just that simple. Just no one bought it. The cleverness in this scam is making people believe that they've been intelligent enough to discover a great secret and make them think they're better than other people for a time before the rug pull. I honestly don't know how. I just think that only works on morons. Like it's, yeah. It's just it's literally just it's taking advantage of people. That's what it is. But you're never gonna stop people from doing it. Yeah. What's that famous George Carlin quote? Think about how stupid the average person is and then understand that half of the people are stupider than them. There you go. I wish I would have listened to the kid I went to college with back in 2012 when he was talking about Bitcoin, but let's be honest, I would have invested $100 and cashed out when it hit 1,000. Lol. Yeah, exactly. I have no regrets over Bitcoin. I had an opportunity to invest in Bitcoin and Ethereum. And the thing is, like, it's just one of those things where, like, I just don't gamble. Here's the thing, like, I just don't gamble, and it's basically gambling. Yeah. Like, there's... Yeah, it's just that simple. Yeah, I still buy a bit of Bitcoin every now and then, but I'm not looking at it as if a get-rich-quick thing. I mean, I think that's what it is. It's just get-rich-quick schemes, isn't it? Yeah. You gamble on the tabletop. I suppose, but there's no money involved, is there? I only take my gambling advice from a YouTuber who plays the god. Well, that's it. I've used my influence now. And now, not only have I influenced everyone to be obese, but I've also influenced everybody to gamble, apparently. There you are. Yeah. Is that tabletop blackjack? Then yes. There you are. Prep Cook survived. My hot take: old codex and supplements going to skyrocket as Yuba gets more woke. Just throwing it out there. So, I don't particularly like the term woke because I think woke is a thing. I just think the term is overused. I don't think it has anything to do with GW getting more woke, although that is arguable that it is happening. It's as the game. I think as more and more people leave Newhammer but don't leave Warhammer 40k, the prices go up. And I don't think that's a theory, that's a reality. I started buying a bunch of old codexes towards the end of last year. And the prices were like, actually it was more like halfway through last year. It's probably about a year ago now, actually. And the prices it was like a $5 per codex. Now they're up to like 10, 15 or 20 pounds for some of the rare ones. So the prices are definitely going up for old codexes. Demand is going up. The prices are going up. I don't know if it's anything to do with wokery or anything like that. It very well may be. I think it's more to do with people not being as keen on the direction of the game going, and people hearing stories about how good old editions were, or knowing and remembering how good old editions were and going back to them. You won't, and it's specifically certain editions which are going up in price. You find 3rd, 4th, and 5th edition codexes are going up. No one's bothered about 6th or 7th edition ones. It's you I've been fighting with on eBay. Yeah. Great one. Woke just actually means that you're aware of and acknowledge certain social issues and injustices. That's the actual definition. It's been co-opted though to use as a slur. Yeah, I think yes. Yes and no, but I know what you're saying, and I'm not going to dig into the details of it. I think we both know what you're saying. I'm not going to pick your words apart. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Russell W. He's influenced us all to be fascist, racist, gamblers, job quitters, narcotic users, and probably serial killers. Don't forget gay. He may be a bad influence, but we still don't know. All right, what have we got next? Oh, we've got some super chats coming in here. The Talzun, thank you for the super chat, man. Just found out about the Severan Dominant and have decided I'm repainting everything. I need this to be the next Steel Legion riot. I need this to be the next Steel Legion riot to be the next thing we force UW to get more of. Get to work, everyone. What the fuck is the Severan Dominant? I feel like you might be on a... You might struggle to find quite as much support on this one. The Severan Dominant is a confederation of worlds located in the periphery subsector of the Calaxis sector in the Segmentum Obscurus that has seceded from the Imperial Man under the leadership of the former subsector governor of the periphery, Duke Severus the 13th of Kulth. It is one of the 3 factions, the Dominant, the Imperium, and the Orcs of War Grimtooth, currently battling for control of the periphery as part of a massive conflict that has come to be called the Spinward Front by the Departamento Munitorum. Duke Severus was unquestionably a hero of the Angevin Crusade that added the Calaxis sector to the Imperial Man in the 39th millennium. Without the rogue trader's influence and tactical acumen, the war to control the Calaxis expanse would have taken centuries to complete. Some historians even argue that the revered Saint Drusus might not have completed his conquest without the successes of Severus. Of course, it was the Duke's own failings that led Drusus to surpass him. Severus's greed was his great limitation as he chose to consolidate his holdings in Calaxis rather than continue his task of expanding the sector. For generations that followed, the heirs of Severus' family have trod a path based entirely upon lies and loathing. Their resentment built with each generation as their desire for what was seen as their just reward went ever unfulfilled. Even across the centuries, this unjust fury had few consequences for the Imperium at large, as the descendants of the first Duke Severus descended into family of marginal influence and power without their want of trade or the capacity to claim new domains and titles. In 799.m41, the latest heir of the Severus lineage, Duke Severus XIII, became Lord Subsector of Periphery. Even as the Calaxis Lord Sector Marius Hax granted him the title, he feared there might be serious ramifications to the appointment. Hax's handover was forced to make the selection. Severus had spent his lifetime establishing a powerful network of allies throughout the periphery. Key among his allies were a few ranking members of the Adeptus Arbites within the Calaxus sector. The Duke used these connections to eliminate any rivals. At the same time, he made certain that his own official records appeared spotless. Recent investigations have brought to light evidence that Severus may have planted witnesses, falsified records, and even sponsored assassinations among some of the most loyal noble families in the periphery subsector. Unfortunately, all these crimes came to light prior to the Duke's ascension as ruler of the periphery. With this authority in hand, he soon began reaching out to new connections, so that he might secure his holdings in short order. He began to rapidly expand his holdings beyond the boundaries of the periphery. Soon he had an influence over a significant number of worlds, yet he did not report his expanded control to Lord Hax. Instead, he reached out to the enemies of humanity, including Drukhari Kapal, known as the Children of Thorns, so that his rampant expansionism and influence might continue unabated. Disaster struck when the Orcs of Wild Grimtooth descended upon Duke Severus' holdings. Even as he attempted to marshal his forces so that they might defend the holdings, the Drukhari began to press the human politician for ever greater access to the worlds he supposedly secured for their slave raids. As his holdings began to fall, Severus, out of desperation, turned to the Imperium for aid against the Xenos. The increased imperial presence inevitably revealed the depths of the Duke's betrayal. Evidence of his expanded holdings soon surfaced. Though he had planned to eventually leave the Imperium, the timing forced his hand long before he had completed his preparations. Rather than succumb to punishments that he so richly deserved, Duke Severus chose to consolidate his forces and secede from the Imperium, initiating the three-way conflict that soon consumed the Spinwood front. That actually sounds half decent. When was this law written? I'm getting... look, I'll eat humble pie if this was written in like the last 10 years. I need to find... There's a lot of law here. Let's have a look. Sources. Only War Core Rulebook. Ah, of course. 2012. I was like, this law sounds far too good. This wasn't written by New Hammer, was it? Yeah. 40 years isn't that long ago. But it's pre 8th edition. That's when it all went to shit. The old guard wrote that before piecing out. Exactly. It's pre 8th edition. That came out at the end of 5th edition. That, like, the very end of 5th edition. So obviously, it was being developed before the end of 5th edition. So that's why it makes sense. That's why it's so good. There you go. There you are. Yeah, exactly, Russell W. Isn't it? You can literally pinpoint when it all started going fucky. Yeah. Talzun, that sounds awesome. That sounds like a great hobby project. You should... But here's the thing. Don't wait for GW. Do it yourself. Seriously. If you wait for GW, not only will you be waiting a long time, if they ever deliver it, but also, they'll probably do it worse than if you just did it yourself. Don't wait for them, man. Don't wait. Do it yourself, and it'll be so much better. Yeah, I'm doing it because they look sick as fuck. Dude, they do look sick as fuck. 100%. Right. Commander JTL, thank you for super chat, man. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, baby. There we are. Simple Logic, thank you for the gifted membership. Oh. Merlin, thank you for super chat, man. Small hobby update in stream discussion. All right, let's have a look. Hey, this looks good, man. My new command camera armed with turret autocannon and the cool Aquila rear ramp based on the Forge World conversion. Nice. Ready to game 5th edition on Sunday. They're not finished painting yet. Yes, mate. Love it. Last image is the last set of Lord of the Rings tournament next week. After that, I just have the old Witch King on Fell Beast to paint for the single mini painting competition. Last thing I worked on, but done the show for it, is I made a start on updating the Captain Codex, bouncing points, costs, and ideas off ChatGPT. It's come with some interesting suggestions on how to improve the Codex. Think of adding some of the suggestions like optional extras that could allow me to do so. So I'm mostly updating the Codex 5th edition standards in terms of points costs, and it's looking pretty good so far. Nice! And that's a good use of AI. Not making it do the entire thing for you, but basically using it as an advanced search engine and to potentially bounce some queries through. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Nice. Hey, man, that looks pretty sick. Yeah, it's looking good. Hey, I have no idea what those are. I mean, I know the Lord of the Rings. I mean, they're men. They're probably one of, like, the niche things that were happening, like with the dwarves off in the mountains or something. In that sort of area, right? Hillmen, is that it? Wait, I thought the Hillmen weren't the Hillmen like. I thought the Hillmen were on the bad guys' side. Are these bad men or good men? Like I just remember the ones from the movies that were like, rah! Like going around like pillaging stuff. Is it are these the like the more squared away bad men? Or am I getting completely the wrong end of the stick? Axemen of Loza Arnak. One of the fiefdoms in the books. Oh, but I don't know much about it. I only really remember what happened in the movies. A Gondorian fiefdom? Fair. Okay, so they're basically like a Gondor like sub-faction. Cool. Well, they look sick, and the flag looks particularly good. Particularly. Excellent. All right. Right. What do you guys want? Do you want... Okay, I'll give you a choice. You've got 3 choices. Okay? And we might get to more than one of these, but you got 3 choices. Oh, 1 minute.
When I sat down to
okay, you got 3 choices, chat.
Darkwater, I decided to avoid doing...
Fuck off. 1 minute. No, well, don't fuck off. I love you, but hang on. You've got... Is this the worst Games Workshop product ever? By Olden Demon. You've got... How the new 40k rules might be Age of Sigmar 5 by The Honest Wargamer. And you've got a Minisodes 2nd edition campaign battle report. So, not beef. You got some old hammer. Maybe beef. Definitely beef. I don't think this one's speculative. Let's find gentlemen if you watch it. Qua. Right. You're banned. Beef? We're beefed out? I mean, I think you mean you're beefed out, Sir Newbie. Other people seem pretty up for the beef. When did the original Minisodes video come out, Ibram Gone? That's a good point. It only came out 13 hours ago, to be fair. Yeah, I should probably give it a little bit longer. I'll just link it in chat so people can watch it. And then I can come back to it. Yeah, I don't want to steal views off it. That would be bad. The voices in my mind. All right, fuck it. We're getting beef. You're getting beef. I was going to do the Minisodes one, but Ibram Gort made a good point. Read that. So, you're getting the Olden Demon one. Yeah, I would have done the minisodes one. I was very much leaning towards it, but I want to give it at the very least, I want to link it and then give people a chance to watch it, and then maybe come back to it either this stream or something. I might still watch it this stream, but I want to link it first. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. I'd tell you what, I could actually, to be fair, I probably can watch it, because then if I make a stream highlight out of it, I won't release it for like a couple of weeks or something. Yeah. Anyway, let's have a look. Let's have a look here. Let me. There we go. I kind of watched a little bit. I watched like the first few minutes of this and thought it was very good, but I wanted to finish it off. So I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll watch the beef. We won't do 2 beef topics. We'll watch the beef. And it's not 40k related beef, so you don't have to like worry about it, right? It's not like we're beefing on the new edition and I'm fucking up your hype train. So we'll watch the beef, and then we'll watch the minisodes, and then that'll probably be the stream. All right? All right. So let's have a look. Gentlemen, we might have some beef. Well, by might have, I'm pretty certain that the beef here is confirmed. So, Old and Demon, which is a very good channel, which if you are not subscribed to, you should be subscribed to, did a video covering Warhammer Quest Darkwater, which was a game that came out towards the end of last year, which had a little bit of... It had a good mixture of hype and beef surrounding it. So the thing that sort of... People were very excited for a new Warhammer Quest game, because Warhammer Quest is very cool, and that's great. But there was some big beef with it because of the pricing. This product was £160, which is quite a lot for what is essentially a board game. That's what it is. If you don't know what Warhammer Quest is, it is a very light role-playing game. Like not on the same scale as like classic D&D or anything like that. It's a very light role-playing game with a few characters basically like dealing with mobs and doing a few missions and defeating a few bosses. It's a very light RPG board game essentially. And so there was a few people that were very grumbly around the price of this thing. But most people accepted that the models looked pretty good. And with it being, Warhammer Quest, it was going to just be a nice, fun sort of casual game and not worry too much about it. If I may, I had an opportunity to beef on this game when it came out. In fact, in a few live streams, I did refer to it as Warhammer Queef Dogwater. And the reason I beefed on it at the time was because some of the facts about the game were beginning to emerge, and some of the drama around the prices were beginning to emerge. But truth be told, it was just when I was in my ultimate salty phase. And I recognized, but fortunately, I hadn't been completely consumed by the salt at this time. And so I recognized that I would have been preemptively beefing on a game when I didn't really know anything about it. And that's not how I like to beef. I'm only human, so sometimes I do beef like that. But my preferred way is beefing from a position of knowledge. Like, we're not going to assume something is fucked. We're going to know if it's fucked, and then we'll cover it. Like, that's why with my sort of the lead up to 11th edition, I have been being... I think the jury is still out a little bit on 11th edition. I am feeling a bit more positive towards it, but I haven't, as the 11th edition hype train started rolling, I've not been like beefing on it. I've just been sort of objectively analyzing it, talking about the good stuff and the bad stuff. And as more information comes out, I might swing one way or another. But with Warhammer Quest, I waited because I suspected that it was going to be a shitter. And all I can say is, send me to the black ships. Send me to the black ships. once again, I have been vindicated. Because I said this product, like I said, I called it Warhammer Queef Dog Water. I think I called it, was it Warhammer Queef Dog Water? That was it. Warhammer Queef Dog Water. And the reason I had an inkling this product was going to be shit was because it came out in 2025. And pretty much every game that GW put out in 2025 was at the very best a side grade and often was actually a downgrade. Do I need to point you towards Horus Heresy 3.0 and what happened with that? And all that kind of stuff. So, but this came out towards the end of the year and I'd already basically spunk my load on the beef, so I didn't cover it then. But I am covering it now because Old Demon has done a video on it and, well, the title is this the worst Games Workshop product ever? So let us listen to the man and see what he has to say about it.
When I sat down to review Warhammer Quest Darkwater, I decided to avoid doing what everyone else did. Play a couple of skirmish scenarios, say it's great, and walk off before anyone had noticed. I have now played the entire...
Good man. I feel like so many content creators, not all, but I feel like there's a significant portion of content creators that just jump on they almost jump on the momentary hype and then they jump off it again instantly. And I feel like they often don't have to live with the consequences of this because they jump on it to capture the views. A bunch of people make money off the views and all that kind of stuff. A bunch of people will watch this, go out and buy the product, and they're the ones left holding the bag. So, actually, in a very, very, very good integrity by Old Demon. That's what I'm looking for.
My campaign acts 1 to 3, plus every single boss encounter, including the bonus final one to cover all bases. It's a load of gameplay and took me easily over 20 hours. In conclusion...
20 hours is okay. But 20 hours for a board game seems a little light. I'm someone who is fortunate enough to have a semi-regular board game group that I'm able to participate in. And I must have lost hundreds of hours playing the old Dune board game from like the 1980s where you got the little tokens and everything. And someone plays as the Fremen, there's like a couple of houses, someone plays the Emperor, someone plays the Guild. Do you know what I mean? Like, 20 hours, like, there's infinite gameplay in that game. But it's a slightly different product, I suppose.
Is Darkwater any good? No.
I love, because that would have been the perfect if he had less backbone, which he doesn't. He's got a good spine. If he had less backbone, that would have been a perfect opportunity for him to go, well, it's complicated. And basically when someone goes, it's complicated, what they mean is, it's bad, I just don't want to upset anyone and potentially cause a bunch of drama, which might cause a negative light around my channel. I don't want to tell you the truth. I want to protect my reputation.
It's not the worst Warhammer product ever. The squig that had a product recall because it could harm children was the worst product ever. Darkwater is just the worst one you can currently buy.
It's the worst game
in a store. It is unforgivably busted, but if you are watching this review after having purchased the game, the good news is I have some fixes. I recommend to salvage some value out of this box. Out of this £160 box.
£160. Do you want to know what you can get for £160? Yes, it is Shillian glory time. For £160, you could toddle over to Wayland Games and buy yourself 2 bolt action starter armies. One for allies, one for Axis. And you could have 2 full armies, one for you, one for a friend. And I'm going to say full armies, I mean full armies. I'm just saying. You could buy this or you could buy 2 full armies from another game and get into a game which is going to give you more than 20 hours worth of gameplay. A lot more.
£160.
It's a lot of money.
If you've been war crime doom scrolling and this video has just popped up on your
War
playlist,
crime.
then please allow me a moment to explain. Warhammer Quest Darkwater is a successor to games
That's
like
amazing.
Warhammer Quest Cursed City and Warhammer Quest Blackstone Fortress, which themselves are successors to the original Warhammer Quest, which is a success.
I heard Blackstone Fortress was very... Going back, I heard Cursed City died because of bad logistics, which weren't necessarily Games Workshop's fault. I heard Blackstone Fortress was actually quite good.
Blackstone Fortress, which themselves are
But that came out in
successors
like
to the
8th
original
edition,
Warhammer
so
Quest, which is
of course
a
it was good.
successor of sorts to Hero Quest, and so on and so on. On paper, Darkwater might be the biggest and most ambitious board game that Games Workshop have ever released. It is a roguelike, semi-legacy dungeon crawler that contains over 60 missions, dozens of other encounters, over 300 items for you to collect, and promises almost infinite replayability with just the contents of the base game. In
Fair
addition
enough.
to that, for the first time ever, the entire enemy
I will say this for Games Workshop. So much of this is beautiful. Like Games Workshop, there's a lot you can criticize them for. And we do. But they have got very good at making their stuff very pretty. That's probably a reason for that. Prettiness probably drives sales. People see pretty things, they buy pretty things. I'm not even going to demonize that. Like, whatever, sure, that's just the tactics they're going down. But they do make things that are very pretty.
NPC faction can be used in a separate game, Warhammer Age of Sigmar, with their rules in the Maggotkin
That's
of
cool.
Nurgle battle tome. In addition to that, the 7 unique adventurers can also be used as a regiment of renown in Age of Sigmar as well.
That's cool.
So, what could go wrong with this box? Let me explain. Literally everyone I've seen has said nice things about
Games Workshop released Warhammer Quest, made it cross-compatible with AOS, so that more people would buy it because they were like, hey, at least I'm getting more value out of this because it's cross-compatible with AOS. But then basically charge people more money for less models. If they bought the same amount of models elsewhere, it probably would have been cheaper. But they were like, hey, here's a few models that you can spend 160 quid on. That's where your actual value is. All this other shit, you're not even going to use it. It was, yeah, that's what I reckon's happened here.
Warhammer Quest Darkwater, and to be fair, there are some good things here. The character design is really nice. These aren't the kind of generic
Very
adventurers
pretty.
and archetypes you usually see. The
I disagree with that. That is basically Radagast the Brown before he had one too many mushrooms.
box cover art looks
That's a dwarf.
really nice.
That's a knight.
The game is really easy to learn. Where games like Stuffed Fables and Gloomhaven Jaws of the Lion have used a spiral-bound book, Darkwater uses a massive hardback book, which astonishingly enough does actually lie flat on a table. This book houses your turn timer
Fair
and
enough.
marks all the starting locations to get playing as soon as possible, so the setup and breakdown time is good. The encounters are postcard sized, and at the start of each of the acts, you shuffle 14 of them into a deck, then you draw 2 and resolve 1, meaning that in each of the 3 acts, you only use 7 out of the 29 cards, leading to a vast amount of replayability. After you have cleared the deck,
Yes, a vast amount of replayability, but it's not like the missions themselves are different each time. Like, once you've done Foulhoof's Menagerie once, it's the same again each time. It's the same encounter each time. And so once you've done it once, you'll know how to beat it the next time. Which is where the difference between that and, let's say, like the Dune board game I was using as an example, where it's like, because it's all comes down to like player choice, that's going to be different every time.
you play one of the 3 unique boss encounters. By the end of the campaign, you will have experienced
Only 3
only
bosses
a
as
quarter
well.
of what this game is presenting, and in addition to that, slight spoilers for the mild legacy aspects of the game, you will have unlocked the ability to play with 3 extra heroes, alternative rules for the 4 starter heroes, loads of extra reward cards, and a final scenario that results in the true end to the campaign. You will also have
That sounds very cool. It sounds like basically like a one-shot D&D campaign. Fair enough.
fought the Beastman Shaman Foulhooth, Belga the Cyst Witch, and the final boss, the disgusting Prince of Sores, Gelgus Pust. Plus, there are even special elite creatures like Molgoth the Cleaver or the elite...
That guy's the best one. Yeah, he's very, 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 very cool.
Cankerborn that you might have missed the first time. It sounds great. Yeah, it sounds great.
As in, the marketing, right? It all looks pretty. It all sounds great. It all passes the surface level checks. It all passes the test to get you to buy it. But, and this happens all the time with GW products, they sound great. But they talk the talk. But do they walk the walk?
Because then I played it, and it broke. When I saw that character movement was based...
You could say it sounds great, but then I played it and it broke about every single game that GW releases.
On the ancient roller d6 and move that many squares approach, it sent shivers down my spine like I'd been cold approached by a man on the street and asked if I'd like to hear anything about Jesus. Really?
Amazing.
Are we doing that today in 2026? I also wondered, is this going to be a board game? Or is this going to be Games Workshop selling me a box with a Maggotkin of Nurgle in it and some rather dubious rules?
Send me to the black ships. Send me to the black ships. GW has a playbook. They pull out the same tactics for that playbook every time. That's it.
So I played the starter mission, and it was...
To be fair, this box set back... But although I will not hear any slander against the Betrayal of Calth box set. Betrayal of Calth was amazing. But nobody ever played a game of Betrayal at Calth. People just bought it for the cheap Space Marine minis. No one ever played a game of Burning a Prospero, but they sure as hell sold a lot of Burning a Prosperos. Yeah. There's actually, here's the thing. There's nothing really wrong with GW selling the game and having it cross-compatible, but the difference then and now is the price. I'm pretty certain Betrayal of Calth was like 50 or 60 pounds when it released, and it came with like 40 Space Marines, 10 Terminators, and a Contemptor Dreadnought. It was an insane deal. And it came with 2 characters on top of that. Right? And then you had, and you might go, oh, would it be more expensive today? No, that was ridiculously cheap by standards those days. It was insanely good. By all metrics, it was insanely good. Today, back then, it was all good. And then you have Burning a Prospero, which was basically the same thing. And that was also ridiculously good. The difference is now, like, that GW is charging you a lot more. And not just more because of inflation, but like, relatively speaking, they're now charging you a lot more. And the boxes aren't coming with a shitload of minis and a bit of a game attached around them. They're coming with a few minis. Not fuck all, but they're coming with a few minis. And then, therefore, the game has to bring more value. But the game, because you're getting less minis, so the game's got to do something to help make it feel like it's worth £160. but the game is broken. That's the difference.
Me in it, and some rather dubious rules. So I played the starter mission, and it was over in minutes, a full turn before the timer ran out. Okay, fine, I said. I'm a fairly experienced board gamer who was solo controlling all 4 heroes at once, and Darkwater is a fairly mechanically simple game that's probably at its easiest in the tutorial mission. So then I played an Act 1 skirmish called Demolish the Rot Shrines. I just needed to destroy 2 rot shrines, so first turn I moved my models at full speed towards the shrines. Heroes only get 3 actions, so the following turn I rolled a d3, did some damage, rolled a d3, did some more damage, rolled another d3, did some more damage. After that hero had activated, the enemies activated, so I rolled for them. Then I did the exact same thing with the rest of the heroes, just rolling a d3 and applying damage to the rot shrine.
So the entire game is just roll a d3. Simplified, not simple. Remember, guys, we need to make the games more simplified because that removes barriers to entry. Because apparently, all of the wargamers are thicker than 2 short planks.
Once again, ending the game a full turn before the timer ran out. These missions were faster than my first sexual experience, and similarly left me asking why I paid £160 for...
I thought he was going to say, and similarly left me feeling a bit unsatisfied and wondering what all the fuss was about or something.
This. The second game was, if anything, even easier, because as I was playing the skirmish mode, I got a reward.
Wait, no, I gotta tell you a story, right? I gotta tell you a fucking story, right? Okay. So, this is gonna get the video demonetized, but it's worth it. So, on one of the various like stag do's and stuff that I've been on, they've led to, you know, a couple of them have been in fairly risky places. For example, one of them being in the Reaper Barn of Hamburg. If you know what that is, you know what that is, right? Now, I have never partaken, and I can say this hand on heart, I'm not covering my ass or anything. I can say I have never partaken in those extracurricular activities. But when you're going on a stag do with a big group of friends, inevitably, you know, someone does, right? And I will never forget the story of one of our mates who decided to become acquainted with a lady of the night. And I'm not going to get into the details, but basically, he went up to this person, and they took one look at him, and they were like, €100. Now, bear in mind the average rate is, the standard rate was like 30 for normal stuff, like 50 for like freaky shit, right? So this was double like the freaky shit rate. And she looked, and obviously what was happening here, she was trying to like price him away. But he went, all right. And then he told us the story about what happened. So he lay down. She was like, lie down, take your clothes off. So he laid down. And she got a bunch of blue paper towels out and like spread them over his body and like around his crotch at the top of his legs. So the bare minimum of her had to touch him. And then it was all over in about 2 minutes. And he came out and told us this, and he was like, is that... we just could not stop pissing ourselves with laughter. Oh my God. Oh my God. Anyway, time to get back to the video. Fucking hell.
Hero before the game to give them a
Evan,
little
cut that
boost.
bit out.
Okay, fine, I thought. So you can't play this game very well as a one-off skirmish because these scenarios are presumably designed to link together. You play one, the heroes take a bit of damage, and then gain reward cards. They might not be necessarily tough, but the crunch comes when you are slowly whittled down during multiple punishing encounters. So I decided to start the campaign in earnest. I played Act 1, and to my horror, the game completely fell apart. But I'll tell you who won't be falling apart, locking the game or ending the game on round 1 with random dice rolls, my Ko-fi subscribers.
Alright.
Like this.
Support the channel, guys. Don't be a dickhead.
The dark wolf in drilling holes started.
Support the channel. I don't actually know what Ko-fi is, but I should look into it. But yeah, support the channel. Don't be a dickhead. That's what I never bother with the ads, but yeah. Evan, leave it in since it lasted just as long as his friend did. The second coming was fast. She came in fed. Yeah, the blue paper towel story. Oh my God. Anyway. So the movement is a bit fucked on a random D6. The game is just rolling D3 damage. And then you're meant to basically like take damage throughout the campaign, but then, you know, it means that it gets tenser and tenser as the campaign goes on, but he says it's completely broken. So why?
Act 1 and breezed through the first encounter, taking a bit of damage as expected. Heroes heal up D3 health after each encounter.
D3 health.
So I did that and then played the next one. This one involved limited combat, which helped heal up my adventurers even further. And then the problem started. You see, at the start of the act...
So you take a little bit of damage, you get to heal D3. If you get a mission which basically involves no combat, you just get a free heal on top of that. So there's no like tension or stakes or anything like that.
I had been instructed to shuffle the huge deck of 29 encounter cards together. Then before each game, I drew 2 and resolved 1. Because of the random nature of this approach, the deck was stacked in a way where I just kept drawing event cards or rest site cards for the rest of the act. All they do is give you a random help or hindrance before allowing you to continue. And because they had been shuffled and came out together, I was able to empty the entire deck until I hit the final boss, taking a 7-game campaign and completing it in 2. Then I turned over the Act 1 boss fight.
Wait, I don't get it. So basically he kept drawing missions he couldn't do. Wait, I need to re-listen to that. I don't get it.
Then the problem started. You see, at the start of the act, I had been instructed to shuffle the huge deck of 29 encounter cards together. Then before each game, I drew 2 and resolved 1. Because of the
I mean, how do you know which one to resolve, I guess is the question.
random nature of this approach, the deck was stacked in a way where I just kept drawing event cards or rest site cards for the rest of the act. All they do is give you a random help or hindrance before allowing you to continue. And because they had been shuffled and came out together, I was able to empty the entire deck until I hit the final boss, taking a 7-game campaign and completing it in 2. Then I turned over the Act 1 boss fight.
So basically, this deck is just like full of like cards that don't do anything. So it's meant to take 7 games, but you just burn through the deck. That's crazy, man.
The final showdown was Foulhoof's Sacrifice. And less than a turn into it, I realised it was totally broken. You see, the Beastman Shaman Foulhoof starts the scenario standing next to a sacrifice. The sacrifice has 10 health. The heroes cannot see Foulhoof as they need to fight through a winding maze to make contact with him. After a hero has activated, Foulhoof rolls twice on the sacrifice table. Every result apart from a 6 places a damage token on the sacrifice. Meanwhile, a 1 will result in D3 damage tokens on the sacrifice. Therefore,
well, obviously it's fucked. So he's basically doing 1 to D3 damage. Like, what, once or twice, like, constantly, basically. But these guys only move D6. So what happens if you roll, like, a 1? He just goes and moves up, like, 1 token. You're just never going to get there before he dies, right? Yeah, you can never rescue him in time. Like,
on average, the sacrifice will die after 5 hero activations in total. Most players will have only taken 1 turn, and then you will lose. And then...
oh, because it's after each hero's activation. So it's not even like, oh, at the end of the turn it happens. So a hero activates, sacrifice gets injured. The second hero activates, sacrifice gets injured. The third hero activates, sacrifice gets injured. The fourth hero activates, sacrifice gets injured. You've had 1 turn. Each character has only moved D6 inches each. So an average of 3 to 4. If you go back and look at the map, Falhoof gets 4 turns per round and kills in 5 turns. Yeah, look. Falhoof takes the foul action ritual twice. Otherwise, he activates as normal and then takes the foul action ritual. If Falhoof would reposition or advance, he takes the onslaught action instead. Yeah.
3 damage tokens on hero activations in total. Most players...
this is what I'm talking about. This is proof that GW doesn't playtest their games. I know you go, it's Warhammer Quest Mordian. Why do they playtest it? Because they're charging you £160. They're charging you £160, and a fundamental aspect of the game, one of the boss battles that there's only like 4 in the game that you're going to do. One of them is broken. Horus Heresy. 2/3 of the terrain rules didn't work. 1/3 of the missions didn't work. It's anyone who played 1 game of Heresy could tell you that didn't work after one game. Anyone who playtested this will tell you this mission wouldn't work after 1 game. Think about it. So how can they say that they playtested it? Because if they had, so either they've playtested it and then they've still published this, which either shows like incompetence or negligence, or they haven't playtested it, which again basically shows incompetence.
will have only taken 1 turn, and then you will lose. And then you resolve the failed encounter step in page 19 of the rules book, discard 4 reward cards. Then you have to play it again, rules as written. The same thing will happen. Eventually, you're...
So every time you lose, you have to try and redo the scenario. But every time you do the scenario, you lose equipment, because that's what it said on the screen. And then when you run out of equipment, you just lose the campaign.
Heroes will have no more reward cards, and then you lose the campaign. I read the scenario.
So literally, the first boss battle is impossible.
Here again, to make sure I hadn't got some key parts wrong, I reread the rulebook, I googled the solution, and guess what I found? Yep, people saying the exact same thing on Reddit, Facebook, and on Board Game Geek. The climactic boss fight at the end of the...
Remember, it looked good, it sounded good. GW shifted a fuckload of this product based off that. Then when people got it, but by that point, you've opened the box, you've built the minis, you've painted them. Can't take it back.
First act was broken. And then it dawned on me, like going down and switching on your kitchen light in the morning and seeing a puddle under the freezer. This £160 board game hasn't been playtested. There is only one solution to this scenario. You need to have the dwarf hero Drolf in your party. You need to have him first in activation order, and then you need to use his unique ability to move through an otherwise blocked hex on turn 1 to get to a specific spot so that Foulhoof
A specific spot.
and only rolls 1 dice on the sacrifice chart. Then you have to hope that the dwarf can solo Foulhoof by himself while all the other players just watch on and do nothing because they are probably never going to be in a position to influence the final outcome.
So what happens if someone doesn't pick the dwarf? Auto lose the campaign. And even if you do pick the dwarf, you've got to roll high enough on the random move, right? Because he still has to move d6. So you've got to roll high enough on the random move to get to here, and then roll high enough to get into range, and then hope that he can solo it.
He rolls 1 die by himself while all the other players just watch on and do nothing because they are probably never going to be in a position to influence the final outcome.
So 3 of the 4 players involved, nothing they can do in that mission.
You don't have Drolf in your party, you just lose unless you've drawn the specific reward card that allows you to place one of your
But that's
adventures
random
on the sides of the map. I have played some nonsense games in my time. I've played Talisman, I've played Monopoly, I've played my share of games that use random dice rolls or card effects to substitute for mechanical
Yeah,
death.
of course.
I've seen
We all
things
have.
like Shug, where the prototype had one of your cards make you pick up your pieces and drop them back onto the board.
Amazing.
Games like Flux or Munchkin.
I love
Games
Munchkin.
that are presumably designed to be played with people too drunk to stand. This isn't...
I don't think I've ever played Munchkin like... I never played Munchkin totally sober. I never played Blackout drunk, but like Munchkin is the game that you have a few mates over and, you know, mates and their partners. Everyone comes over, have a few drinks, and you know, we're all nerds. So eventually we're going to want to start doing some nerdy shit. And it's the game that you bust out and the partners like getting involved as well.
One of the random encounters that lead up to the boss fight that you could potentially never play. This is one of the 3 climactic boss fights at the end of Act 1. Every player who plays this game has a 1 in 3 chance of playing it. £160 retail.
And that's it. Remember Cosmic, remember when you threatened to shove that pineapple at my bum because I was being too salty? Remember what I kept saying? GW demands a premium price off you, and they say they're going to give you a premium product, and then they give you a bag of shit. And a lot of people will be coping and seething when I do the stream highlight, and they'll be like, it's Warhammer Quest modded, it's never been balanced, blah, 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 blah. This is one example. Point to a war game where they don't do this now. They do it with every one of their products, including 40k. Everyone has presumed 11th edition is going to be broken on launch. Now, they're going to patch it. And so over the course of the first 3, 6, 12 months, they'll get it right. But it is going to launch in a fundamentally broken state. And they are going to ask for £175 to £200 for the starter box.
So I played the second Act 1 boss fight, Foulhoof's Menagerie. This one also has the same weird line of sight trigger where if no heroes can see him, he rolls on a table to power him up. So again, I took Drolf, moved him into range at the very start of the game, and switched the ability off. Edmark just melted Foulhoof with his reward cards, Wrathful Blow and Sundering Attacks on turn 3. Foulhoof's trap was next and presented my team with the...
Well, I say cool, but that was the boss battle. So basically what's happened here is he's cheesed the game. But that's not Olden Demon's fault. He's been forced to adopt that mentality. You go into Warhammer Quest, you don't think, oh, well, I need to abuse the mechanics of this game. You go, I'm looking forward to a fun narrative experience. But you encounter the first boss battle, the first two that has been explained here. And in order to be able to like win, you have to abuse the game's mechanics. Not have a fun, epic boss battle. I have to abuse the game mechanics, otherwise I lose.
Tough and deadly Blight Templars to act as Foulhoove's bodyguard. So Edmark ran to tank them, while the rest of the heroes once again ran directly towards Foulhoof and killed him at the end of round 2. At least this time I was being rewarded in-game for loading Edmark with boss-killing equipment, with him downing 2 of the Blight Templars, which was a slight release for me because the game was loading up to kick me square in the balls right again. I opened up these special card packs that you add in.
This is the thing, like you have this is the thing. So that is like very symbolic of a lot of GW games now, where it's like you have these like occasional moments that give you like a little bit of hope, and then those sort of sustain you during the fucking. That's a lot of the rest of it.
To the game to get the legacy style effects, and was told I couldn't have them. No, you see, at the end of Act 1, you take 4 of the cards from the special deck that you just unwrapped, shuffle them into the Act 1 reward card deck, draw 4 random cards from this deck, and then you pretty much never touch it again, because Act 1 was now over. Act 2...
So you complete the campaign, you get the 4 special cards for complete the campaign, and they don't just give them to you. You just shuffle them in, and then if you don't, into that quite chunky deck, and then if you just don't draw them, well done. You got nothing unique for killing that boss. Maybe you would have done, but you should have luck you didn't get it.
Wasn't much better. Some of the encounters leading up to the boss fight were suspiciously tough. Mind Your Step is probably impossible to do in the time without Drolf or some other great move.
This dwarf guy is just like the ultimate meta character. It's incredible. Dwarf meta incoming.
Boosting reward cards. Relics of a golden age where you kill 3 waves of 8, 12 and then 8 again pox wretches in 4 turns is going to be almost mathematically impossible with some hero setups, because you will have to kill all the models in order for the next wave to spawn, and you can't really do that in just 4 turns.
So it basically, if you don't pick the right heroes, you lose. Like, it's that simple. If you don't pick the right heroes, you lose. So, I mean, that's. Oh, I really want to. Imagine. Say everyone's like, oh, imagine your mate's like, come over for Warhammer, who's played it a bit. Come over for some Dark Wars. We'll get the guys on. And he's like, and you go, oh, I really want to play, the lady with the water thing. And he's like, oh, well, no, you can't play her. Oh, but no, that's why I came over. No, if you play her, we won't be able to do this mission, and then we'll lose. What? Yeah, no, you need to play Drolf. But I want to play the elf lady. No, you need to play Drolf. Otherwise, we'll lose.
Speculated on the forums that there is a missing rule that the turn track shouldn't apply here. And then I got to the boss fights, and guess what? The Act 2 boss...
So just to be clear, the 2 missions that he played were fucked. Like you said, mathematically impossible with certain character loadouts. Basically, Drolf's an auto include. If he the game is forcing him to basically min max. The game is forcing him to basically cheese the mechanics and optimize the loadouts. The game is not allowing him to be narrative.
Fights weren't much better. Revenge of the Witch is going to be an unwinnable scenario unless you have the specific equipment. Belga is impossible to keep on a life water ward long enough to be damaged, as she moves away from adventurers at the start of their turns. Meanwhile, Burrowing Horror is one.
Well, I didn't get that. 1 minute.
Revenge of the Witch, and guess what? The Act 2 boss fights weren't much better. Revenge of the Witch is going to be an unwinnable scenario unless you have the specific equipment. Belga is impossible to keep.
So you have to have drawn the specific equipment cards to do it. What if you just didn't randomly draw them? That's it. Your campaign's over. In fact, if you lose it the first time, you lose more of your equipment.
on a life water ward long enough to be damaged as she moves away from adventurers at the start of their turns. Meanwhile, Burrowing Horror is once again a scenario that's broken. You have to protect 2 ritualists while they accumulate ritual points that allow you to win. However, enemies prioritize them over adventurers, and if Bella moves first, then her range of 7 hexes means she will likely kill a ritualist before the end of the first battle round.
What?
Average dice rolls, meaning that you are at the mercy of rolling a single d3 and trying to accumulate 10 points over 4 rolls. Finally, Belga's Labyrinth,
Which is above average. The average is 8. So you have to roll the 4d3. You have to roll average on 2 of them, above average on 2 of them. If you don't, you lose the quest. This is so fucked. £160.
appears to be missing some text to say that the game doesn't end after 4 battle rounds. Otherwise, a single whiffed combat roll means that one character will get stuck in the labyrinth and be unable to end their turn in a position to breach her lair. Act 3 went a lot smoother, largely because the games I played were balanced around the Blight Templars rather than choreographing movement shenanigans, and as I had been playing through a campaign...
Movement shenanigans. See, he's not... So the immersion, utterly broken. The immersion is utterly broken because the only way to succeed is to cheese. So you're no longer engaging this in a way of like, oh, this is going to be immersive and there's going to be epic moments here. You're no longer, you're no longer having those like moments in your mind's eye where you can imagine what's happening. It's not Drolf sprinted forward, burying his axe into the plague-ridden wench's head. It's okay. So Drolf moves 6 tokens, and I need to get a 3 on this D3. Otherwise, I lose the game. Do you see the difference?
I had built a couple of killers who could easily go toe-to-toe with them. By the time I got to the conclusion of the campaign, my heroes had assembled some truly devastating equipment combos. And fortunately, the Act 3 boss fights were much smoother than Act 2. Gelgus Pust, on the face of it, is very tough to kill, but each fight will give you an ability that makes him vulnerable. In the Brink of Ruin, my heroes just battered Gelgus Pust to death at the start of the second turn, with the Laystone debuffs meaning he was a slow and easy target in the first few.
I mean, to be fair, I actually won't hold this against the game because it's actually a bit of a meme in games like D&D where lone big bads are actually way harder to kill than like swarms and stuff, because like everyone can just sort of gank on them. It's like a single target, right? So this is weirdly, even though it's a bit fucked, it's actually not something I'm going to hold against the game because I appreciate this is actually something that probably affects all of these kind of games.
Rounds. In Defeat the Invincible, there is a weird art error, which means that when setting up the game, the Laystone crystal tokens can never point at the arrow printed on the map, which is positioned in the centre of the hex rather than the corner which it needs to be.
That's your GW quality control for you right there.
It was a bit challenging to get them to lock on, but once done, Gelgus's defense is reduced to 0, and he died pretty quickly. Finally, Duel of the Damned had a weird and possibly unintentional bug. You fight Gelgus and Molgoth the Cleaver, while a ring of pox wretches look on, but neither Gelgus nor the pox wretches activate until Molgoth is dead. So on turn 1, Edmarked moved into the space next to Molgoth and just stood there for the entire rest of the game, while the rest of the heroes killed off the wretches. Once a few turns had passed, they all focused down.
Gelgus Puss cannot be activated, nor does the action token advance along his action queue, until Morgoth has been slain or Gelgus Puss has been attacked. So you basically tag one of the characters and then just kill all of the other threats on the board. They will never fight you back.
And Molgoth, which allowed Gelgus.
See, obviously that's not the way it's meant to be done, but now you got to think about it. That's not the way it's meant to be done. But now the player's mindset has been put into cheese mode. So now you're looking for the cheese. Do you see why? Do you see why like it's important to not have? Do you see why it's important not to encourage your players to like cheese in a game like this? And yet this game doesn't encourage it. It insists that you cheese. Once you've adopted that mindset, it's too late. You can't go back at that point.
To activate just before the timer advanced to the last space and dropped his defense to 1. So after wiping my feet with him, I decided to see if my heroes could handle the super tough true final encounter that you only add in for the future campaigns, victory or ruin. And believe it or not, I actually quite enjoyed this one. It was designed in a way where you fight waves of enemies and have to discard your reward cards, burning all the equipment you've carefully accumulated during the campaign.
That's
in
cool.
An impressive finale. Gelgus survived on 1 point of damage on the final turn, but I did actually want to give this one another try. This scenario was the one bright spark in an otherwise tiring and taxing campaign.
That's fair.
Of Googling the scenarios to see if I was playing it right or if it was just broken.
Imagine that. Like, it's so obviously like, here's the thing. People, how many times have you heard me say this? They want you to not believe the evidence of your own eyes. This is like the whole wait and see. This is why we take the piss of the wait and see, wait and see. Wait and see is actually legit. If there's not enough information, then you should wait and see until you have the information. All right. Like, although often you don't need to wait for all of the information to come out to be able to make a very strong judgment call. For example, I called that the new Deathwatch veterans were going to be inferior to the old Deathwatch veterans in terms of power, loadout, and customization. Everyone told me to wait and see. I crashed out about it. I made a video about it. I crashed out about it. Everyone told me to wait and see. The Deathwatch veterans came out. I was actually more than 100% correct. There's a few things that I'd give them GW the benefit of the doubt of where they ended up fucking us even harder. So I was actually 120% proven correct, right? So they want you, the wait and see crowd, the people running defense, the $1 billion company, they want you to doubt yourself, to doubt your own powers, your own powers of deduction, your own intelligence. Somehow they must know better. Oh, no, you must be wrong. You must be wrong. But you're not. You're not.
Spoiler, they were broken. And the scenario design is just one facet of the problems with this game. The mechanics are so simple as to not leave very much difference between the characters aside from attack range and save. There is a huge amount of downtime.
How often do you hear in 40k people saying all the factions feel the same? GW applies the same design philosophy to all of their games. I've been saying it. Every game, they're 40k-ifying it. Simplifying it, simplifying it, simplifying it. Now, I've recently changed my opinion on why I believe they're doing this. See, a lot of people think that they're doing it because they're trying to get more people into the game. They're trying to lower the barrier to entry because, being able to fucking roll a dice and figure out that, initiative 6 is higher than initiative 5, so 6 goes first. Apparently that's a barrier to entry. That's not why they're doing it. That's what I thought was why they were doing it. The reason they don't do it, the reason they make the decisions they do, the reason why these games are the way they are, is because this is the best that Games Workshop can produce. It's not being done on purpose. It's being done because this is what they can do. This is the level of capability they have. They have been suffering. They are suffering from brain drain.
Between player turns. The 3-card activation system leaves you open to whiffing a specific roll to move or attack and then just standing awkwardly instead of taking your final action. There is limited player agency between games, and the tighter scenarios will mean that one player has to quarterback
You're just on a rail.
Team
Just on a rail.
And their moves in the correct spots. The internal balance of the characters is all over the place. Edmark and Drolf are game-breakingly good at what they do. Edmark can stand next to a Blight Templar and just ping beating it to death with his ability over several turns. Drolf, as we've seen, just breaks a lot of scenarios with his ability to walk through walls.
Technically, he doesn't break the scenario. He actually fixes the scenario which is broken.
Meanwhile, the Mage Inara Scion's Water Spout ability was left unused for the entire campaign. And all the while I was playing it, the semi-legacy aspect of the game kept showing me all the cool rewards that I couldn't have unless I wanted to suffer through another campaign. Finishing this wasn't a euphoric feeling of closure, it was more like an all clear after a doctor had examined a suspicious lump. I left feeling extremely lucky I never took this game to games night and forced it upon other people to play. So it was a painful waste of, again, £160.
£160. 2 full bolt action armies.
And over 20 hours of my life. Which brings us to here and now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you a list of similar games that you can better spend your money on, and then after that I'm going to tell you how to fix this game with house rules so it's playable. If you had 160...
So bear this in mind. I might actually just link this bit at the bottom because it's not like particularly like I will just say I believe he fixes the game and that there's better games out there. All right. So what you're telling me is that one man in his spare time with 20 hours of gameplay, so 20 hours of playtesting, was able to fix this game. Surely that proves it wasn't playtested. Surely. One employee spending what should be, in theory, basically 3 days of work playtesting this thing would have been enough to fix it. GW did not spend that money, did not put that time into it. And they are demanding £160. He wrote the fixes, Litfan General.
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping the streets safe.
That's what I'm...
Keeping it real.
All it would have done to fit, all it would have taken is one competent person, 20 hours to fix this game. And that didn't take place, apparently. Or it was playtested, but the people playtesting it were too incompetent to pick these required things up. Whichever angle you analyze this from, it doesn't get better. Either Olden Demon is more competent than every single employee who worked on this game, or GW didn't put the effort in, or both. It's impossible it was playtested. Incompetent testers wouldn't have been able to finish the campaign. Or does GW or did people in Games Workshop say they playtested the game when they didn't? Phoned it in. Oh, should we just... Oh, yeah, all right. Steve, you need to playtest Darkwater. Yeah, I've done it. Yeah? Yeah, it's all good. I tested it. I made a few tweaks. Yeah, it's all right. And then Steve hadn't done the job. Yeah. So, I'm going to link that video down in the description. I've watched, there's still about 10 minutes of it to go, but I always like to let people watch a bit of the video, give a reason to them to go over to the channel and watch it themselves. Go over to Olden Demon's channel, watch that video. It's very, very good. Olden Demon is an incredible channel. Every video of his that I've watched has been very well done. And he absolutely, he absolutely he's legit. He's 100% legit. And I think it's And I'll say is I'll sign off on this. I said it earlier. I'll say it again. People will try and hand wave this away. It's just Warhammer Quest. Oh, the last one they released was a bag of shit as well. You realize that's not a defense. You realize saying, but Warhammer, the last Warhammer Quest they released was bad as well, doesn't make this a good thing. It means that they released 2 bad products. And this time, they charged much more than an acceptable amount of money for it. And you realize that this is, how many times are you going to hand wave things away? Like, hand wave what's happened with Age of Sigmar 4.0. The game is not in a good place, right? I know some people like to meme on the fact that I shit on AOS. I don't shit on AOS. AOS is but one example. AOS, after a year and a half, people are already saying it's drying up. It's not good. The best part of it is Spearhead. Saying the best part of AOS is Spearhead, I'll give you a bit of credit for it, okay? But that's kind of like if someone told me that Combat Patrol was the best part of 40k. It's not really a good thing. It kind of is, but it's not really, right? Like, I'm not buying into the game for the fucking Combat Patrol. I'm buying into the game for the main game, right? So, AOS, Warhammer Quest Darkwater, Horus Heresy 3.0, the Lord of the Rings game, that didn't go down well. Didn't go down well, then they didn't support it for 7 months. By the time they supported it, it was already buggered. Like, there's too many of these examples now. And then Warhammer 40k 11th edition is going to come out, and we're all just meant to accept that it just gets released in a broken state. Like, it's just, oh, well, you know, they'll fix it in, like, you know, probably after like a year, it'll be in a good place. If they were charging me half as much, I would happily accept that. But they are demanding double what anyone else is out there. Do you know what I mean? GW is going to demand between 175 and £200 for the starter box. Like, Leviathan was 175, right? Maybe 160. So they're going to be demanding probably close to $300 for a game which is, for some reason, being accepted as broken. Now, again, I could happily accept it being broken. Hey, I enjoy Konflikt 47, and that game is probably easier to break than 40k. Genuinely, it is. But I'm not paying GW prices for that game. I'm not being demanded to pay GW prices for that game. If you demand a premium price, you should deliver a premium product. You cannot demand a premium price and then deliver an unplay-tested bag of shit. So that is my TED Talk. But yeah, so I think Warhammer Quest Dogwater being bad, it doesn't surprise me. At this point, I am more surprised. At this point, I would be more surprised if GW was able to release a good game. Aldeus, it's proof that GW is banking on the reputation and the setting, keeping it going. But I'll straight say it. I'm going to tell my buddy who wants to get into 40k to skip it or to get the core online. Yeah. Literally, I'm reading his campaign fixes. They're very clever and fix the balance. I don't think the boring D3 mechanics can be fixed, though, without a ground-up rewrite of the game. Great point. So, Olden Demon, an independent YouTube channel, was able to come up with intelligent fixes Games Workshop wasn't able to do. But even fixing that doesn't get over the fact that fundamentally the game is boring. Yeah. Anyway, that was the beef. That was the beef. Do you guys want some hype? Okay. Do you guys want some hype? I got some hype for you. All right. Minisodes put out a narrative, a second edition narrative campaign, Tyranids vs Dark Angels, which looks, which I haven't seen at all, and I'm just like, even the preview of it looks absolutely incredible. So I'm going to we've had enough beef. That's probably the first big bit of beef we've had in like a month. So we've had a bit of beef. Let me grab a quick refill. And then let's get into something that's hype and fun. All right? A man cannot live off beef alone. That's probably not true, but anyway. I'll be back in a second. I'm back, baby. Ugh. I think we've got a singular super chat here. Let's have a look here. Very good, very good. All right. I think it's Chris K. Thank you, super chat, man. Just dropping by for a quick hello. Hey, amazing, dude. Thank you for the support. Absolutely love it, bro. And thank you for dropping by. Amazing. All right. So, I had a quick snack. We're going to eat a boost bar because I need a boost. Oh, fucking hell. Well hard. It's in the fridge. Oh. I'm fucking gnawing at it. Might be best to eat it after it's melted a bit. Well, not melted, but returned to room temperature. Apparently we're getting a new Pedro Cantor model. Let's find general. Thinking about it, my buddy has only ever borrowed my forces to play from 10th ed. He's good at it, but I think it's time to reduce him to 4th or 5th ed, proper 40k without the rerolls nonsense. I think it's funny how he's only ever borrowed your models. He probably thought about buying his own at some point and was like, nah, it's too expensive, fuck that. Oh, really? I think Varak said it as a remake. Not crazy big fan. Commander HL, thank you for super chat, man. 07 lads and ladettes. Ladettes, it's Anzac Day here, lest we forget. 07 to the Anzacs. Absolutely, heroes. Brave, beautiful heroes, every single one of them. I actually was watching a lot of clips of Gallipoli on YouTube. It's a very, very good series. Very well done. The bit when is it the Battle of the Neck? Horrific. And there's the Mel Gibson film, isn't there? With I think it's called Gallipoli, isn't there? Very good film. I remember the ending of it. And the officer's like, I can't do it. I can't send another wave of my boys over. I can't ask them to do something that I'm not willing to do myself. And then he steps up and he leads the next attack. He's like a major or a colonel or something. Like he shouldn't be like, you know, leading a charge. And then they go at the top and they all die. Yeah. Is there any Anzac rules in the new bot action book? I don't know. We haven't looked at it yet. We'll watch this video and then we'll look at the new bot action Commonwealth stuff, and then that'll probably be the stream then. We've had a lot of beef. It'd be good to have some a couple of bits of hype to balance it out. I can't imagine they wouldn't have done Anzacs, right? I mean, if you're going to do a Commonwealth book, you're going to have Anzacs, right? The Deceiver, wow, long stream. Just another day around here, buddy. Minimum 6-hour streams every day. Well, Monday to Friday. There you are. These are the streamers that put 2 or 3 hours in. They're literally just phoning it in. They're just doing it because it's like, oh, it's an easy gig. 2 or 3 hours work a day, job done. 6 hours a day, minimum. Often 8 hours a day. And that's on top of all the pre-recording I do as well. Boom. 12 to 14 hour days, baby. And then I go to tournaments and weekends. Day off, don't know it. Gonna die in my 40s? Probably. But hey, at least you guys will have some good memes for a bit. What do you do on the weekends? I go to tournaments on the weekends and then make after-action reports out of it. This month, I will have had one day off. One day off? One day off. There you go. It was one of the... I can't remember exactly which weekend it was, but... Tournament... One of the weekends I didn't have a tournament. Yeah. There you go. It was the... I think it was the 11th. No, it's the 12th. I worked the 11th. I had the 12th off. And then I worked... So yeah, I had the Old World Tournament 4th and 5th. Worked the 11th, had the 12th off. Had the K47 tournament on the Saturday on the 18th. And then worked the 19th because I was like anxious that I'd missed the Friday stream. But I still done pre-recording on the Friday stream. So I just did loads of pre-recording on the 19th. Tournament this weekend. I'm pre-recording tomorrow. Tournament on the Sunday. And then, yeah. So, yeah, one day off this month. There you go. Not to brag or anything. Mrs. Mordian tells me off, though, because there's a couple of times I've, like, passed out. But that was because I had bad shits. I had really bad stomach pain from eating badly, and I had the shits. And then it's a thing where basically if you get up in the middle of the night with really intense stomach pain and then go and immediately try and have a bad shit, it's very likely you'll pass out because of where your body's like been pooling the blood because you've been lying down. And then when you get up, that starts reorientating everything. And then because you've got stomach pain, a lot of blood goes in, like not into your stomach, but like into that area. And then you try and like shit yourself. Then you try and shit. It can cause you to pass out. Yeah. Bruce Fallis, is your stream your main source of income? The whole channel is my main source of income. But streaming is a very big component. Well, streaming's a pretty big component of it. Yeah. It's probably the largest component. Although, to be fair, since we moved up to doing 2 videos a day most days, we do all right off ad revenue. But to be honest, pretty much all the ad revenue goes to Evan. Yeah. All right. Anyway, shall we take a look at the old battle report? You mean my £0.2 super chats can't buy you tea? I am grateful for every super chat, big and small. I'm grateful for all of it. So it's your 0.38 dollar super chats, Snowpiece Tea, are all part. And I mean this, it all goes into the pot. All goes into the pot, and it all allows me to do this. Yeah. It comes through translated as dollars, and that's the conversion. Yeah. There you go. And I mean it, like, we get some people that do big ones, some people that do little ones, but everyone who contributes in any way, shape, or form allows me to do this full time, and I'm very grateful for it. Yeah. Same value as a Gazan's life. Exactly. Now, you did do a super chat, Snowpiece, so before you bugger off, let's have a look. Work pack meme in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Hello, Steve. Stinky Steve. I love it. Hello, my name is Owen. Yes. Legit. MG's ringing steel balls because even steel balls tremble sometimes. You're very kind. MG quitting to Steve. You have no power here. So true. Yeah, but he did have power over me until I realized he didn't. Yeah. Commander HHL, thank you for the 5 gifted messages, baby. Thank you for the support, and thank you for 5 conscripts that we can feed through the hole in the piece of paper. Cosmic Drew, thank you for the super chat. Hobby update discussion of my work in progress. Well, the Flair's Bohemian necrotized soldiers returned from even further beyond death with the Flair's own concoction, he claims. Soon, some just believed he took some soldiers' corpses and dressed them up for his own vanity. Whatever it means, they seem to be a little bit smarter than the standard zombies, clinging to their last order in life. They're able to hold their rifles and even use the bayonets, with one even holding a flag. Refusing to drop the colours no matter what. I gave him a customized banner that symbolizes the new protector of Bohemia once again, the Barony of Bohemia of the New Republic for the Green Vaults. I love it, man. He looks all right, man. I like it. It's like a couple of transfers that have been put together. Nice. It looks great, bro. Cool. Cosmic, I love that these zombies are the ones that protect your Flair, slash Von Zergling. Awesome, man. I tell you what, I bet that technical pot has seen some vigorous abuse over the last few weeks with how many zombies you've been painting. Vigorous abuse, I say. Amazing. All right. All right. Let's get into this, shall we? All right. So, we have a treat for your viewing pleasure today. The channel, Minisodes, has once again released one of their fantastic Old Hammer battle reports. And we've made a little bit of a tradition of watching these on the channel because they're just so good. They're very, very good. If you are not subscribed to Minisodes, you should be. And you should support his channel, and subscribing and commenting and all that amazing stuff. He does probably what I would consider to be the best Old Hammer content out there. And whilst, by the way, I always like to make a point of this. Whilst we're watching this on stream, like the same day it came out, I'll be making sure I don't post the stream highlight for like at least a week to make sure that, he's getting all the views that he should be getting. But yeah, it's really, really good old battle report. And it's part of a new narrative campaign that is launched. So I'm excited to follow these ones. So it's Last Light of the Shrine, Tyranids with Dark Angels, 40k, 2nd edition campaign, part 1. So without further ado, I think we should let the content speak for itself in many ways. And let's enjoy ourselves a bit of proper Oldhammer. Sometimes I call 3rd edition Oldhammer, but really 2nd edition is the true Oldhammer. Rogue Trader is probably Ancient Hammer at this point.
In 745 M41, Hive Fleet Behemoth was shattered at the Battle of Macragge, but the First Tyrannic War was far from over. Scattered into the void, Tyranid splinter fleets drifted through the darkness, only to descend, ravenous, upon unsuspecting worlds. So it was when the first battered Hive ships reached Kerek 7. For 7 days, Kerek 7...
Morty and gang rise up. Morty and gang, baby. I love it. Have to say, a lot of the old artwork goes so hard. I think all of the artwork that he uses in his videos are the more... Obviously, that's obviously pretty old. But even that one looks so good, doesn't it? I somewhat miss the plasma cannons and the flamers having like the flame pattern actually painted onto the end of the guns. It was very 80s and 90s, but I don't think that's a bad thing.
But the first to splinter fleet unsuspecting worlds. So it was when the first battered Hive ships reached Kerek 7. For 7 days, Kerek 7 stood alone. On the 8th, a Dark Angel strike cruiser.
That, I think, is one of the best pictures, best artworks ever done for an Imperial Navy ship. It's literally perfect, in my opinion. The only other one that comes close, and maybe beats it, but it's very least equal, is the old Battlefleet Gothic, like, box art with the massive, like, I think it's like the Emperor-class battleship on it, like, and all the ships coming out like the warp and everything. Yeah.
Answered the world's garbled plea for aid. Would the Fourth Company be this world's salvation?
I love it.
Or simply prolong the inevitable?
Old Dark Angels Codex
what
art.
Difference could 100 Space Marines make against the endless swarms of the great?
Okay. Some of the old art was better than others. Maybe I draw the line at the crotch beak of the Tyranid warrior. Like, so I think what happens here is the Tyranid warrior impales you with his back protruding, underslung megacock. And then when you are impaled on the back protruding, underslung, forward-facing megacock, he then feeds you into his crotch beak more. But it's only a slight maybe, because it's still pretty fucking metal.
Devourer.
I love how the old Tyranids actually held their guns. They weren't
Hello,
part of
and
it.
Welcome to Minisode.
Although I do
After
prefer
6
them
exciting
being
scenarios,
molded.
The Fires of Acheron campaign reached its dramatic conclusion outside Hive Acheron.
Hey!
This time,
I remember
we are
that.
traveling to the Galactic East during the First Tyrannic War.
Fire Warrior
pitting the
intro.
Dark Angels
Recognize
against
that.
the swarming forces of Hive Fleet Behemoth.
That's so cool. Am I becoming a full grognard if I say that I'm starting to believe that some of the old... Well, I'm starting to believe the old Sisters of Battle look better than the new Sisters of Battle? Is that too far? Have I lost the plot? I don't know. There's something about that one with the melter gun right there, back to the wall, that just says, like, yes.
Behemoth as they fight to save a beleaguered Imperial world from being consumed. Let's head to the mission briefing. Brothers, Our long-range augurs have detected an alien vessel of prodigious size above Kerak 7.
Loving the voice
Lost
acting.
intercepts confirm that a full planetary invasion is underway. We do not have the strength to counter this threat directly. Our best course of action is to disrupt these Tyranids, learn their weaknesses, and aid
That's a
the
cool
League of
picture.
defenders of Kerak 7. Veteran Sergeant,
Yes!
accept your orders.
Final liberation
An
cutscenes.
isolated shrine under the watch of the Order of the Martyred Lady has requested assistance. You have 2 squads at your disposal.
1 second. I revise my statement. Metal Sisters of Battle. Godlike Poet. I revise my statement. I think that the old Battle Sisters, specifically, plus the Repressor Transport are better. But I will cede to the Right Honourable Gentleman that the old Metal Penitent Engine should be cast into the fires of Hades, never to return. I'll give you that one.
Secure the holy site. Fend off the Tyranids long enough to retrieve the sacred relics. Await extraction via Thunderhawk. Go now, and may the Emperor guide your blade. Today we are
Cool.
playing a custom mission.
I mean, come on, guys. You know what? Reddit already hates me. I might as well say it. At least these Sisters of Battle look like women.
Inspired by White Dwarf 212's Defend the Shrine scenario, combined with the reinforcement
Emperor Battle
rules
of June
for the
music,
Tyranid
love it.
Attack mission.
Cool. Love that. I know I'm going on and on about the artwork, but that is one of my favourite Sister Battle pieces of art.
As I had the lower strategy rating, I deployed my Tyranids first, setting up the Hive Tyrant, a brood of Tyranid warriors, and the Termagants on one
Look at
flank,
those old models!
And on the opposite short edge, the Shooty warriors skulked behind some rocks, supporting their close combat orientated kin.
Look, all right. I'm a reusable man. I'm willing to accept not all of the old models were good. Not every model handcrafted was good. I think we could all agree there are quite a lot of there are a lot of ranges that the old metal models have a certain charm about them and can be argued to be superior for various aesthetic reasons. I think, however, we could all agree that the newer the Tyranid models, the better they look. Like, almost universally. Like, I love the old Hormagaunts, but I still think the new ones look better.
James deployed his Devastators first, giving his missile launchers
Yeah, look at
a
that
strong
terrain.
vantage point in the ruin.
I watched the video where he painted the Dark Angels up. It's so good.
The Sisters of Battle
Look at the
deployed in
terrain!
ruined shrine itself,
Yes, of
training
course.
their weapons
Of
out
course.
of the Lancet windows, scanning the morning mist for signs of movement. Brother Vorbis emerged, armed to the teeth, and prepared for his long vigil to end.
Love that model. I actually have that model. It's not
Veteran
built or painted.
Sergeant Erigius and his brothers also took to the shrine, ready to add their firepower to that of the Battle Sisters.
The old bolters, the old flamer models, man. So good.
Finally, James deployed his Rhino, intending to use it
Gorgeous.
as a battering ram to disrupt the coming Tyranid onslaught.
I love it.
Adding his strategy rating to the die roll, James easily won the roll-off. Rhino collidiating to the die
Can we just look at the amount of terrain involved on the boards?
roll,
Like, obviously, I'm not sure what points level this game's been played at. It's probably fairly low level as an intro campaign game, but it's still been played on a 6x4, so I don't know. But Some people might argue that the amount of terrain looks very, simplistic. It's just like a battle match, right in the middle, a few hills and stuff. It is very simplistic terrain, but it also is somewhat a testament to the game that it functions with this amount of terrain on it. Like, one of the reasons why 40k boards these days have so much terrain is because it is necessary. Like, it is needed. If you don't have that terrain, the game just breaks down. Whereas, I do think there's something to be said for a game functioning on functioning outside of fixed standard parameters.
James easily won the roll-off. Rhino Calidius rumbled forwards, taking care to remain out of reach of the warriors' charge range. Devastator Squad Deferos's missile launchers took aim at the Tyrannid warriors in the open.
I love that the Devastators have got like 2 missile launchers. Like, oh my god, 2 missile launchers. That's all the anti-tank you're gonna need.
One crack missile missed, but the other blew the top half of a warrior apart in a shower of shattered chitin and hissing organs. The rest of Deferos's weapons were out of range of the termagants in the open. The bolters on the Rhino thundered at the warriors, but the torrent of bolts failed to wound the monstrosities.
Fair.
Squad RGS rapid-fired their bolters into the approaching brood of termagants, slaying 4.
Makes sense. The big old termagants are basically a bag of shit. Well, the models are good, but termagants are always a bag of shit. They're a swarm, right?
With a precise volley, blasting another 4 to pulp with mass reactive rounds.
Nice.
Despite the egregious casualties, the termagants' proximity to the hive mind removed any need to take a leadership test.
I love that. So for those of you that haven't played older editions of Warhammer, morale was very, very different. Though, if you failed your, there were things that could trigger a leadership test. There was no like at the beginning of your turn command phase, see if you're battle shocked. It was if you take a certain amount of damage in like a phase, especially like a shooting phase, it could trigger a morale check, which could force your unit to fall back. And then they might continue to fall back. You'd have to try and rally them in next turns. And so they were moving out of your control. One of the things that made Tyranids so, and everyone was affected by this, including Space Marines. If you wiped out half a Space Marine squad in one turn, then they would have to take a morale check, and they could potentially fall back off the board. Because for Space Marines, they shall know no fear, but also like Space Marines are very good soldiers, very tactical soldiers. They'll know when it's time for tactical retreat and all that kind of stuff. One of the things about Tyranids is that synapse meant that if you were within synapse range, you just didn't interact. You were fearless, essentially. But if you killed the synapse creatures, the base leadership of a Tyranid was very, very poor. And so there was and later in like sort of mid-Hammer editions, they would introduce rules that were called like shoot the big ones, that would make it easier for you to target synapse creatures, because it basically represented that like the Imperium had, obviously they survived High Fleet Behemoth, High Fleet Kraken was kind of going on during like mid-Hammer and whatnot, same with like Leviathan. And at this point, the Imperial soldiery had, either been trained or learned, because even though Imperium's a big place, it still learns how to like fight things. It's like Gaunt brings us up in the Gaunt's Ghost series. It's in Straight Silver. Like the Imperium is always like learning from a lot of its battles. It's not quite as enemy at the gates, memey as it might seem. Although of course there are those kind of commanders. But the point is, like, in later editions where the Imperium had now been fighting the Tyranids for a little while, they got rules that allowed them to target the synapse creatures, because the whole idea was that even your basic Imperial grunt had learned, like, shoot the big ones. If you shoot the big ones, the little ones run away. And that was really cool. Like, that was like immersive storytelling from just rules, not from what was happening on the board, but just like core rules on the army.
In my turn, I ran the Tyranid warrior brood and the Hive Tyrant
That's fast.
straight at the defender's position.
The Hive Tyrant's going to mash stuff up.
As the surviving termagants scuttled forwards, readying their flesh borers in deference to the hive mind's whims. On the opposite flank, the two warriors charged the Rhino, but fell just shy of closing with the armored hull. After adjusting the position of one of my warriors, I fired their
Look at that
Devastators
look at that.
the Devastators
Look
in
at
the
that old
ruin.
warrior, man.
Needing a 5 due to heavy cover, I scored 2 hits.
Wow.
And at strength 6, wounded on 2s.
Wow.
James failed his armor save, and both Marines were killed by a combination of velocity,
Oh,
poison,
shit, son.
and corrosive slime. A grievous loss.
That is a big deal. Because remember, there's no rerolls in this game. So he needed 5s to hit with like a handful of shots. And like, this is one of the great things about Oldhammer. There's very few dice being rolled, and there's very few rerolls. Now, sometimes that will lead to, not a lot happening. Foes trading shots at like long distances, the occasional casual getting picked up. But every so often, you'll get an epic moment because something that is unexpected happens. This is definitely something that's been lost from Modern Hammer, where with the amount of dice being chucked on the table, plus the amount of rerolls being involved, means there's a certain level of, there's a certain level of inevitability and expected outcomes, and very rarely is an expected outcome not achieved.
For the defenders, the Termagants unleashed a torrent of living munitions, scoring 2 hits and wounding once, but a Battle Sister's power armor shrugged off the boarding beetle.
Nice.
The Tyranids were now within charge range. James's shooting would need to be formidable in order to keep the swarm at bay in their next turn.
And that's going to be hard now he's lost the missile launchers. Those are actually...
Conscious that they needed to buy valuable time for the Thunderhawk.
In 10/11th, losing 2 missile launchers means nothing. In this game, it's like, I'm really on the back foot now. But, it's not over. He's still got like a melter gun.
Arrival,
a whole melter gun.
Superior Junith grimly ordered her squad to vault through the shrine windows and take up new positions behind the barricades. Whilst Vorbis poked his shotgun.
I love
the survivors of Devastator Squad Deferos redeployed down the steps of the ruin as the Rhino gunned its engines and headed directly into the Tyranid warriors. Both aliens easily leapt out of the path of the vehicle. But they weren't out
cool mechanic, right?
of danger yet. The Rhino's bolters swiveled and blazed away, scoring 2 wounds and slaying one of the Tyranid warriors. With a prayer on their lips, the sisters threw crack grenades at the Tyranids. But thanks to the Tyranids' rapid movement and the -1 penalty for throwing crack grenades, only 1 struck true. And to James's horror, dealt a solitary wound.
Oh no.
Sister Sledge's melter gun had better luck.
Come on.
Reducing one of the towering warriors to a bubbling stew
yes.
as its carapace burst in a shower of gore and superheated alien offal.
Love that.
Brother
You see how like a single melter gun feels epic? It's not, oh, well, I lost 1 melter gun, but I've got 7 more in my army, 8 more, 10 more in my army. It's like a single melter gun feels impactful.
This blasted his shotgun, but clearly hadn't kept up his appointments at the opticians. Squad Deferos also had abysmal luck, scoring 2 hits on the Termagants, but failed to wound.
No.
Squad Eregius poured bolter fire over the heads of Sister Superior Junith's squad and succeeded in bringing down the wounded warrior and grievously wounding another.
I don't think that's going to be enough.
With a warrior and the Hive Tyrant bearing down on them, the Battle Sisters readied themselves to join the Emperor at his side.
The warrior might go down in melee,
As
but probably
per the
won't.
rules for the Tyranid attack mission, another brood of Tyranid warriors entered the battlefield on a roll of a 4+, as the hive mind directed the growing swarm towards these troublesome meat things. The wounded Tyranid warrior charged, followed by the monstrous and terrifying form of the Hive Tyrant. As the last warrior from the second brood smashed into the flank of the battle.
Fixed charge distances. Also, notice how the charging is happening in the movement phase. So then you can't shoot as well. You see how like each unit is only able to really do one thing, maybe 1.5 things.
Sisters squad. The termagants scuttled ever onwards, and the warriors leapt from cover, their massive talons scraping and screeching along the armored hull of the Rhino. With no shooting to speak of, we went straight into combat. The Tyranid warriors, ripping the bolters from their mount on the Rhino, tore off a track, sending the Space Marine vehicle out of control.
Oh shit.
Sister Sledge was decapitated by the slash of a bone sword,
Grim.
as another battle sister was slain by a flurry of attacks. Sister Superior Junith, having dodged the tendrils of the Hive Tyrant's lash whip, was no match for the consort of the Hive Mind, and fell with another of her sisters.
Hive Tyrant's like killed 2 whole sister models. Woo! But it's you might think, well, that's pathetic, but there's only 6 sisters on the battlefield.
I made my 2-inch follow-up move, and with that, the Tyranid turn was over.
It's going to be difficult going into turn 3 for the Dark Angels.
James started by rolling for his out-of-control Rhino. A Tyranid warrior leapt aside as the Rhino crashed harmlessly into the rocks and came to a standstill.
Cool.
After some deliberation, James pulled his 2 sisters out of combat, and they immediately died to the cascade of free attacks from the warrior and the Hive Tyrant. But their sacrifice was not in vain. The surviving sister staggered into the shrine, covered by Brother Vorbis, whose nostrils flared with righteous zeal.
Yes, come on, Vorbis, here we go.
Squad Defros joined their brothers, a stubborn wall of ceramite.
Yes,
and
reform the line. Reform the line.
Unleashed his brazier of holy fire upon the termagants, immolating 3 of the scuttling beasts.
Yes.
Squad Eregius's flamer opened.
Look at the flamer template, boys. Look at it. I do think that the old cardboard ones like that look so much better than the clear ones. The clear ones were made out of plastic, and the clear, you could kind of see exactly who was getting covered by them and whatnot. But that like actual roiling, broiling flame coming out, so good.
Up to and bathed the warriors and Hive Tyrant in Prometheum. The warriors were unharmed, but the Hive Tyrant lost a wound and was set ablaze by the purifying flame.
And that means something. That's not just flavor text, that means something.
The rest of the squad rapid-fired their bolters, dealing 3 wounds and bringing another Tyranid warrior crashing to the ground.
Yes.
Finally, Squad Defros, unable to draw a bead on the Hive Tyrant, picked off 2 termagants with precise kill shots.
Nice, double tap.
In my turn, the Hive Tyrant continued to burn.
The green gas mod, yeah.
More Tyranids surged onto the battle grid. Trampling over their fallen kin, the next brood of warriors joined the Hive Tyrant,
God.
eager to prise open and kill the meat things.
Oh my God.
The Termagants charged Brother Vorbis, and the Hive Tyrant and warrior loomed over the last resolute sister. My Tyranid warriors ignored the crippled Rhino and headed towards the shrine.
It's going to be just the Space Marines left.
In the close combat phase, the battle sister was slain by the blinding flash of the Hive Tyrant's lash whip. With a practiced swipe of his chainsword, Brother Vorbis cut a leaping termagant in half, but despite winning the combat, failed to wound the last member of the brood. Unluckily for him, I used my follow-up move to bring the burning form of my Hive Tyrant to loom over him.
Amazing, I love that.
Things were looking bleak for the Imperials, but there was every chance the game would end here on a roll of a 5, heralding the arrival of the Thunderhawk. On a roll of a 1, the Dark Angels would just have to hang in there a little longer.
It's only, so we sometimes complain about 40k going down from a 6-turn to a 5-turn game. Maybe we joke about going down to a 4-turn game, but in second edition, there were certain missions that only lasted a very short amount of time. Some of them were longer than others. Like this particular one is like a special one called Tyrannid Attack. I think it came out either in the Tyrannid Codex or one of the expansions like Battle of Macragge and everything. And that might only last three turns. But the reason it only lasts a short time is because the Tyranids get a lot of reinforcements. So if it lasts too long, then the Imperium's guaranteed to get wiped out because the endless waves of Tyranids. But in a funny sort of way, like every turn that goes by, it becomes a more and more desperate defense, which is actually like, you'll be there like, please just end the game. It's like, keeps going. Please just roll the dice. Just get anything for a 1. Fuck.
Employing a similar strategy to the turn before, James had Vorbis fall back to give the Angels of Death a clear line of sight, something that the Hive Tyrant could not in good conscience allow. Half of Squad Eregius rapid-fired their bolters at the Tyranid warrior, but only dealt a solitary wound, which was absorbed by the thing's thick carapace.
Shit.
This left 2 Marines to fling crack grenades at the Hive Tyrant. One landed true, wedging itself between the beast's armored carapace and its head. The grenade wounded it on a 6, and James rolled a massive 6 for damage, blasting the abomination's head off in a shower of ichor.
How cool. Now that's an anti-tank grenade. That's what crack grenades were. The whole thing is that they were anti-tank grenades. In fact, there used to be a rule with Tyrannic war veterans where they could use crack grenades as close combat weapons because they had learned during the war with the Tyranids that if you took a crack grenade and rammed it down like one of the things the hive mind didn't expect you to do was take a grenade and ram it down the beast's throat. Yeah, you might lose your arm in the process, which is why a lot of the Tyrannic war veterans had bionic arms.
Vengeance for the Keepers of the Faith. Squad Defros rapid-fired over the prone Hive Tyrant and killed the wounded Tyranid warrior.
There we go. The Angels of Death!
Surrounded by Tyranid corpses.
And this is when Tactical Marines feeling epic.
It seemed that James had bought himself some breathing room. My Tyranids, their forces without number, continued pouring onto the board as Squad Defros found itself assailed by another brood of Tyranid warriors. As the Death Spitter and Devourer brood skirted the edge of the shrine to shoot the Marines.
It's still looking bad for the Marines. They're not invincible.
The Termagants surged over the first line of barricades, and a Marine was killed by a blast from a Death Spitter.
Shit.
In an
Those
unprecedented
Death Spitters
turn
been
of
doing
events,
work.
Veteran Sergeant Deferos survived the onslaught from the charging warriors, as did his
See, no rerolls. No rerolls, just the dice roll. Let the dice fall where they may. And so, if this, normally this guy would die, but the fact that the Brother Sergeant lived, epic moment. Epic moment.
The Marine. Then he turned to chop down the last Termagant.
Yes!
Now, where was that damn Thunderhawk? James needed a 4 for the game to end.
Come on!
Oh dear.
Brother! Brother, where is the extraction? Brother! Where is the Thunderhawk? Primax! Plant all over us! It's so immersive. It's so good. I'm not even playing it and I'm loving it.
Gritting their teeth, Squad Eregius turned to face the threat from behind and bathed the Tyranids in Prometheum, scoring 3 wounds and setting all 3 of the Tyranids ablaze, as 2 crack grenades rattled about inside the carapaces of 2 of the monstrosities before blasting them to shards of flaming titan.
Literally, the Marines are like, shooting one way, turning around, reloading, shooting another way, send them back again into the depths of hell, send them back to the warp from whence they came. So good.
Squad Defros fought tooth and nail with the Tyranid warriors, and not only succeeded in not dying, but dealt a wound to one of the
This
creatures.
is insane, man. Come on, a Marine's a Marine at the end of the day. Sometimes they just get lucky.
In my turn 5, I ran the termagants towards the center, conscious that I would get a victory point for every 3 models that were inside the shrine at the end of the game. Tyranid reinforcements galloped onwards as the end surely drew near for those meddlesome meat things. Rolling a 6, the flames of the Tyranid warrior were extinguished, and
Nice.
it maneuvered around the shrine to send a volley of shrieking worms at a Dark Angel. I scored a hit and 2 shots along with a jam.
Can we just go
at
back
a Dark
there?
Angel.
Look, right. I know that many people watching this will think that the models have come on a really long way. I mean, look at the Marine, look at the Tyranid, right? But there is a certain charm to what we're seeing here in terms of like model technology. And you know, when GW's like, hey, with 11th edition, we want the buildings to mean something. Like, we want there to be more narrative aspects to it. Like, I fully support them in that goal. I do. I don't think 11th edition is going to achieve it, all right? I don't. But I fully support them in going in that direction because it creates what we're seeing here. Like, crazy moments here. Like, I think the game will need a hard rewrite. And I don't think there's really any reason for GW to do that because, like, the reason it got a hard rewrite from 7th to 8th was because the game was failing and GW had to pull an ace out from from their sleeve because otherwise it would have gone squiffy. Right now, there's no real incentive for them to do it, and if they did like a massive hard reset in the, it's only really a risk for them, and they're a core post, they're probably going to do it. But I do really hope that we can get back to like this epic moments. And before you say, oh, this is just nostalgia, it's not this good, it never was this good, I have to strongly disagree with you. And I know you're going to roll your eyes, but fuck it. I get this feeling from playing Konflikt 47. I know. But this weekend, I played a game where my basic infantry, my US National Guardsmen, armed with naught but rifles and a flamethrower, had to hold a trench line from a beach assault from British automaton infantry. The robots came wading out of the surf. And like, there were these kind of moments where like my flamethrower was able to pull off like an epic like hit, which became like maximum hits, like burned an entire squad away. Like the rifles, got some lucky hits. Normally they'd never do any damage to the robots, but they were like able to. And it recaptured this kind of feeling. So it is possible with modern games. It is. It's not just something that exists in the past. It's something that can exist in the present.
I scored a hit and 2 shots along with a jam, dealing 1 wound that was saved by James's Marine. Squad Defros's luck had finally run out, and the veteran sergeant, along with another Marine, engaged in close combat, were chopped to pieces by the potent bite of dual-wielded bone swords.
Yeah, man.
Squad Eregius listened out for the distinctive sound of Mars pattern engines, but it was not to be.
Oh my God. We have been left here to die, brother. Then we shall sell our souls in the name of the Emperor dearly. Our lives in the name of the Emperor dearly. Our souls will go and meet him. We will dine by his table tonight. Epic.
James needed to reduce
Absolute
the number
cinema.
of enemy models
Absolute
that could
cinema.
enter the shrine. So he directed Squad Eregius to kill as many termagants as possible. The Flamer killed 4 and set another on fire.
I would have gone for the Warriors.
Whilst
I think the
squad's
termagants are a
bolter fire,
distraction.
disciplined to the last, slew another 5.
But I guess victory points for holding for the shrine. Yeah, I get it. He's playing. It's clever. But I would have got the Warriors the bigger threat.
Satisfied
Termagants aren't going to do much to you.
James awaited the end, as the last member of Squad Deferos disappeared in a blur of slashing blades,
man.
scything talons, and red mist.
Like the final kill rune or life rune winks out
in the final turn
on the heads up display.
I charged as many Tyranids into close combat as I could, whilst springing the Termagants into the shrine.
Come on, Power Fist. Come on. I believe in the Power Fist.
In the close combat phase, Squad Eregius, hopelessly outnumbered, was cut down where they stood.
No. Power Fist!
Even veteran Sergeant Eregius's refractor field was no help, and the chapter hero was slain.
No!
Only one member of the squad remained alive at the end of the game.
He gets the Gene Seed. Brother!
After a White Dwarf handshake, it was time to tally the points and take stock. We agreed that James had positioned his forces well at the beginning of the game, and it was unfortunate that he lost the missile launchers so early on.
Yeah.
Despite this setback, he switched tactics to using crack grenades and successfully sacrificed units to delay my swarm's advance, then pelted them with grenades. A strategy that did for my Hive Tyrant, as well as more than a few of my Tyranid warriors.
He played really well.
Had the game ended at
Good
any
tactics.
point before the 6th turn, then James would have been victorious, scoring an extra 5 victory points for keeping my models out of the shrine. Unfortunately, the Thunderhawk pilot simply couldn't find a route through the spore clouds and swarms of gargoyles in time to save the stalwart defenders.
They call. I like to think they called for extraction. Like, they called for extraction, but like, this is a planet that's being assailed by like Tyranids. Like, the Thunderhawk just, it never made it. It got intercepted on the way. It never made it. You know? Like, you can imagine being like the veteran sergeant of the last squad, like, you know, he's been talking to like the Thunderhawk pilot, like, yeah, we're on the way, call for extraction, and then like on the final turn, like he's like, brother, where are you? Our position is being overrun. And just the static in his helmet box, he realizes there's no extraction coming today.
So, at the end of the game, James scored 9 victory points for killing Tyranids.
It's still very good.
And I scored 9 for killing the Imperials, along with 3 victory points for the 9 models that ended the game inside the shrine, for a total of 11 victory points. A victory
12,
for the Hive Mind. That's the end of this scenario, but what does that mean in the context of the campaign?
Yes, of course.
The Tyranids will receive points to spend on biomorphs in a later game, and the Dark Angels receive nothing.
Ooh.
A massive thank you to my Patreon community for making this video possible, and an especially warm welcome to this month's new members. NATO 111.
Cool. Well, I will post the video down in the channel right now, and I will insist. I don't ask. I insist you all open it in a new tab, give it a like, and save it to your watch later, because you can see now why I am such a big fan of minisodes, and you can see now why I think he makes the best Oldhammer content. I mean, that is just actually, it's actually fun. That is what battle reports are about. No top-down camera, no bullshit like L-shaped ruins, no talking about meta this, meta that, meta I barely know her, right? That is what I'm talking about. And yes, that's a battle report, but that is reflective of Vibe Hammer. That's reflective of it. That's the kind of shit that we need to get back into Warhammer quickly. I do worry, dear viewers, that the record profits of Games Workshop are hiding. Maybe it's just naivety. Maybe it's just trying to manifest it into existence. But I do worry that the record profits of GW are hiding something fundamentally wrong with the game that long term will not be good for its health. Yeah. 10 pieces of shit, just like the video. Who are these uncultured swine? The same people that think that fighting over a bunch of unpainted MDF ruins equals good gameplay. Yeah. All right. All righty ho ho. I really should. I've been saying it for ages. I really should ask if Minisodes wants to do like a collab. I have all my second edition guardsmen. I have my second edition codex. I'm ready. I think he's commented once or twice about like, you know, making something happen, but we've never like followed up on it. But maybe I should check if he's got like an email or something, and we should see if we can make it happen, because it would be so cool. I've got my old Steel Legion. I've got my old Morden Iron Guard. I'm ready. I've got old Stormtroopers. I'm ready for it, you know? I think it needs to be... I'd love to do it. Put it on his channel. Be amazing. There you go. Yeah. Awesome. I probably would need like 10 models as well, because you saw how few models you need in the games. Yeah. All right. Let's see what we've got in terms of like super chats, and then we've got one more thing we need to do in tonight's stream, and then that'll be it for the week. What have we got here? We had Command HL. I think we've done Cosmic already. So Darren Wenzel, thank you for super chat, man. Wonderful stream, MG. Hobby update and stream discussion. Have a wonderful day, good sir. I'm getting ready for next edition. I'm getting back to the guard, dude. Thank you for your support. Thank you for the kind words. You have a wonderful day as well. I think we're all getting ready for the new edition in some way or another. And let me take a look at what you've been working on. Oh, bro. Dude, old school Resin Krieg. Those old autocannon teams are sick, mate. Yes, the heavy stubber team. Yes. Oh, man. Great shit, bro. Really good stuff. Very cool. And I have to say, I know how bendy the barrels of a lot of the like autocannons and stuff can be. You've done a very good job of straightening them out. Yeah, really good. It's it's a very clean build for Resin Krieg. I know from experience how tricky they can be. So you've done a really... I just want to make sure that you've done a really good job. Like, I just want to make sure that was recognized. Excellent stuff, mate. All right. What do we got next? I think we've looked at a bit of beef. We've looked at a bit of Old Hammer hype, but I do believe that there might be one more thing we need to look at. Oh my god, that looks so sick. Oh yeah, here we go. I'm just having a look now. Okay, cool. Well, I was going to do a thing over this, but I was going to do a big bit about like the armies of Commonwealth 3rd edition. But there's no like rules in it in the article, which is like fine, but it's mostly just telling you like you can field Australian, Canadian, East African, Indian, New Zealand, and South African forces. Or maybe there's some. Oh, that just it shows you off some of the stuff that the Australians could take. But I don't think. Let's have a look. Maybe there's more to it than meets the eye. Yeah. There are national special rules, which is good. Oh, to be fair, it says here, over the coming weeks, we'll deep dive into each army list so you can find more about them in detail. Okay, so this is just announcing it, but there's not much information to sink our teeth into here. Yeah. So I'm not saying we're not going to cover this. We'll probably just cover them as they come up over the next few weeks. Yeah.
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping the streets safe while keeping it real.
Indeed.
That's crazy, man. He only died in 2005. That's so cool. New plastic Gurkhas is a big one. That's right, the legendary Gurkhas are back. In the rules even better, they're back as a plastic infantry box. We'll be diving into the newest sprue in detail soon, but for now, check out the painted prototypes. As you can see, these chaps are set up for jungle fighting and pack plenty of lightweight firepower, including light mortars, Piats, and the fearsome flamethrower. Can you say Gurkha engineers? Naturally, no Gurkha would be without their iconic kukri knife, and these are well presented in this kit. Perfect for a formation with a proud track record of getting stuck in. With armies of British Commonwealth allowing to field entire armies of Gurkhas, courtesy of the Indian Army List, this kit is the perfect way to get them on the table. Nice. That looks great. They've done a really good job. Plastic Gurkhas is such a big deal. Such a big deal. Yeah, I have to say. Excellent. It looks very, very excellent. But it's a little light on info at the moment. So what I will say is excellent that we are excited to get some more information. And if anything, it looks like it's going to be a very meaty book. So that's why it looks a meaty book. That's why they're doing multiple articles on it. So there we are. All right. What have we got here? Tony, you said you would watch the 11th is Sigma B from Honest Wargaming from a super chat. I did. And we shall. I mean, after all, we don't need to cover the bot action stuff as a stream highlight now, so we might as well have a look at that. It might be kind of beefy, though. I do normally want to end on a high note, but yeah. It might, but we could do it. I guess we'll find out, right? All right. Oh, let me have a little... I'm getting the pineapple. Well, I don't know if it is beefy or not. We need second dinner. It must be beefy. Perhaps if there's... Depending on how long it is, perhaps we can do some hype afterwards as well. It's not that beefy, it's more interesting. Fair enough. I'll give it a go. I didn't read what you said, Man Gibson. Oh. MG, when are we getting a plastic finish range for bot action? Spill the beans. I don't know. There you go. Beans on toast are very tasty. Beans on toast is so good.
Come on, you ape! You wanna live forever!
It's just it's not the kind of beans that you think. It's not like American style beans though. There's specific beans, there's specific sauce. There's a whole thing with it. It's not more complicated than it sounds. It's open the tin of fucking beans, put the tin in the microwave, or on, not the tin, you know, warm them up either in the microwave or the hob, put on nice hot buttery toast. It's a very, very simple process, but the beans themselves are a specific kind of bean. The sauce they're in is a specific kind of tomato sauce. So it's not just like, you know, like refried beans like a burrito or something like that. Do you know what I mean? It's not like that. Yeah, you need Heinz baked beans or Branston baked beans. And yeah, it's legit. It's very, very legit. I want to say a big thank you to Pineapple Pine Soul. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, baby. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Woo! Dude, thank you for the incredible support, man. Thank you for keeping us freshly stocked with new channel members. And thank you for doing your part. There we are. Let's have a look. All right, let's have a look here. I got one last thing to watch, and then we're going to wrap things up. Mary Gibson, I plan on proposing to my girlfriend and taking to the UK because she wants to see him visit so bad, so I had to travel there. I've been with her since I got back from the Middle East after my divorce, and me and little Gib are crazy for it. Hey, congrats, man. That's awesome. Yeah, congrats. Hopefully, you know, I'm sure it'll all go well. Hopefully it goes amazingly. She'll say yes, of course. You know all the good stuff, man. You know it. There you are. Although I don't know why you'd punish her after she says yes to you. I don't know why you'd then immediately punish that kind of behavior by taking her to the UK. Like, I don't know. Maybe, you know, keep her on her toes, right? All right. I'm only taking the piss, by the way. There's some very, very lovely parts of the UK. Yeah. There is quite a significant difference between, you know, the UK that is perhaps projected on some parts of the internet and like the actual like UK. Yeah. Although, you know, there are bad bits and everything, but I'm sure it's the same in every country. There's bad bits. I don't know what's in the water, but it's turned the frogs gay. I'm turning the frogs gay using my influence. Remember? There you go. Remember, I as a streamer, I have a responsibility to be aware of my influence. All right. I made them all fat and gay. There you are. I forgot you're about to also write that book about your struggle with the lesser wargamers. Yes. It will be Mordian's struggle. That's what we're going to call it. It's going to be a good sell, I think. Just need a little help with the German translation. All right. I mean, like I said, we've already annoyed Reddit to the point. Do you know what I mean? There's no, might as well just lean into it now. Oh, man. No, I heard he lived in Antarctica, mate. Yeah. Yeah. There you go. All right. Anyway, inappropriate jokes to one side. Shall we watch something that might be quite interesting? So, Entropic Tyranny, a dear viewer of the channel, has sent me this video to take a look at. I've not seen it myself, but it does look like it might be quite an interesting premise. It's called How the New 40K Rules Might Be Age of Sigmar 5. And it's by Rob over at The Honest Wargamer, who I think is a fantastic content creator. I really enjoy... he has a number of channels. I really enjoy the Old World Square Base channel that he does. And I also occasionally watch some of his Honest Wargamer stuff. I honestly think he does. So I think he is honest, and I think he does some really good content. Now, normally, he on this channel, he covers Age of Sigmar. Although I've been to a couple of his tournaments, and one of the tournaments I went to was so long ago, it was when he still played Warhammer 40k. I'm just saying, but that was a long time ago. Last one I went to was an Old World tournament, and that was really, really good, and I'm going to be doing an after-action report on all of that. Now, it's quite loud. What? What? Anyway. So, with that said, I'm very curious about this because Entropic Tyranny said that there's a lot of bits in here that kind of relate to Warhammer 40k 11th edition and how there might be some crossover from AOS to 40k and from 40k to AOS. So I'm not entirely sure what to expect from this, but knowing Rob, it'll be some pretty well-reasoned points and a pretty good video. So let's take a look.
Hello, welcome to The Honest Wargamer. I'm your host, Rob. Age of Sigmar 5 is a year and a half away, but 40k 11th edition is here. And Games Workshop have started to preview a lot of information about how that works. And if you know anything about how the game design studio works at Games Workshop, then you'll know that the AOS and 40k
Don't turn up a little bit
closely with each other. And they do take ideas from each other, very much like the SDS department take ideas from each other. That's why the new Horus Heresy looks similar or has some themes taken from Necromunda.
It's the video is quite low.
These studios kind of converse, discuss, and make things make sense. There's also a wider kind of business conversation around how and why some of these changes occur. And in this video, I am going to try and take you through some of the ideas that we're seeing in 40k 11th edition, how I think that might apply or why it might apply to Age of Sigmar 5th edition, and also some kind of like mechanical things about Games Workshop and also the way they produce stuff as to why some of those changes might happen. So it's been
interesting. So I am looking forward to seeing what he says in regards to how GW does things behind the scenes, because I always find that to be very fascinating. For those that don't know, Rob was is an ex-GW employee. I think he was relatively high up on the totem pole. I don't think he was just, you know, like one of the, you know, the store staff on the front lines. But he also, so he was, I think he was pretty high up. I think he did a lot of like I don't think it was marketing, but I think it was like, there was definitely some sort of presenting involved, right? Maybe he was, you know, sort of coordinating some of the content they put out on like YouTube stuff. I can't remember. He was the videographer. That was it. He was the most senior videographer. Yes, there you go. So he was relatively high up, and he also knows a lot of people still at GW. So he's got sort of those inside contacts, and he's also regularly converses with other people who are ex-GW employees who are very high up, like Peachy, who was particularly high up, I think, in Games Workshop. So he does have some very good insights and some very good contacts.
hopefully it's going to be quite a big video, long video. I might try and make it a little bit chatty because I'm streaming and with the chat, and we were talking about some elements here. But if you've got any thoughts or comments, I would love to hear what your ideas are in the comments below, because this has been a hot topic and it is going to be pretty interesting, I think. So if you haven't been keeping track, Games Workshop will be launching their 11th edition of 40k in the summer this year, probably 8 or so weeks from the time of recording this video. So they've started their
June 20th, mark the date.
Kind of news cycle in updating everybody with what's been happening. Games Workshop has a 3-year cycle for at least 3 of their game systems. AOS, 40k, and Horus Heresy have been on this consistent 3-year cycle, which means this summer we're going to get a new General's Handbook.
I hate it. Should be a 2-year cycle. I did hear it's going to a 2-year cycle, but I don't know if I was being trolled.
For Age of Sigmar. Let me know, by the way, if you'd like me to make a video kind of like doing predictions, hot takes, what you'd like to see from that. But it does mean in a year's time, we're going to start seeing Age of Sigmar 5th edition. I've already made some videos about this. I've already talked about like what the leakers have been saying and what they think it's going to be. And
hard reset for AOS is incoming.
Just kind of throw my 10 cents in there. I think most of what they are saying is going to...
It's a hard reset. And quickly, it makes sense because Phil Kelly, who was in charge of the AOS team for the last 5 years, has now left. He's leading the 40k team now. And so there's going to be someone else who's now going to be senior lead on AOS, and they're obviously going to want to take things in a different direction, leave their own mark on it. So it's probably going to change in a significant way. Likewise, Phil Kelly is now taking over 40k, like I said. So that's why a lot of what's happening in 40k right now feels so much like Sigmar. He's just bringing over all of his ideas. That's why engagement range is extended. That's why you've got things like the overrun, and this is why people are saying it's like a full send edition, all this kind of stuff. I don't know if that's a good thing. AOS 4.0 has basically gone into a bad place after about 18 months because people are saying that it's very, very one-dimensional because of how the rules work, and basically the tactics are you just full send, everything's over by 2 turns. So I don't know if it's a good thing he's bringing all his ideas over, but we'll see.
Turn out to be true. So with that in mind, that does inform what we're going to be talking about in this video. But let's go back to the beginning first and just remind ourselves what we were promised with the Age of Sigmar 4 launch. When Age of Sigmar 4 launched, it was what was called an Index Edition. What that means is that previous to 4th edition's launch, people had battle tomes, so, you know, your book with your army rules inside of it. And
very similar to 40k.
Is all of those books became invalid. They became unplayable with the new core rules. So they did a bunch of core rules, and, you know, as much as getting your book becoming invalid, they then produced free rules for every single model and every single unit in every single army, even the ones that they no longer were supporting. Specifically, some Stormcast models, Beasts of Chaos, and Bone Splitters got...
It was a lot of Stormcast. I think it was... I don't know if it was triple digits, but it was a lot of AOS models went to Legends right at the beginning of 4th. It was probably a bigger initial culling than we had over in 40k. Although as time has gone on, I do think that 40k has far exceeded it. For 40k 10th edition, far exceeded the addition of loss that happened in AOS.
You know, squatted out of the game. Now, the reason, and they always do this, the reason that it's kind of like planned obsolescence, right? The idea is to make...
Which is illegal.
Make 2 editions, because it's normally 2 editions, then they do a reset. Say that they've got themselves too convoluted, or, you know, it's too burgeoning, or it's really funny. It's always like they talk like there's outside pressure. They're like, oh, there's just too much bloat in the game, or there's too many rules. It's like, you wrote those.
Great point. Great point. And also, I really hate it when people say there's too much bloat, because saying that I have too many units to choose from and I have too many like models to pick from is like saying my steak is too juicy and my lobster too buttery. In my opinion, unit, datasheet, and model bloat is false. It doesn't exist. This is stuff that people sort of say, and they repeat it from hearing it online. But when you actually stand up to scrutiny, it doesn't make sense. Why would you want the company to offer you less? And it happens in, like, all it does is give Games Workshop. Personally, I think it's spread by GW. I know it sounds super conspiratorial. I think they drop into forums, they spread all this kind of shit, and then people start picking it up and everything. And then what it does is it basically allows GW to go, see, look, we were addressing the bloat, and look, we've Legends half your shit. Now you have to buy it again. Because that's what you wanted, right?
You wrote those. We've got too much. Too much has happened. And then they like, we need to blow it up. We need to refresh it so we can reset it. And the Age of Sigmar stuff especially seemed to be focused, hyper-focused on the idea of simplicity and being very clear with their rules. They were also very...
Simplified, not simple. How about complex, but not convoluted? How about we play a nice, deep war game?
Excited to talk about it being like Magic the Gathering and it having stacks, and they were very excited about creating this. But some of the core changes for AOS 4 that they were very, very insistent on talking about were the fact that it was modular. That was so important. We talk about it all the time. One of the key things.
Corpo buzzword. Modular. Synergy. Dynamic.
Modular. Also that they color-coded phases.
Who gives a fuck?
These core components of why they really...
We coloured it in.
They were pitching, yeah. They love the term...
I did geography for a degree. I know what it's like to spend 3 years colouring in. It's not that important.
Easy to play, hard to master. Love that. They love simple but rich, right? Two almost opposing ideas they love to put together as a kind of core concept for them.
Not shaking my head at Rob.
And I think realistically, the core rules...
I'm shaking my head at GW.
...worked very, very well. What happened is with the launch of the battle tomes, or specifically the indexes and then the battle tomes, the indexes felt a little anemic, and they felt like they didn't have a lot of flavor to each of the units.
Ironically, in 40k, our indexes felt great, our codexes felt terrible, so everyone just continued basically using the index attachments.
Then with the launch of the battle tomes, many of which were just reprints of the indexes for the first year or so, I think people in the community became a little bit disgruntled and disappointed that flavor still was lacking and missing.
That's what I said with 10th edition. As time went on, like 10th edition at first, everyone loved it. And the longer that 10th went on, the more stuff they brought out, the more codex they brought out, the more models they took away, the worse the edition became. Whereas with the last year of the edition, basically it just fell off a cliff. Everyone just sort of been like... Pfft.
The modularity that was promised didn't really seem to change much. Sure, every GHB...
It never changed anything.
New battle tactics. You would have new missions, but that is also not really the modularity that we would talk about. One of the things that I think is really, really fascinating is that they instituted the idea that you could...
They're just doing the same shit in every game. They are not having defined games. They're doing the same shit in every single game. You go from 40k over to AOS, you're basically still playing 40k.
Choose which spell lore you could choose from in your army list, and most armies still don't have the capacity to choose more than one spell lore. You can choose different manifestations, but you can't choose more than one spell lore, which is very strange.
Hey, at least you got spells.
All this modularity talk.
We don't even have psychic powers anymore.
To fruition, which is just to kind of pitch what they were pitching. With new 40k, for example, they're talking about the fact that they're going to try and marry competitive and narrative more closely.
It's not going to work.
And the ways they're going to go about that, we'll have to see if that's what they do.
It's not going to work because they fundamentally, and a lot of people do this, they misunderstand that narrative doesn't equal casual play. There are 3 kinds of way of playing 40k: competitive, narrative, and casual. And when people say they want more narrative, what they mean is they want more casual. Narrative is a very specific thing. It's like doing campaigns and all that kind of stuff. Casual is, I just want to be able to play and for the game to have emergent narrative. narrative game. There's two kind. Basically, it's a two kind of narrative gameplay. You've got like narrative campaigns that are trying to tell a specific story, and then you've got emergent narrative that just happens from like the dice rolls and the crazy epic moments that happen. So when people say they want more narrative, what they mean is they want more emergent narrative. Of course, they can mean they also want the more crunchy, fixed sort of narrative telling the story. But what they typically mean when they say they want narrative elements is what they mean is they want emergent narrative, organic storytelling that happens from within the game. And I think GW has fundamentally misunderstood this. And that's why they keep putting out Crusade books, and yet Crusade struggles to take off. Because people don't want more rules being laid. Well, some people, the majority of people, when they say narrative, they don't want more broken shit being laid on. Like Crusade's utterly broken, right? They don't want more broken shit laid on. What they mean is they want the game and the dice to tell a story that emerges whilst they're playing the game.
That's what Age of Sigmar 4 promised, and that's what Age of Sigmar, I think, if we start to look at this in a retrospect, failed on the delivery of. But if you've got a different opinion,
I agree.
Let me know in the
same with 10th
below.
edition 40k.
Let me know in the comments below on what you think. One of the other big changes, which they didn't really announce, which kind of led to a really interesting game effect, was that the armies became 20% smaller. Generally, the points went up on most units, and therefore we had like 20% less units or models, or however you want to describe it, on the tabletop. This meant that actually the first year or so, maybe even a little bit longer than that, was very much dominated by elite units, because you didn't have enough other units. Their elite unit would charge in and smash a bunch of your army or shoot a bunch of your army, and therefore you didn't have enough resources left because you didn't have a very broad army.
Yeah.
You kind of see this in Old World as well, if you're not clear. One of the things that I do is I run a lot of Old World events, AOS events as well, at the TSN Arena. One of the things that we instituted is we made it so people could play with more points. And one of the reasons that was really, really effective was because
it's a square-based comp, and it's right. And he is very true. Old World has a minimum requirement of taking 25% of your army as battle line, but one of the ways I think the game has failed is that, and I love Old World, it hasn't failed overall. I just mean this is one of the points that I disagree with the game, is that you can take certain characters which will then make certain special choices become core. So if I take a Black Orc War Boss, I can take my Black Orcs that are normally a special choice, and I can take one unit of them of core. And so basically I'm not actually having a core tax. And that I think needs to stop. I think core should be core, and it shouldn't be elite.
Dragons are too good in the Old World. Way too good, way too points effective. However, if you have more points on the board, the dragon becomes less efficient, because while it can kill a unit in a turn, maybe, then there's another unit on the board when there's more points on the board. So it just isn't able to have the same impact as it did previously. This is something that's pretty much across all game systems, right? It's pretty key. And over the course of the past year and a half, we've seen that 20% reduction in army size change. Units have become cheaper. And in fact, actually, if you go back and watch the most recent stat show video I talked about.
The last year and a half, when Phil Kelly left AOS. This is Phil Kelly's approach. Elite armies that smash you turn one. Not to put all the blame at the guy's feet, obviously. We have no idea if it's his fault or not. But there's been a few people there's been a few rumors floating around that points are going to drastically go up in 11th edition. And I've kind of pushed back on that, because I've always been like, well, why would GW put the points up? It means they sell you less stuff. But there could be. See, Phil Kelly, for as much as we rag on him, he is actually someone that in many ways, he's been around a long time, and he's rumored to quite like the old ways of doing stuff, which I think is a good thing. And I do think that Warhammer armies have got very large. As someone who hasn't played Warhammer in about 3 months, I've been no life in Konflikt. Don't know if I've mentioned it. The armies are, you play any other game for any length of time, then you come back to Warhammer, you're like, holy shit, there's so much on the board, and the board is so small. I think the problem is if you try and make the 40k armies just smaller without the other things in place to make that worked with the smaller army sizes, you will end up with just a hyper elite, hyper lethal meta. Like, you need like things like mandatory troop choices. You need things like the force organization chart. You need things like, if you don't want to have those, like percentage-based iron building, which is very strict around, like, you will have to take something that is your core / battle line, right? You can't just go, your armies are more expensive now. That should bring things back into line. That doesn't work. There has to be a multi-layered framework that encourages people not to just min-max. And even even sort of 6th or 7th edition struggle with min-maxing.
It's about the fact
That's
we're
Oldhammer.
moving into an
But it's
infinitely
corpo
larger
Oldhammer.
or Age of Sigmar. Like, you're talking units of, like, we're talking 60, 80 infantry on the board very easily for multiple different armies, right? Very cool. So that's kind of where we've ended up with Age of Sigmar. And now we're going to talk about what 40k could potentially bring. But before we do that, we should also mention that with the GHB in the summer, we're also going to be moving into that big launch window in after Christmas. And if you do not know, or if you haven't been keeping track of the 40k news, at Christmas time, Games Workshop announced their big campaign series. So they're in a kind of like 6 months of upheaval where they're launching Yarick and Speed Wars and pirate Space Marines and all these things. It's kind of like big deluge of new models.
It's been a
new
lot.
rules, new things.
It's been
and
a
kind
lot.
of like hype cycle leading up to the new edition in the summer.
Yeah.
And they're going to do exactly the same for Age of Sigmar. And again, if you go back and watch the rumors video, or if you've come from the rumors video, we kind of know that this is going to be focused around Archeon, Skaven, and a blowing up in quotation marks, of the world. And it seems like what we're going to do is we're going to get the 8 realms of Age of Sigmar, kind of, and other bits, the Underhive, the 8 points, the bit between the realms, all those other things, right? Are going to be condensed into one single map, one single place, one single mission.
They're making it more
kind of
tangible,
zone,
which I
right?
do agree with. I think that's very good.
That's what we're going to see. That's pretty much what we all expect to see. Not the Underhive. What am I trying to say? The Under Empire for Skaven? I think that's it. Games Workshop use the same terms for literally everything.
These are the same terms in every game. All the games are the same.
So it is a nightmare. Anyway, wherever the Skaven live, which I think is the under something. Under my trousers? No, that's wrong. Anyway.
Someone get the spray bottle. Naughty Rob. Naughty Rob.
So I've lost my train of thought. Yeah, under my bed. That's where it is, under bed. So we're going to see, that's what we're going to see. But I'd love to know what you think. We currently, I mean, this is a very different, the tone of this video would have been very different if I'd have made this video in January. We've had a crazy 3 to 4 months for Age of Sigmar, where we've had 6 battle tomes. At the beginning of the year, I said, we have 12 battle tomes released before the end of the year. That's 1 every month. And we've already had 6 in the first 4 months of the year.
So they're ahead. GW's been pumping stuff out. 2025 was a bad year. 2026, it looks like GW is just like non-stop releases. That seems to be their tactic.
We've got Seraphon left, we've got Sinesh left, we've got Gargants left, we've got Ogres left with a big range refresh on the way, and then we've got Fire Slayers and maybe kind of combined Dwarves left. If there's anything else I've forgotten, let me know. But we've still got a few more battle tomes to arrive before we get to this big campaign series. And then I would expect, like any other campaign series that we've done, because we've had campaign series before Age of Sigmar 4 launch, campaign series before Age of Sigmar 3 launch, I would expect to see a bunch of new models, a bunch of new rules, a bunch of kind of wacky end times style stuff for that kind of 6-month period. So actually, I think while it's a little bit disappointing that the rules that you get in that 6-month period end up being very limited in the time when you're able to use them.
Yeah.
Although
I'm still mad about the 9th edition Guard Codex. And knowing me and grudges, I will always be mad about the 9th edition Guard Codex.
Sometimes they are good and they do make them carry over into a new edition. I think it's going to be really, it's pretty wild. Like there's a load of cool new stuff coming out. It's a pretty hype time, so I'm quite excited about that. But let me know what you think that edition is going to be. And that follows on with the 40k thing. So from 40k, we can see that they're still sticking with this kind of ongoing, kind of.
Tierney, I wonder if fast releases them bringing new editions forward because 4th edition is dumpster fire. Very possibly. Like I said, I did hear that it was that AOS was going to a 2-year cycle. I did hear that.
Campaign system just before it all changes.
And the 2-year cycle is not unprecedented. They did that on 6th and 7th edition.
So on to actual mechanic changes that we're going to see. So the first one we're going to look at is terrain. Okay, terrain and objective markers. This is
interesting.
The key and core one. The TLDR here is that in 40k, like in Age of Sigmar, you battle over objective markers that are on the board. Normally, they are 3-inch-ish or 6-inch discs. Sometimes they are see-through, like the ones we sell on our website. Sometimes they
not for long.
Podcast names all over them, and it looks gross, right? Which I think is a singular complaint for 40k, but also a singular complaint for Age of Sigmar. I would never play a game of Age of Sigmar while someone had like a meme objective marker. Call me like a little bit of a baby. But when I play a game of Age of Sigmar or a game of 40k, or well, not that I play that's gross, but Heresy or play anything else, I really want the terrain and the map to look like I'm battling in a place.
Yeah, like I know some people might say like, oh well, you're just being a bit mean spirited. Like it's a cool objective marker. Yes, but it could really be unimmersive at the same time. Like. There's so much that happens which makes the game unimmersive these days. Like we need more immersion, not less.
A big garish marker. That's why we did the see-through objectives so that you could see the map through, and it kind of looked like, it kind of looked like the space a little bit. But I'm sure there's even people who are like, I don't even like those either, Rob. Fine, that's fine.
No one likes circular objectives anymore.
You choose what you want to do. Yeah, NASCAR jackets with hobby logos on the on the board was a bit grim. I didn't like that. So 40k also, whenever you've watched a live stream game of 40k, especially from Games Workshop, it just looks terrible, right? Those horrible cardboard elves, all these other things. So they've made some pretty big
it looks
changes
bad
in that now objectives are going to be terrain. Okay, pretty big. And this is going to impact not only the game mechanics, but also a bunch of other stuff. But before we talk about that, I would love to talk about something which I have a unique perspective on, which most people don't know. So,
okay,
I've got a bunch of notes, by the way.
I'm sitting up.
A bunch of notes that I need to kind of make sure I hit these points because they're pretty important. So a key, and I think this is a really shareable bit, by the way. Like I'm telling people something I don't think I've ever put publicly online.
We get some tea, beef, tea, beef. Hang on. Russell, hang on, stick around, man. We might be getting something good here. Might be getting the good stuff.
So I used to work at Games Workshop. You either do or do not know that. I worked there for about 1.5 years, nearly 2 years. I was responsible for live streaming their games. I set up actually their Twitch channel. I set up them live streaming stuff.
You might think 2 years isn't very long, but it's a long time when you work for GW. It's only 2 real years, but it takes 20 years off your life.
A bunch of other stuff. But one of the things that was really my job was to explain gaming through video. That's what my job was. And because I was a tournament player, one of the big things was terrain. And I got brought into a meeting with the terrain department at Games Workshop. Shout out to Ray. I don't know if Ray's still doing terrain, but he makes really great terrain. And what was really interesting from that conversation is the things that I learned about Games Workshop's problem with terrain. And this is...
I wonder if this will line up with what I've been saying GW's problem with terrain, which is that GW can't compete with other people's terrain because of like their prices and all that kind of stuff. So we'll see. Like 40k players often see terrain as the afterthought when it's not.
I think more people should hear this because they maybe don't know that. So as a tournament player, I got brought in and they were like, what sort of terrain do you want to see? And what sort of terrain do you need to have? You have to remember also some context. Until 10th edition 40k and 4th edition Age of Sigmar, Games Workshop did not produce terrain maps. They produced terrain rules.
Very true. That's a very, very good point. 10th edition and the launch of the Tournament Companion was a really big deal because GW launched their first terrain maps. Until then, it had been the UKTC and the WTC, and then before that, it had been the ITC.
But not terrain maps. This is actually really, really important.
It is. It's a very good point,
it's
this.
really, really important because effectively everyone in the world used comp terrain rules and mission packs. Things like WTC and ITC and UKTC and 3rd edition Age of Sigmar. I made a bunch of mission maps, which lots of people used. Also, other people created their own ones as well as things like WTC. So this became like a core component. Having terrain rules and terrain maps became a core component of playing the game. But we are very early into that from Games Workshop.
That's
from
true.
The independent community, very common, been common for a long time. From Games Workshop, very new. For 40k, this is only their second go at it. Really.
That's true.
And for Age of Sigmar, the one that we've just had is our first go at it. So
it's funny because like we've been playing on standard terrain maps for a long time now. It's just that, so for us, it just feels like it feels like it should be getting better and better and better, right? The more time that passes, the more experience, the better the terrain map should get. But from Games Workshop point of view, it's only the second time they've tried it. Basically, they're playing catch up, and they're doing a reasonably good job. Don't get me wrong. I think the new 11th edition terrain layouts, I was skeptical of them at first. I'm beginning to warm to them a little bit, but yeah, they're very much playing catch up and probably relying on a bit of outside talent and farming the brains of tournament players to try and get better at it.
The terrain rules. This has all been the first time that they've had a go at it. So that's pretty important, good context, that they haven't really made much effort up until this. And the reason is this conversation that I had with Ray.
Okay.
What they said was, because I said you
Pardon
need
me.
like a box that does this, or you need this that does this. And we were talking about 40k and we were talking about Age of Sigmar. And the TLDR is that because of profit, it's also worth talking about here, not this, not that, not this.
Wait, what's this?
It's also worth talking about.
Purchasing all of GW's newfangled terrain and cards at an extortionate markup. A jolly life of whimsical piracy. Yeah. Do you know, I never understood why people complained about not being... People were like, oh, it's so annoying. I missed out on getting the Pariah Nexus cards this time. And I was like, no, you didn't. And they're like, yeah, I did. Like, they don't have any available. And it's like, you get them for free on the Tabletop Battles app. Like, I bought one set of the cards at first. And then the moment that the digital app, Tabletop Battles, came out, I was like, well, why the fuck would I buy them from GW? And yet they kept releasing them. And people kept buying them. I didn't get it. It was literally free. There was no point in buying them.
Yeah, not this.
GW Terrain sales. GW forcing us to buy terrain. Why would 3D printers do this? You see how they can't compete? Whenever Games Workshop is forced to compete, they lose. They are successful inside the monopoly, right? Let me give you two examples. Rob's going to talk about the terrain one in a moment, but it's a great... GW has basically stopped selling terrain. You can find some bullshit examples on the website, but they've basically stopped selling terrain. And the reason they've stopped selling terrain is because why would you buy Games Workshop's massively overpriced plastic terrain when you can get either you just get 3D printed terrain or 3D print your own terrain, or you can get MDF terrain for unpainted MDF terrain for a very, very reasonable price, or for less than GW's unpainted plastic terrain, you can get very high quality, pre-painted terrain. Check out Micro Art Studios, fantastic company. Also, check out Battle Systems, fantastic company. Battle Systems, bit cheaper, cardboard kind of stuff, but very good, very reminiscent of the old Dr. Commander stuff. Micro Art Studios is like the best. Like if you want quality, you go to those guys. All right. So GW can't compete. So they basically gave up on making good terrain. You want another example? Paints. In the last two price rises, what was the one item that didn't go up in cost? Everything else went up 5%. Paints. Why does GW not put the price up on paints? Because they have to compete with Army Painter, with Vallejo, with AK Interactive. And typically, they can't compete with those. Why would you buy a pot of Sterling Mud from Games Workshop, a tiny pot of Sterling Mud for like £6, when you can buy, I mean, how much is it for a pot? How many mil do you get of Sterling Mud? It's like, I don't even know how much it is. It's not a lot, like 18 mil. I think it's either 24 or 18 mil of Sterling Mud from GW, or you can buy Russian mud from Vallejo, and it's like 200 mil. And yeah, this is 12 quid versus GW's, which is 6. But GW's in total is going to get you about 40 mil. So for the same price as Games Workshop, you get 5 times as much. So that's why GW doesn't put the prices up in those areas, because if they do, it'll push people out to other products, and they'll realize that GW is too expensive. Ever since I discovered, I used to use contrast paints for everything. Ever since I discovered Army Painted Speed Paints, I don't use GW contrast paints. Why would I? They're more expensive, and one thing GW has done to try and to keep the prices down, to try and keep people in the bubble, is they've reduced the quality. Contrast paints now are so chalky. They're so, like, they've really reduced the quality of them. They're very chalky. They're very matte. And they're very flat in comparison to Army Painted Speed Paints. So why would I buy GW paints when I can get the same amount, I can get more for less of a higher quality? I also noticed this with Astro Granite. I don't know if anyone else has noticed this, but have you guys realized that Astro Granite has become way less chunky? Astro Granite used to be full of really thick bits. Now it's a thin gruel with the occasional speck of like grit in it. It's basically just grey paint. It's very, yeah, so they've had to try and compete, they've had to keep the cost the same, but they're GW, so they're greedy, so they've reduced the quality. Yeah.
Not that. Not this. Yes. How Games Workshop grew to become more profitable than Google. Games Workshop are a company that has a very high profit margin on each product they produce.
Yeah.
Therefore, if something requires a lot of plastic or shipping or storage or whatever the cost of producing those kits is, that means that it has to be priced really high. Why did Games Workshop not make mats? Because they cannot justify the shipping and cost that it would cost to make. I don't know if anyone remembers, but Games Workshop did used to do mats, but they were foldable and you had to iron them, right?
Yes. Okay. Yeah, the old green rolls. I remember those, yeah. I remember buying it and rolling it out, and it was just rolled itself back up again. I had to like blue tack it down. It was never worth it.
Right.
But to be fair, it was early technology. I don't blame them for that.
Why is that so important? Is because if Games Workshop cannot make a product profitable, they don't do it. Right? That's the simple answer. If it doesn't make their like 70%, 80% profit, whatever that is, they don't do it. For terrain, they cannot make it profitable unless it's some sort of luxurious item. Right?
Promise use is not pre-watched. I promise you it's not pre-watched. Send me to the black ships. I have been saying this for a few weeks now. And Rob is not just hypothesizing this, he's confirming it from a conversation that happened inside GW.
That's why with things like Kill Team, you see it either priced incredibly expensive when there's loads of it, or it's a little bit cheaper when it's just little itty bits of terrain. If you take a look at like the a new Cities of Sigmar FOMO box that's coming out, you can see that it is a bunch of, you know, buildings that are being built up. With 40k, it was always destroyed buildings. Why? Right? Why is that what we see? That's actually not form. That's not design that they want to do. That's design that they have to do. They cannot afford, or under their pricing, they cannot afford to produce terrain like big boxes and, you know, like big bastions and all these other things and the intricate pieces of terrain. They cannot afford to produce them in a way that is sellable to an audience. You know, and also they get.
No, to be clear here, guys, they can afford to produce them. What Rob is saying here is they can't afford to produce them and maintain the profit margins that they want to maintain. I think Squark said this earlier. It's not that they can't do it, it's that they won't do it. Squark in the chat, right? So GW could produce terrain as good, if not better than everyone else's. But if they can't get a 70 to 80% profit margin on it, they won't do it. Now, can you, like, there are so many companies out there that would literally kill, and probably do kill, to get an 80% profit margin. GW is so greedy. So damn greedy.
Well, their terrain actually manufactured in China. That's why it looks different and builds different and has a different material context to it. Or at least it did, or it majoritively does. So terrain is actually a problem. They have a manufacturing problem when it comes to terrain for 40k and Age of Sigmar. And that leads into them having to create rules around it to make a lot of sense. So when we look at...
What have I been saying? What have I been saying? It always comes back to money with Games Workshop. They do not put gameplay first. They do not think, will this be good for our community? Will this be good for our customers? They don't give a fuck about that. I've been going on about this for well over a year now, talking about why are the sprue ergonomics the way they are. It always comes down to this. GW could make the sprues better, but if they could make the sprues better, but they won't. And the reason they won't is it allows them to make a higher profit margin. They can maintain that 70, 80% profit margin. GW could probably put everything they do is for their own benefit. They never put the customer first, ever.
Terrain rules that are being brought out at Games Workshop. These are not the best terrain rules that can be produced for a 40k or an Age of Sigmar system. They're the best terrain rules that can be produced with the caveat that they cannot produce large, big, immersive pieces of terrain. Lots of people are going to...
Why do you think the Fortress of Redemption went away, guys? Why do you think all the terrain went away?
Point out to me that there were or are some pieces of terrain, but if you've ever tried to price up building terrain from the Games Workshop website,
you can't do it.
Prohibitively expensive.
Yeah, you can't do it.
Prohibitively. As someone who
phenomenal point
has terrain, you are talking hundreds of pounds per board, which you just can't afford. That's just not how it works. Okay, so what are we looking at here? Well, TLDR,
especially considering you need so much of it because of the game being super lethal.
They're making terrain be objectives. And while there's a bunch of conversations around how that may or may not work, because, I mean, I personally don't want to put hordes of witch elves on these little bits of terrain. They're going to fall over. They're making it so objectives of terrain. And I can see this being something like this is the first kind of point, 20 minutes into the video. I apologize. But 20 minutes into the video, I think what we're going to see in Age of Sigmar 5 is we are going to see terrain become objectives. Now, that might be places of power, as an example. We might see places of power become objectives. We might see some new type of terrain become objectives. And the reason I think that we're going to see that is because the terrain in 40k is now on an area piece of terrain.
Yeah.
This is a cutout or something that they are going to sell. Again, another point of them being able to make money, which I think is pretty much a key component of this. A key component of being able to control how terrain is done is being able to sell you those elements, whether or not.
Do you think that the new terrain areas are done to improve the game? Or do you think it's done so that Games Workshop can make a quick buck off selling everyone their cardboard terrain footprints? Guys, I have said this since 9th edition. Why did GW change the board size from 6x4 to 60x44? The reason they told everyone is because that is the size of the average kitchen table. And that's where people played 40k. If you are a mouth-breathing moron who shares the same amount of brain cells as the dirt in my garden, you would believe that. But anyone who scrutinizes it for a heartbeat realizes that what is the average size of a kitchen table? Have you ever been to someone's house and seen the same size kitchen table? No. I've never seen the same kitchen table like twice in different houses, right? Secondly, who plays on the kitchen table? Like what the vast majority of games are not taking place on kitchen tables. And do you know what I mean? Like, no, obviously not. And there's a whole bunch of other reasons. Whole bunch of other ways you can pick it apart. Do you want to know what's a really strange coincidence? Games Workshop had a bunch of cardboard kill team maps that you folded out, which weren't selling. Well, I don't know if they were selling or not. They had a bunch of them. They were these kill team boards were, if you put two of them together, 60x44. GW was the only people making this size of map. 9th edition is released, and they changed the board size down to from 6x4 down to 6x44. Where did everyone go to get the new board sizes? Where did everyone go? GW sold out of those cardboard ones. I don't think they even still produce them anymore. They might do, but they sold out of those. And all of the, GameMat.eu, FatMat, Pwork Wargames, a whole bunch of other ones, all of those guys, for like a few months, basically couldn't shift their battle mats because everyone was just getting them from GW. They had to scramble to start producing them in the right size. By that time, GW had already made the money they wanted to make. They'd made the quick buck. To the rhombus, kill team is 30x22. Yeah, so if you put two of them together, you're 60x44. Yeah. Trust me, I know. Dude, I had two of them. I laid them out. You got them. Yeah.
It be the actual terrain, or it be the actual footprint. So yeah, the area of terrain is actually a piece of area. Now, in other
you don't need 4 of them. I fucking put the battle mats out there, bro. You don't need 4 of them. If you take 30 and times it by 2, you get 60. If you get 22 and times it by 2, you get 44. You don't need 4 of them. You literally fold the mats out and you put them together. You don't need 4 of them.
Game systems, you have 2D terrain, which I think most people are against. While it's really fun.
There might be a new size. There might be a new size. Or are you right? No, you might be right. But no. Lambast me. I obviously can't do maths. The maths ain't mathing for me. I'll just trust you on that front. Lambast me for my poor maths. But the memories are sparking. The synapses are going. I used to have 2 of the packets. So you know they came in the cardboard sleeve. It was 2 cardboard sleeves. That's what I'm remembering. Because I'm remembering I had 2 of the cardboard sleeves and I had them stacked up on each other underneath the gaming table. But in each sleeve, there were 2 mats. See, I haven't used them in like 4 years, 4 or 5 years. I only used them for the beginning of ninth, and then I basically moved over to using normal, the rubberized rollout mats. Do you know what I mean? There you go. So lambast me. It was 4. You got 2 in each sleeve, but I was just remembering the 2 sleeves. So there you go. Lambast me, but there's I'm not coping. There was an explanation for what I was remembering. There you go.
And it works really, really well. It destroys that immersion. So getting rid of horrible objective markers, great. I think good. Making it so you're immersively fighting in places, also really good as well. So it looks like it's a win-win, and I think that feels like a win-win for Age of Sigmar as well. And I think with the idea of coalescing the realms into this kind of like maps and cities and places all put together, I think that's really, really good. I think that will be a really fun idea, and then that gives them the capacity to produce terrain and maps. It's like, why would I? When you've got a horde of orcs right now in the Mortal Realms rampaging through the realm of Shadow, God, Games Workshop, please tell us what it's like there. Rampaging through the realm of Shadow, and they just happen upon a band of Eineth Deepkin doing a raid, and they just decide to have a fight. I think the idea is that maybe there'll be these kingdoms battling against each other, and maybe you'll have all these little buildings that you can fight over.
I think Sigmar becoming more tangible is a good thing.
Or maybe they're not buildings, forests, or places of power, or whatever it might be. Although I do absolutely hate this, the idea of having to put all my models all over bits of terrain. That is gross. Now, they've shown off an example map, and an important bit here is the yellow bits of the map, little pieces of terrain here. Those vehicles can just drive or move over those. I think that's important because I think we'll see something similar for monsters. If this bit of area terrain just had a hero inside of it holding an objective, and a monster wasn't allowed to go on the kind of grey area, that would actually be quite bad, especially for all like the god-style characters. So, having a large monster be able to go on the yellow little areas and move around means that you can still have terrain.
The video is just naturally very quiet. I can't have it loud, otherwise it'll blow your eardrums out when someone does an announcement.
Those 160
like a super chat.
pie plates that you get for like a Maw Crusher or an Archeon or something are actually devastatingly difficult to design terrain for. As someone who's put terrain boards out, and I used to design terrain maps, I used to have to make sure all terrain was like 6.5 inches apart, so these giant pie plates could just fight each other. So now you can just have them kind of on these bits of terrain. It means you can have more terrain, which is kind of good because you get a more immersive battlefield. I swap.
I think more terrain is not always better. I think there is too much terrain in 40k. Like, it just keeps getting more and more and more and more.
I think you might not agree. You might just want to play on a grassy field or a sandy desert or a snow.
Well, there's an in between the two.
Plain, and you're like, I don't want there to be any terrain. Fine. That's why we should talk about one of the key elements that 40k has changed, and I think something that Age of Sigmar has kind of changed early, in that we have seen a drive against shooting. Now, when Age of Sigmar 4, this GHB of Age of Sigmar 4 launched, I was, like everybody, very mocking of the obscuring rule for Age of Sigmar. This is a rule which means you can literally be almost next to a unit and still can't shoot them. Lots of people don't.
I don't. Yeah, it's so weird. GW just seems to hate shooting, and it's like, do you understand how unimmersive it is? Like, look, I understand melee combat is epic, but it should be epic because when it goes off, it's epic. Not because if it's like, why did we invent guns? Why do we not go around like twatting each other with swords anymore? Because guns are so effective. Yeah, like I think it's. I don't understand why they hate guns so much. Is it because there's some people going, "Oh, it's unimmersive," and all this? I don't know.
Like the obscuring rule, let me know what your thoughts about the obscuring rule are below. What the obscuring rule does is it effectively reduces the impact of long-range shooting in Age of Sigmar, and what they're doing in new 40k is something similar. Early in the game, you aren't going to be able to be shot outside of a certain range if you don't engage with it. This reduces the effectiveness of alpha striking or being able to like do
In
damage
theory,
early or aggressive early damage. I mean, they're still probably going to make units charge across the board.
Yeah.
Now, this is quite interesting because this is the bit of the conversation I have the least evidence for. But I would argue that most people think that fighting models is more cinematic than shooting models. It's kind of a TLDR, but
I don't actually agree with that. Controversial statement. Some of the most fun games, some of the worst games I've had have been against Tau. Some of the most fun games I've been as a guard player have been against Tau. There's a certain very satisfying dynamic that can happen when you have two forces that are engaged in a firefight. Like it can be very enjoyable.
There's only one man keeping the
I
streets
feel like
safe.
that is how
While
most
keeping it
people
real.
would express what they think. And again, this is your forum in the comments to say, actually, Rob, no, I really like it when I'm like lining up and I'm doing the little shot and stuff. Cool. Let me know what you think. But I think maybe that part of the department, which is AOS and 40k team, completely separate. They work in a different part of the building to the Heresy, Old World, Necromunda team. They work in different buildings, effectively. I think that they've said, we think people should be fighting more. Models should be clashing more. They should be having a fight a little bit more. It's more cinematic as an idea. And I can kind of see that. I think that's an idea. That's a cool design philosophy. You know, if you're old school, you might be like, you know, 40k is a shooting game and AOS is the fighting game, or fantasy was the fighting game. Maybe that's true. Maybe that's not true.
That's how it used to be. Now, all the games are just the same. I could probably take my guard over to AOS right now and play City of Sigma. And it probably wouldn't feel any different.
But, you know, as a design philosophy, that kind of makes sense. And it does seem that both game systems want you to be shooting to be less effective, which I think is quite interesting. That's what they're looking at. So terrain, being objectives in AOS 4, I think is a good win in some ways, especially if we can make these like grassy mounds or hills or whatever it might be. We could talk about Games Workshop getting to dictate huge portions of the game by designing the maps. We could talk about that because sometimes it's a bit of a clanger on their part.
The problem is that we've given, here's the thing, it comes back to what we were saying before. We, the community, have ceded too much territory to Games Workshop under the assumption that GW, being the central focus and place of control, will do a better job of improving the game, because it's coming from a centralized place rather than a dozen different communities with a dozen different ways of doing it, like UKTC and WTC and ITC and any other kind of form of C that you can think of. The thing is that what I think we're all beginning to wake up to is that GW is not a benevolent dictator. Like, you give GW the power, all GW does with that power is use it to make money, not make the game better. That's it. Because as Rob said, every decision that they make is through the lens of profitability, not gameplay, not immersion, not narrative, nothing like that. Everything they do is about getting you to spend money with them. Now, they're a business, so they're allowed to make money. Of course they are. In fact, they're probably actively encouraged to make money. But the issue is, it's not that I'm anti GW making money. It's that is not that is not going to be good for gameplay. It's not going to be good at improving the game. They are biased custodians. That's the issue.
It does mean that they're not really thinking about people who run events, which I know many of you might be like, I don't really care about that, Rob, but imagine your local gaming store is like, well, because when the new GHB came out, no one had, like, because it was a couple of the maps have got 4 forests per map. It's like, we have 2 forests per board, because that's what we've always used. We don't have more than that, because that would mean I literally have to double how many forests I get, because you just don't really do that. So although I guess that means there's more variety, but your local gaming store, maybe your club, maybe your tournament organizer, that's actually a big ask. But by making these maps, they don't have to really think about that. Also, it means they get to sell you these little printouts, which I think is something that they plan on doing.
Yeah.
They also get to sell you these little pieces of terrain, which are things that they can produce and things that they can't produce. Although you can obviously 3D print these pretty easily. So the terrain part is pretty key. The next part that they've shown off is missions. Missions, and asymmetric win conditions. One of the core concepts of new 40k is they have pitched the idea.
This is going to last 6 months tops. This is going to go the way of Gambits. It's going to go the way of Gambit. It's going to go the way of Challenger cards. Okay, let me be clear. It should go the way of Gambits. It should go the way of Challenger cards. It should go the way of secret missions. If this stays throughout all of 11th, based off my limited interaction with these asymmetrical missions, which is, admittedly, I've only played 1 game with them, but it was very unbalanced. It will be horrific.
That a battle is going to...
People just won't play the official rules. They'll just have to play. Like, people are saying, oh, it's going to be the end of UKTC or WTC. No. No.
Feel more like a battle instead of an army doing jobs. Although doing battles is an army's job, but that's a side note. One of the things they've said is that they want to make it so that if your army is an army that loves fighting, it will get to play in that way, versus an army that likes standing around on objectives that will get to play that way. Now, they've tried to do this obviously in the current Age of Sigmar with battle tactics. You've got battle tactics that are very much about killing.
And bear in mind, the battle tactics are a waste of time.
Stuff, and then you've got battle tactics are about doing scouting force. I think we can all agree that the battle tactics of this edition are a little weak sauce. They're a little uninteresting. And while they work fine, and they're much better than some of the early battle tactics we had, where they were just doing jobs, running towards corners and being in parts of the board that you would never be in, which seems strange.
Unimmersive. But it's abstract, bro.
It's pretty allergic to the concept, or this part of Games Workshop, sorry. The main studio who write these rules are allergic to the concept of kill points. The idea of killing your enemy and doing a battle is how you win the game, right? Instead, they're very much about, like, they want to do board game style mechanics where you're doing jobs, and that's how you score victory points, and that's how you win the game. That's kind of a key concept of this department. If you look at things like...
Yeah, when you think about it, the whole, like, action thing, it's doing jobs. This is such an eye-opening video. There's so many, like, Rob talked about the new terrain and what it means for, like, AOS. Like, that's almost like a secondary thing. That's like, oh, that's kind of curious. For me, there's so many, like, sub-threads in this video, which are actually almost bigger, more important, and more interesting, and more impactful, and more awesome, like, points of discussion, and, like, eye-opening. Because, like, yeah, it's just doing jobs. It's just your units are doing jobs, like arbitrary jobs to fulfill arbitrary mechanics. It's very bureaucratic. It's very unimmersive. Like, I can't think of a single other game that I play which involves you doing actions. But what is an action? It's just, yeah, you can say, oh, it's said to go teleport to home. No. It's move from point A to point B do nothing else that turn, get points. It's just doing jobs. And it's doing jobs that you would, as you said, you would never normally do, so it just becomes very unimmersive.
And Horus Heresy has done the same as well. Just FYI, Horus Heresy
All the games become the same.
has moved away from kill points generally, although you do get victory points for killing stuff. Old World is still doing kill points, and obviously Necromunda's completely different. Blood Bowl's completely different as well. So generally moving away from the whole concept of just killing stuff is really only rooted now in the Old World as a core mechanic. So, but what they've done is they've designed these two...
And even Old World, they started bringing these bullshit cumulative objectives which just need to go.
Kind of, well, they've designed 24 of these, I think is the right answer. I think it's 24 of these different missions that you get determined by your army build. And your army build is you pick one of these, and then that is how you're going to play. I think this is something we are also going to see in Age of Sigmar. I think one of the complaints lots of people have is about standing on circles, and it is about doing...
The answer to standing on circles as a problem is not this. This is convoluted, impossible to balance bollocks. The answer to the problem of standing on circles is victory points, kill points, victory points.
Doing jobs.
End of game scoring.
And it doesn't feel really like how you would play. And I think what they really want to do is encourage you to do fighting, and not even doing shooting, just doing fighting. So I think this, so asymmetric, this is called asymmetric win conditions. So you are going to try and be doing something different to your opponent, which is quite cool. That's a quite cool idea. Battle tactics are technically asymmetric.
It's a cool idea. I just don't.
You pick.
I don't think they can balance it.
To try and deny mine. You've got the opponent to try and you got the ability to try and deny theirs. You know, the sort of thing. So I think that's something we're going to see as well. We're going to see your army start to dictate how you try to win the game, versus there being a standard primary, secondary setup that we see in current.
Oh my god! I've just realised it. These force dispositions, we're so fucked with them. Sorry, I'm becoming super jaded on the force disposition thing. This is... They are going to use force dispositions to force you to buy more models under the guise of balancing them. Think about it. Let's say you build your army around a detachment or a force that allows you to take advantage of disruption. And you really build into that detachment that unlocks that force's position. What happens when Games Workshop says, okay, this force's position isn't balanced, so we need to like nerf it. Let's say it's overpowered. We're going to nerf it. So what do you do now? You look at the next force's position. Maybe you go over to Purge. You're like, all right. Okay, so now I need to build an army that's better at doing Purge. So some of the units that you'll carry over, but you realize I need a lot less objective doers. I need a lot more killing units. All right. So then Purge. So then you build into Purge. And then GW goes, oh, that's overpowered. Okay, we need to nerf Purge. The new best one's going to be taken hold. Okay, so now you realize you've needed a bunch of stuff that could do objectives. You had a bunch of stuff that need to do killing. Now you need to build your army into being super tanky, being able to take and hold objectives. Because that's the new best one. There's always going to be one that's going to be best, guys. Remember that. There's always one that's going to be best. So now you can bring some of your units over, but now you need a bunch of super tanky units. So you buy into those. And then they go, okay, well, now taking hold's overpowered. We need to go back to whatever the next one is. And then, once they've done it 2 or 3 times, and people start saying, oh, this one's really weak, it needs a buff. So then they let's say they go back to the structure, buff it up. But they buff it in a way, they don't just restore it to its previous state. they buff it, giving it new abilities, new ways of fulfilling the mission. So you look down at your old, you go, okay, I'll just get my old Disruption Force out. Oh no. Like some of these will still be good for disruption, but now I need a bunch of other stuff to be good at the new Disruption Force disposition. And then being able to do that and all. What do you think they're going to do if a detachment, let's say Grizzle Company, suddenly, let's say it's really good in Purge, and then they change it so it doesn't unlock Purge anymore. It unlocks Disruption. Oh, okay. Well, I still want to take Grizzled, but now I need to build my army around doing this mission instead. So I need to buy some new units so that Grizzled still works with the new disposition. Oh my fucking god. It all comes down to profitability. It always comes down to the money. GW does nothing that will improve the game. They do everything to separate you from your money. That's all they do. I guarantee you. Call me cynical. Call me cynical. Call me jaded. Call me a GW hater. But I feel like I've had a sickening revelation. That's what this is all about. And they'll constantly keep everyone on the treadmill because surely the next balance patch will fix it, guys.
Age Sigma, which I think is going to be a core component. So those are the kind of two main points from the current things that we've seen from 40k 11th edition that I think are going to massively impact what we're going to see going forward for Age of Sigma 5. In that, we've got the...
I mean, is it that much different than nerfing a buff units that they already do? Yes and no. In principle, it's very similar. But the reason it's different is now they've got more levers that they can pull to do the same thing. And they can hide it under the banner of, we're trying to balance this new thing, and hey, it's narrative, guys, right?
Terrain and terrain becoming objectives and asymmetric play conditions for how the armies play. And actually, I mean, I would love to talk about asymmetric play conditions or win conditions specifically for different armies in a giant video. I think that would be really fun. And if you would like me to do that, let me know in the comments below. I'd love to talk about.
I feel like we've covered the main bits here, but we'll give them a chance to,
on the stream about how different armies could do different things. Really, really cool. But there are some other little nuance elements that I think are not working in Age of Sigmar, and maybe 40k could bring in some of those elements as well. Specifically,
I hope we don't. If it doesn't work,
sorry, not specifically battle tomes. Things like detachments, I think, is an idea that we could maybe see. I personally believe that they got rid of sub-factions from Age of Sigmar 3 and turned them into battle formations in Age of Sigmar 4, just so that they could bring them back later. The huge miss.
Like Coke versus New Coke versus Coke, right?
Having these like narrative
Coke original
other versions, it's like only having Space Marines and not having Blood Angels, Space Wolves, Dark Angels. It's like why would you do that?
Yeah,
like, that would be dumb if they got rid of all of those and they were like, okay, cool, it's just Space Marines now, but you've got Space Marines who are the Vanguard and Space Marines who are the Scouts. You're like, that's shit. Bring me back my Space Wolves. I want my fur daddies.
Well, they kind of do that with the new detachments. Like, it's not just Raven Guard; these are the Scout Marines.
That's a strange
with
thing.
the Vanguard
I'd like to see
detachment.
that come back, but another version of this could be detachments. Definitely one of the things that is not very interesting. Also, is list writing, and maybe they'll use detachments.
That's not going to
list style writing. What is
40k list writing is abysmal.
Things also, sorry, that I didn't mention already, is battle tomes. Battle tomes, I very much think, will stay in 5th edition. They'll be usable. I'm going to put those in quotation marks. Usable in 5th edition. The problem is going to be, though, is so many elements of how the game currently works are written into those battle tomes. You've got things like units that can produce obscuring on the board, units that talk about terrain or objectives. Making a unit be able to do something near terrain or do an objective is a core component of how some rules work. So you would have to combine those in a big kind of FAQ. So while they will be working, there would have to be a giant patch over the top of it to make many of these elements work in any sort of capacity. So that's going to be pretty key. At the same time, I think that they'll release a bunch of extra rules in how you can run your armies. List writing, I think, will also change as well. Will have to change, I think, because I think that's also one of the major complaints. And I think we might see detachment style. I think that they plan on bringing Age of Sigmar and 40k closer.
I agree.
Together. So more of these, so people can transition between the two. They've got this large, huge player base in one game system, and they obviously would like to bring them into the other game system. So I think that we will see them make more sense with each other. So
I don't think that'll work, though.
People across, right? I think that's definitely true. Another question is do we get stratagems? In 40k, you can use stratagems.
I fucking hope you don't.
Kind of like command abilities we have in Age of Sigmar, but there are more of them. There are more for each army. Again, this would add to, I guess, the expansive, crunchy rules that we're seeing, but also would add to what some people would call blow. I think one more man's blow is another person's, crunchy.
Stratagems aren't crunchy. They're just annoying.
Rules excitement, right? I think that maybe there is never going to be, the N40fication of AOS. Maybe there's never going to be a happy place for people between the two. Maybe people want it as simple as possible. Maybe they're not. Consider Age of Sigmar 4 was pitched as being as simple as it could be. It's going to be a crazy turnaround to decide to move on from that. But stratagems would mean that each army could do a variety of different things, very different. It's an easy way to add.
So we've only got a few minutes left, but the naive hope that the stuff from 40k is going to make AOS better. There's so many people that just are saying the exact opposite in 40k. Be careful what you wish for, Rob.
A bunch of stuff for free at launch without invalidating battle tomes, right? I think that's a key bit as well. One of the things that we saw in 40k 11th edition was they changed the engagement range. Like engagement range in Age of Sigmar currently is 3 inches. Engagement range in 40k was 1 inch, and it's moved up to 2 inches. Now it'll be very interesting to see if they change that down from 3 to 2. The reason I think that is interesting is, or that could happen, is again, it brings 40k, it brings AOS closer together. So I think those are the kind of core ideas of what we might be seeing, and I think are very obvious. You have to remember that when they decided that they were going to move from 6x4 mats for Age of Sigmar, for 40k, a year later it happened to AOS. So there is definitely, while Heresy and Old World are still on 6x4 mats, there's this big split, or this big kind of different processes for different departments in Workshop. So 40k gives us the best example of what we might be seeing from Age of Sigmar in the future. And let me know what you think of this video. It was very long, very wordy. I had a big...
No, it was a good video. All right, I'm going to link that down below so you guys can watch it. Like I said, go like, subscribe. It's very good stuff. Rob has a really good channel. Makes really good points. I think that was a really good video. It's funny because I didn't expect it to go in the direction that it did, but I thought there was some really, really interesting things from that video. And it caused me to have multiple revelations about 40k. Like the whole Sigmar might learn these things from 40k. That was almost like the secondary plot for me. The primary plot was like learning how GW does things. And then once I learned that, I started being able to understand the pattern. Because a lot of people say, I don't understand why GW does this. I've said that in the past. I don't understand why Games Workshop would make the decision. But when you just get that little glimmer of understanding, like in them, like, or you get that confirmation of something you've suspected for a long time, it means things start falling into place. So that was incredibly good insight from Rob. Incredibly good, incredibly valuable, incredibly potent, and it just makes sense. It just makes sense. So overall, I think 11th edition, what does that mean for 11th edition? Well, I think, like I said, it makes me a little worried about these forces positions and stuff. But I'm already not convinced by those. Not even slightly. Like, come on. GW releasing 5 fortress positions with, what was it, like 15 or 25 missions? There's no way they're going to be able to balance those against each other. There's no way. Especially with all the factions in the game, there's no way. But I don't think the intention is to balance the game. I think the intention is to be profitable, no matter the cost. And I think that the big thing for me was the takeaway around terrain. And it's so interesting seeing how Games Workshop acts when they can't compete. Under the rules they've set for themselves, they can't compete. It's very interesting. Like GW, right? Now, obviously, they're basically in a very luxurious position where they're almost not competing. They're in a pseudo monopoly. And so that's why they do what they do. But on paints, when they couldn't compete, look what happened. And with terrain, when they couldn't compete, look what happened. So the worst thing that could, from Games Workshop's point of view, the worst thing that could happen was they'd have to compete with another war game. They've lost their way. I agree. They've lost sight. And every decision that they're making now is through the wrong lens. They've become the Ferengi from Star Trek. You know, when Quark's like, nothing matters other than short-term quarterly gains. That's what they've become, man. All right. And on that note, we're going to wrap things up. Gentlemen, we've got a few super chat stuff coming in here. And then it is time for us to wrap up. It's been a big ass stream, but we got like 3 stream highlights of it, so it's very, very good. I think we've got a super chat from Cosmic. Thank you, super chat. More zombies, almost done. Just need to base. Check stream discussion. Let's have a look. Or do we already do that? Oh no, here you go, Cosmic. There you go. Nice. Let the Russians come. Everyone dies and rises again. I love that. Yes. Well, that's a very big point in Festung Europa. How the Totem Core completely undoes the Soviet tactics, and it's going to force them to have to rethink their approach to warfare. But will they be willing to? Is the big question. Yeah, I love it, Cosmic. The zombie horde. The zombie horde is really coming along, man. Holy shit, bro. Excellent stuff. What do we got after that? We have, I think we already said big thank you to Pineapple. Pinsol, did we say that? Yes, we did. Thank you for the super chats, man. Thank you for the gift memberships, man, just in case I didn't. Commander Jill, but sir, I'd like to dedicate myself full-time to the bayonet drill. Sir, I'd like to dedicate myself full-time, but the bayonet drill takes up most of the day, and in the evening, I just like a cover corpse starts. It's not the Towies after, it's the Redditors. Cosmic Drew, that was super chat. GW hates guns because they are British, zero freedom. I have actually thought the same thing. I wonder if, because, you know, GW is increasingly, I don't know. I have actually thought the same thing. I wonder if they're trying to be anti-gun or something crazy. It won't be that. We need to we need to try and understand, how does the money factor in? How does GW, always chasing profitability in everything they do, factor into them pushing melee armies? There must be an explanation for that. What lever are they pulling to make more money, which causes them to favor melee over shooting? There's got to be something. I can't see it yet, but there's going to be a reason. There's going to be a reason. Everybody's melee armies are old? I don't know. Ooh. Melee has always had the same problem. If there's one army that's better at it than everyone else, that army dominates. Shooting armies, generally speaking, are less likely to get locked out by other good shooting armies. Like, if Tau is the best at shooting, Guard can still, even if they're not exactly as good, can still get by. Also, shooting armies tend to be a lot more laissez-faire with what units are what. So, like, a guardsman, a man with a rifle is a man with a rifle. You know, you don't really distinguish between like a Cajun, a Krieger, and a Katachan all that much. You just swap the weapon loadouts. These ones are flamers, the Katachans. But with melee, there has to be a distinction between who is an assault intercessor and who is a Vanguard veteran and who is a death company, for example. You can't just say, you have to have the distinction. You have to have the distinction. Are melee units more distinctive? And as a result, if they're more distinctive, does that mean GW, you know, when a new one's on top, GW can cause more people to go over and buy that unit? I'm not sure if I'm seeing it yet, but there's a reason linked to money why they're favoring melee. There's a reason for it. I can't see it yet, but there's a reason for it. Anyway, on that note, we're going to wrap things up. Guys, it's been an incredible week. It's been an incredible stream. And I want to say a huge thank you to all of you guys who have joined today's stream and who have not only joined today's stream, but joined all of the streams this week. And of course, a massive thank you to every single one of you who went above and beyond the Call of Duty, coming in with all the member flexes, all the gifted memberships, all the super chats, all of that amazing stuff. It is thanks to
the man I am today.
all of your support that I am able to do this full time, which I still wake up every single day and think it's amazing I get to do this job. I've been doing it for basically 4 years now. In a week or so, it'll be 4 years. And I'm still incredibly grateful that I get to do this. So, Sexy Marge is on display. It's still incredible. It's still a real trip that I get to do this. I love every moment of it. And I'm very fucking grateful to the community for being able to do this full time. Yeah. So thank you. From the bottom of my heart, From the tip of my toes
Infantry,
to the
sir.
end of my big
Good for
rubbery
you.
nose.
Mobile infantry
Thank
made
you
me
to
the man
all of
I
you
am today.
for the support for all of your continued support that has got us to where we are today. It's been amazing. And speaking of which, look at the support we've got here. CBQ, did I miss 5 gifted memberships from you? I'm so sorry, man. Lambast me, sir. Lambast me. Thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Thank you, Commander HHL. 2 lots of 5, bro. Amazing. Also, a big thank you to Commander HL for another gifted membership. Hey! And Ian Face, thank you for a gifted membership. Paid it forward, man. That's very, very good of you, sir. Kind. Thank you. And a massive, massive thank you to CB Cooper for 50 gifted memberships, baby. And to another 4 years. Oh, my God. It's popping up, boys. Woo! Oh, my God. Oh my God, dude. See, I mean, we've got to play Cooper's Company as the outro song now, right? It's got to be done. I got it loaded up, man. It's locked in. It's in the pipe. 5 by 5. CB Cooper, thank you for your incredible support, man. Like, ending the stream with an absolute, just mega bunker buster amount of support is just fucking awesome. Absolutely fucking awesome, man. You are a Giga Chad. You're an officer, a gentleman. You are a gentleman, a scholar, a good sir, and a kind sir. And thank you for all of your support in this stream. Thank you for all the support in every stream. Thank you for being the hero of Cooper's Company. Thank you for just being an absolute fucking treasure, mate. And I'm absolutely shattered, so I feel like I'm not coming across super emotional, but I mean it. I'm very sincere about it, bro. I was building some more Met Guards, so I've been distracted. Hey, if you've been building... What? Anything in service of the Guard is a good thing. There you are. But dude, seriously, massive thank you, man. I haven't got much left in it. I got a little trickle, but I raised what's left of my glass juice, sir. Thank you. And on that note... Can we all get an 07 down in the chat to show our appreciation, our gratitude, and our respect to CB Cooper for his big support? And can I say a huge thank you to all of you? I hope you guys enjoy the stream. I hope you all have a fantastic weekend. I hope you get lots of hobbying done, lots of gaming done, whether that's Warhammer 40k, old and new, whether that is Konflikt 47, Bolt Action, Old World, or any other games. I hope you all just have a lot of fun and yeah, just have a good one. Mad Larkin, no, he didn't. Go fuck yourself. All right, I love all of you. Thank you so much. And of course, as always, I'll see you guys next time.
Was lost, we couldn't breach the wall, but a man named Cooper came to rally us all. Game over, man, cosmic set to the sky. Russell W said glory to the first to die. Lockett said no tricks or shilling peptides. Mark of Tower be clad, rock and roll, he cried. Oh, Cooper's Company, they march as one. Tiki held the banner of the rising sun. With Cooper men, we were gaining ground. With numbers vast, the most I ever saw. Cooper's Company will conquer all. Squid Fist manned the guns and lit up the sky. Lower decks lost in space, but we never asked why. Papa Gene Steeler was the last to fall. John Shepard couldn't believe what he saw. As they charged, we heard the enemy call. They're coming out of the that we breached the wire. It's a victory that we all desired. It's a mean Marco takes a final look back. Catholic Eagle said, wait, but where the Scions at? Bad Rabbit said, wait, but who is that I see? Those mad bastards from the company. Oh, Cooper's company, they fired as one. Evan, go ahead and try to edit this one. A flood of boots, a thunderous sound. When Cooper leads, release the hounds. Out all those men, they took the wall. Cooper's company will conquer all. Battle halfway done, did Lord Tyrant survive? Who knew Chansey was still alive? I'm doing my part, whispering monks declared. Tuesday's Avenger lost in 1,000-yard stare. Don't lose your head, don't lose your nerve. Cooper shouted to us, remember why you serve. Oh, Cooper's company, they're never done. Stand up and be counted one by one. With the battle won, we stood our ground. To the company, I'm not forever bound. And Army is brave, standing by my side. Cooper's company.